1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
It's March. Welcome to the ultimate showdown where dreams are made and legacies are forged. It's that time of year again where the air is electric and anticipation hangs heavy with every move of the pieces. Yes, you guessed it right. We're diving headfirst into heart-pounding frenzy competition known as whipping. Just like the NCAA basketball tournament, Diplomacy is a thrilling ride filled with unexpected twists, improbable comebacks, and underdog triumphs. It's a journey where every player carries the hopes and aspirations of their supporters on their shoulders, fueled by sheer determination and a hunger for victory. In this arena, legends are born, from iconic stabs that echo throughout the game room to the Cinderella story that defy all odds. March Madness encapsulates the essence of raw emotion, sheer strategy, and unwavering passion. So buckle up, brace yourselves, because over the next few hours, we're going on a roller coaster ride of epic proportions. Get ready to witness the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat, as these Diplomacy players leave it all on the boards in the pursuit of glory. This is Whipping 2024, where anything can happen, and the only certainty is excitement. Let's let the games begin. I'm Kevin O'Kelly. I'm here live on DBN for Gameday Live of the 2024 Whipping Open, coming from San Francisco this year. The hosts have moved the venue to the location where the 2025 World Diplomacy Championship battle will take place next year. We will be broadcasting and promoting that throughout the broadcast today. I'm thankfully joined by three people who know this game a lot better than I do. We've got Brandon Fogel, who was there last year and tell some stories about how that battle unfolded. We've got Ben Kelman, who was helping us out at this year's WDC, and Robert Chupa. Robert, who is my sidekick on many, many broadcasts. I'm very thankful that these three gentlemen are joining today. Welcome, guys.
Good to be here, Kevin.
All right.
Hello.
Whipping is in their 23rd year, I think it is. A couple of people whose names you will see were at that first one. Some people who are on this network were at that original one too. So we will dive in to memory lane as we get started. So, guys, this is the second broadcast of the year. Brandon and team led a pre-recorded event from Australia last week, 2 weeks ago.
Couple weeks, yeah.
Couple weeks. So we're going to see our first live action from North America today. The DBNI standings are starting to fill in for next year. I want to bring to the stage here some of the people we're going to see competing this week. Brandon, you competed against a lot of these in DBNI. Peter McNamara, this year's Diplomat of the Year, and Jason Massbaum, another one of the Diplomats of the Year, along with you. Who's the favorite coming into this event just a few weeks after the Invitational ended?
Thanks, Kevin. It's a great question. First, I'll just point out these are the DBN standings as of last season. So these are for this year's DBNI, the qualification standings from last year. And probably won't be the last time I correct you on this broadcast, but we have had another broadcast already this season. And it's important for this tournament because the winner of that tournament, which was DipCon at Cascadia, none other than Katie Gray, who is making her first post-victory appearance. So it'll be interesting to see how Katie, now playing as the North American champion for the first time, will fare against lots and lots of other really, really top players. These names are great. Saren, Matt, Krill, Peter McNamara, who just completed his second, he just won his second DBN Invitational. Alongside Jason, who, as you mentioned, won the second one. If I was going to have to pick a favorite here, my eye drops to the bottom of this list, and to see a true champion, Tanya Gill, former North American champion as well, who won at Whipping. I think it was 3 years ago. The North American Championship was being held there. Tanya has been traveling the world, not playing much diplomacy at all. So it'll be interesting to see how rusty she is coming back. But if she isn't rusty, then she will be one to watch because people won't be as focused on her, and she knows how to take advantage of that.
Since you rarely listen to me and I asked for a favorite, not the entire roundup board, you stole my follow-up question to Robert. So, Robert, with 4 former DipCon champs on the board and a former world champ, since Brandon, I think, picked Tanya, we'll give him that. Who's Tanya's main rival heading in?
I think it's I like Chris Brand. I've got a feeling that he will do some magic today. And my dark horse, because if Brandon can pick a couple of people, I can pick a couple as well. My dark horse, I want to remind everybody that Ian Rudnick was somebody I praised very early after he started playing on DBN, and I still predict that he will win a tournament. Maybe this year. I could very well see that this year he has improved a lot. I've been, I think, at his very first face-to-face tournament where he had just played a few games before. I was massively impressed there already, and he's had some very good scores. I mean, you don't get into 33rd in DBNI just by chance. So even though he might not have the reputation of most of these other names on the screen, I would like to say, we should watch him, and he will win a tournament soon.
All right, Ben, you've played against a few of these players in recent top boards. No love for maybe Californians Jason Massbaum and Karthik Konath?
No, I actually was going to point out Karthik. As much as it pains me, I've had trouble with Karthik, and I think other people might have trouble with him in this situation. One thing that I've heard going into this tournament is that there's a number of newer players as well as these heavy hitters, and I've actually seen Karthik work very well with newer players. Sometimes to my detriment in the past. So he just went to Australia and finished second, I believe, in the Melbourne Open with people he didn't know. And obviously he's got good relations with a lot of these top people too. So that's my pick for now. And if we're picking 2, you can't count out Saren Kwok. I don't know how we haven't talked about her yet. I mean, she can win the game with any style, tactically, socially. Want to be the one person to mention her as well.
I think that's how she goes about winning a lot of games. Fly under the radar until everyone sees that she's at 14 centers on a board and goes, where did that come from? She's great at weaving misdirection on the board. So, John Jameson, you may have missed the first comment, but we will get you first on the board today. Pub Genius, hello and welcome. And Chris Kelly, you absolutely got it right. Coming live, I'm wearing a sweatshirt indoors today because we are on winter version 3 here in Chicago. We definitely got to root for our Wildcats here this weekend. Tonight, I think it's 6-something. So I got, and over here, I'm pointing to it, I've got some games on in the background. So if people don't want spoiler alerts, if they're going to go back and watch the games tonight, maybe we'll give some updates as we go through the game today. I know Marquette was up big, or if I can't say school names for I don't know the rules on getting banned from what was it, copyright infringement. So maybe I have to say a number 2 seed from Milwaukee was beating a number 10 seed from a city in Colorado named after a big stone, whose nickname is the Buffaloes. We'll layer in some of that fun stuff as we go along today.
I think as long as you don't sing a copyrighted song mentioning them, you're probably okay.
Ooh, so all right, can we look up while we're here? And someone put in the comments, are fight songs copyrighted, or is that public domain, especially from a public university? Because I can reel off the Northwestern fight song. And
you know what, Kevin, DBN's got your back.
Zach Moore, who's not here as far as I can tell. Zach is usually really good about telling me when I should shut up. So I will keep my eyes on my DMs as we go through. So let's see, anything else we need to get to before the game. The scoring system. Surviving players score as follows: 10 points per center. The player with the most supply centers at the end of the game gets a bonus equal to 2 times the number of centers owned. In the event of a tied board top, this bonus is not awarded, and 60 points are divided amongst all survivors. In the event of a solo, the soloist is considered to have 34 centers and earns the entire survival pot, which is 340, 34 times 10, 68 for double of that 34, and the remaining 60 points that are supposed to be shared, but they're not shared. If a player, it's a 3-round tournament. If anyone has to play 2 boards and plays 4, the lowest score will be dropped. Otherwise, the top 3 scores will be counted, even if 2 of those 3 are in the same round if they play 2 boards. The player's eliminated, they get a point for every year they played. In the event of a solo, other players on the board. Oh, that was it. All right. Other players on the board score as if they were eliminated in the final year of the game. So even in a solo, you could still get some points, which is good.
So if you've got 6 players surviving, they're each going to get 20 points, 10 for surviving and 10 for the split. And then the topper is going to get a bonus, probably somewhere around there also, like about doubling with the other. That's how I'm hearing that.
Yeah, if you survive on 1, you'd get a minimum of 20.
But you get 10 points per center you have as well. So there's a strong points
per center. Well. I thought it was just 10 to. Oh, okay, so it's really
no.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 per center, 10 per center. So it is a more center-based system. Not some of squares ish, but what do we used to play something where it was center-based.
I mean, it's points per center with some adjustments. Yeah. That's really how to think about this.
And I believe this is called the whipping system. I think they've used this in past years as well. Not this specific one, but maybe a version of it too. So.
I can tell you actually. I'll get that information at some point.
And then game year limit or
no.
None for the first 2 rounds. Today, there's a time limit based on the end of the tournament. The tournament is going on live, so people who are joining, please no spoilers. We know nothing. I know nothing about all the games. Usually I try and prepare a little bit. I'm coming in completely blind. Too much March Madness with my kids who have enjoyed it for the first time. So proud dad here. So I'm coming in blind as well.
So it's they used the system last year. They also used it in 2021, but took a break in 2022 and used a version of ManorCon.
Excellent. All right. So as we transition into this first game, Brandon, you were there last year in the duel between Matt Krill and Craig Mayer. What do you remember most about that tournament, including those players and outside of it?
Oh gosh, so that was the first tournament I played after winning the Invitational, and I definitely thought that like nobody would let me win. The thing that I remember most was McCallus. He had flown in. It was his first face-to-face tournament, and he just wanted to kill me. That's the thing I remember the most. And he even told me, we would go into negotiations and be like, in his his own British way, I just want to kill you.
And he did. I think you finished 13th or 14th,
something like that. Yeah. And I think I think he actually did eliminate me in the one game. But he had his own reasons for wanting to do it, which weren't purely hatred towards me. I was pretty absorbed with that. I actually don't remember much about. Krill won it though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Girl won in the final round. In the final round, it was very, very, very close. So, but all right, to sell us for next year, 2025 World DipCon. Tell us why we should go to San Francisco to play diplomacy.
Me as well.
Yeah, because you've been there. And, all right, I take that. Has anyone else been to San Francisco for DipCon or for whipping?
I have not.
I have, but I'll let you sell it.
Yeah, I guess I went there the last 2 years because I was there. It was DipCon the year before that. So I went there for that. And that was where Tanya won. That's why they did ManorCon, I guess, because they weren't sure if the whipping scoring system was right for that setting. Next year is the World Diplomacy Championship returning to North America for the first time since Carnage hosted it a couple of years ago. And it's going to be fun. World DipCons that happen in North America are usually the biggest tournaments that happen like ever. The biggest one I remember in Chicago, it was my first major tournament that had 120 people, I think. And so it's going to be in this venue. They're testing this venue out. So it's going to be in San Francisco, really, really great city. And it'll be a fun time. That's about as much as I can say right now.
Perfect. And since you did all that talking, we're going to kick you off for the first game, and we'll get to the rest of them. So, see ya. All right. Round one, board one, Grateful Dead. So now I'm looking at the rest of the board names, and pretty sure Grateful Dead was a band. So I think we've got bands today. Austria, Eddie Bersan. He might be known to some of those in the hobby. England, Mike Moore. I think we saw him for Cascadia. Ben, I think he was competing up there. France, Tom Hilton. I do not know Tom. Germany, Saren Kwok. I do know Saren. Italy, Andrei Grimikov on the original DB&I Invitational top board, also from California. Russia is Serini Yalamanchili. I think we got that right. I didn't know if it's Chile or Chile at the end, so we will maybe confirm that at the end. But Serini is confirmed by Adam, so thank you, Adam, for that. And then Turkey, competing from last year, Craig Mayer. This is a fantastic looking board to kick off the competition.
We had some heavy hitters on here who weren't even on that original list.
Yeah. I mean, who's Eddie Bersan? Nobody knows him, right? We don't need to put him on that list.
Eddie will be looking forward to a home court advantage at next year's World DipCon. And Eddie, I do not believe, has ever won a World DipCon for as many tournaments as he's competed in. I think Worlds is the one that has escaped him. So he may be the one looking forward to it the most next year. So we're going to go through this. We're going to call it VDL style. I like calling it VDL style or League Night style because Brian has some good formats with this. So, Robert, let's have you read the spring, and then Ben will give some analysis, and we'll flip-flop that every season. Oops, I'm clicking the wrong button. There we go.
All right. We see an open Burgundy. We see some wacky openings in the East, including a Moscow hold and a St. Pete hold. I don't know if that was a misorder or if it's a newer player learning the game. As we've been told, there are quite a few of them. And actually Russia at the same time jumping into Galicia while Italy is jumping into Trieste. So quite a bit of non-standard stuff in the East, while the West looks fairly standard.
Yeah, I don't like this for Austria. If anyone can pull out of it, it's Eddie. But having a unit in Galicia and in Trieste is really a rough start. The one saving grace may be that Moscow did not go to Ukraine, so Galicia might need to go right to Romania and not jump in on an attack. I'll be interesting to see how Andre handles this.
Yeah, from in the West, this is pretty standard. So no guesses on initial alliances yet, but let's see how it turns out in the. Oops, come on. Let's see. Oh, there we go. I'm on the reveal orders. We're not going to do reveal orders anymore. All right, Ben, tell us what we're going to do here.
We do get Galicia straight into Romania. Andre tries to go for Greece, blocks Eddie from taking it. Meanwhile, Craig in Turkey makes the move on Russia. France picks up 3. Germany also picks up 3. And England goes hard for Russia. Maybe a triple. I don't know. What do you all think?
I absolutely think we are looking at a Western triple. Saren Kwok loves triples of all sort. And since somehow Russia didn't go to Gulf of Bothnia in spring, actually France and Germany both take 3 centers in a one, which is uncommon. And I think the East will have to figure out something and quick, because this is a very quick setup for Western triple and it's utter chaos. It seems to me that Turkey probably promised support for Italy into Greece. Since it held, maybe it was a misorder that was genuine or something. Maybe they actually thought that they would be with Austria. Well, they didn't go into Romania, so probably not. It's messy in the East. I can't read that. And if the East is messy, well, there is a well-coordinated Western triple. I don't like this for the East at all.
So we've got 3 builds in Germany and in France. I don't know if I've ever seen that in the 20 some odd years of diplomacy I have played. That is fantastic. One around the rest of the board. No waves either. We've got 2 fleets in France, 2 armies in Germany, but the fleet in Berlin, not in Kiel. So interesting setup. Fleet London, that'll make for some fun dynamics. Especially with the German fleet in Berlin. Army Cannes, Army Moscow, Army Venice. Interesting. All right, Robert, spring 1902.
Well, now we do see Turkey-Italy cooperation, with Turkey supporting Trieste into Serbia. At the same time, Turkey is taking Sevastopol. Russia is, interestingly enough, not support holding Sev, so it might indeed be that Srini is still learning the game. They keep England out of St. Pete, and France is coming east full force. Germany, well, probably that is arranged with England, but I'm going to let Ben talk about it, because England is going into Sweden while Germany is supporting themselves into Baltic Sea, interestingly enough, not from Berlin, but from Sweden, actually.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. I'm not sure if this is more guaranteed in terms of how they go forward, because it would have been a guess at Finland, but this doesn't guarantee them Finland either. So I'm sure Saren has seen this in some way that's more clear-sighted than I am, but it does look like a triple to me. The East is clearly not gotten its act together yet, but I wonder if that Pop and Sev could turn into some sort of cooperation. We'll see going forward.
Robert, is this a way for maybe Mike to prevent Tom from sliding up to Irish right away? I've already got my center. Unless you're really going to work on Saren to knock me out of it and attack me, does this provide him some defense?
Quite possibly, and it's especially since both of the other ones in the West got 3 builds out of it right away. You have a fairly strong argument to make as England that you should get another one, even though it's interesting that Germany agrees to that. I mean, Saren is usually very good at getting, not the short end of the stick in the end, but often the whole point why Germany is, joining Western Triple is that they are offered with lots of centers, and they're saying, England is saying, okay, sure, I can wait. I'll get St. Pete. For now, I'm on 4, you're on 6 or even 7. So you feel safe. So that's interesting.
There could be a convoy forward. I was thinking they'd convoy a German army, but they could convoy from Sweden just as easily.
Yeah, right, to Livonia or something. That's definitely a possibility. There are lots of German armies sitting around not doing much, but it would be fun for sure.
The other Ben I was going to say is, so if this is Western Triple, attacking Russia, maybe not the best thing up front. That's something we're going to watch as you read these fall orders.
Okay, so it is a continued attack on Russia. It looks like Turkey's going to pick up 2. Meanwhile, there's no convoy from Sweden, and Saren rotates her fleets around, which I'm interpreting as anti-English, but we will see. There's just still a lot of fighting in the south, but Andre blocks most of the French units. The one that goes forward gets into Tyrrhenian.
Yeah, Eddie is not having a good time. Maybe his, reputation is hurting him here a little bit. It's a Kraken, and then the Eastern IT. And, Sarah not really moving forward that much is interesting. She got her dot in Vienna, but she's not really set up to fight Russia. So I think she's probably still on good terms with Srini. And yeah, I'm very much watching this to see if she's turning around against one of her neighbors. Italy, I want to point out, Andre did a pretty good job of defending. He wasn't quite as bold to try to go to Tyrrhenian to block the fleet advancement, but he correctly predicted that there would be a convoy into Tuscany. And so after all, France is not in a super strong position to take stuff off of Italy, because Italy can actually, well, they could build two. They just have one home center open, but they can put something down in Naples. So it's not going to be super easy for France to take anything anytime soon, especially if at some point Germany and England start fighting, and he doesn't even have that much support from the other Western people, potentially. We'll see.
Yeah, Ben, when you're thinking about alliances and you're trying to take down a power, and let's not, think about Eddie here, but you're taking down Austria in this situation. Do you have a thought maybe, oh, shoot, Andre's got to see that the convoy's coming. He's got to free up Rome anyway if he's going to get two builds. So I got to get out of there. I might get bounced back. I'm only going to get one build. Do you ever think, well, maybe then I won't attack him? Maybe it's a way to buy a year's worth of happiness from an ally, even though you're going to kill him later on?
You mean you won't attack Austria?
Yeah, maybe hold off on taking Serbia in this case. Or
certainly if you think it's a locked-in Western triple. I'm a little the fleet build in London wasn't a perfect triple build, and now we've got these rotating fleets from Germany. IT could be gambling here that this turns into an FG and then it's a race between the two alliances. Not sure exactly, but I would imagine from the way Craig and Andre are playing that at least that Andre's not sure it's going to stay as a triple. Craig might benefit from this regardless.
Yeah. So Austria has to pull one of its two units. England picks up Sweden and Italy with the two that we mentioned. We'll put down Fleet Naples. Army Eddie is perfectly in line with the Western triple. And then Turkey in the corner. Fleet Smyrna, Army Khan. Maybe adding a fleet for help. Italy only has two down there, and Greece's is not friendly. So it'll be interesting to see if Eddie can be held on side, and he is, Robert. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, I do think so, at least for now. There's a deal in the east. Italy trying to push France out of Tyrrhenian Sea, but guess what? They're going anyway. Turkey getting armies into position. They are set up very nicely to take Russian dots, even though they are not actively attacking Russia right now. Germany's kicked out of Vienna. And while England says like, okay, sure, I'm going to do triple things, I'm going to go for St. Pete, we see that France makes that move into Irish we were talking about earlier. And, Ben, you can maybe say a little something about convoying your last army as England away in spring while France is sitting in Mao. That's something I would usually be hesitant to do.
Right. Yeah, that army is pretty good for defense, and it's not defending at all in Norway. France has turned this into an attack on England. It's interesting that you don't see a German attack at the same moment. We'll see if this turns into an FG or what Saren decides. I do love the way this game is developing for Craig, though. I already said that earlier. And, without it being a triple, he's got all the advantage of Russia being distracted, and he's got all the mess in Austria, in the original Austrian dots. I think this is going pretty well for him.
Yeah. And so, Robert, who's the one who suggests that? Is France being aggressive, or is that Saren saying, well, here's your chance to sneak in behind? Who's making the pitch for that move to the sea?
It could be both, really. I don't love it for France as much because you cannot convoy into Liverpool. Usually this move is strongest when you have another fleet that can backfill either Mao or English Channel, and you can convoy, because it's nice to take Liverpool guaranteed, but it's hard to continue, especially with Germany not really being in a position, even if they are on side, to take North Sea soon, to take any more English dots after that. However, Saren could very well arrange this, because if she's making sure that France and England will fight, she can probably pick sides, and usually you're not super comfortable as Germany in a Western triple in the long run anyway, so it might very well be that she suggested that as well. And just knowing that if they will fight, she will probably have a good ally in the West, regardless of who it is.
It's actually an interesting choice Tom had, because he could have gone to English Channel and had a guaranteed convoy to Wales. Instead, he goes for the dot. It's one that I think would be a good, not that we have time for here, but be a good debate about which is the better choice typically.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Excellent point. Ben, tell us, the dot is successful and the fleets are following in.
France continues to flip backwards towards England. Germany continues the attack into the Austrian dot with Italian cooperation now, interestingly. Turkey takes Budapest, takes Greece. Italy decides they don't need Austrian help anymore, although Austria was going for Tunis, so maybe that was already lost. France passes up the opportunity to support Austria into Tunis to instead get going towards England. Turkey's taking Moscow. Very interesting. Oh, and England's taking St. Petersburg. Oh, and Germany is taking Sweden. Very eventful.
Yep.
Yeah, and Vienna. So Germany's up 2 and Turkey's up 3. A lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Germany-Italy cooperation usually. I think they just have such a small front between the two of them, so often it's good. Let's see if it will work out long-term. Germany is getting quite a nice position here, gaining Sweden and getting Vienna back. The thing I really want to point out is North Sea hold. I think that is a mistake. I think you got to make an assessment on Germany, whether Germany is, friendly or not. If Germany is friendly, it should absolutely go to English Channel and get into position to do something about that French attack. If you are worried that Germany might join in on attacking you, you should definitely tap Denmark here. And you can even sell it to Germany. Tell them, like, look, I'm just going to tap there. Of course, they can still, support Denmark in and have Kiel follow it up. But there's no reason for just to hold. And I think England is in a very dire position right here.
That's a key diplomatic point. When you're in that situation, and you could be allied. This doesn't mean, we're fighting. You come up and say to someone, I just have to make sure my centers are protected. I'm going to attack Denmark as a way to cut support potentially. Now, Saren could have ordered from Denmark with support from, I think, Baltic. Baltic. And then moved Kiel to Denmark to bounce out the attack from North Sea. However, that keeps a unit in Kiel, so you can't rebuild another fleet there. It's one little thing to, as a diplomatic way to your ally to say, look, I'm not trying to attack. I just have to make sure you're not attacking me. And anyone who objects to that is probably going to attack you. So right. Learning lesson. Because of losing Sweden, England does have to pull one. Russia does maintain Warsaw, but 2 more come off the board. Eddie Bressan is out in 1903, but had no chance tactically. I don't know diplomatically what the way was. But as Ben was saying, Craig Mayer, building 3. Turkey at 9 in 1903 is the exact opposite of what we were seeing on DBN about 2 years ago. It was Turkey at 0 at that point. So. Building 3, 2 more fleets, Army in Enk. That's right. The fleet went out of Black Sea, so loses the convoy pattern, but certainly is under no pressure to move those units terribly quickly. We'll see how now that France has pulled away, building 2 more fleets down there is not pro-Italy. We'll keep watch on that. England pulls Finland, and Germany builds Army Berlin. Interesting. All right, Robert, heading into 1904, we'll do a little bigger board analysis after this year, but tell us what you see this spring.
Now it's paying off that Italy has bought some goodwill with Saren. Germany's on side fighting Turkey together with Italy, so the two of them go against each other. In the West, it's basically France going against England full force, whereas Germany is just doing wait-and-see stuff, self-bouncing in Skagerrak, not really going actively against England right here.
Yeah, it looks like Italy has the upper hand here with German help against Turkey in the Austrian area, and we will have to see how that plays out in the long run. If it goes well for Italy and Germany, then Italy especially, I think, will have a choice to make a few turns from now about which way to go for the rest of the game.
The battle continues heading into fall 1904, Ben. The East, a couple black arrows down there.
Yeah, well, Italy keeps Turkey from taking Serbia and also picks up Budapest. Germany gets into Galicia. Turkey gets Warsaw, so that'll be up 1, down 1. In the West, England's coming back full force. while France is convoying to Wales.
Yeah, this is a really interesting way of playing this German position. I guess Saren's bet right here is that she will win that Eastern War together with Andre, and that France will not gain that much by attacking England on their own, so that she will outrace them. It's very unusual to do this thing as Germany often sees as France, for example, let England and Germany fight and not really pick a side early on. But Germany playing in the East while letting England and France fight is a bit atypical. Let's see how it works out. Craig definitely a little bit on the back foot, made a bad guess. Serbia could have been prevented if he had guessed right. So yeah, his position looked super nice, but now he's got to turn something around. This will not last if it continues as it is. So he got to turn somebody around, or I don't know what. Yeah, probably he has to turn either Germany or Italy. Otherwise, his position will crumble. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because France from the backside is not going to be attacking Germany, and that leaves Saren a wide open space to help out in the east. So Turkey stays even because picking up Warsaw while losing Budapest. Italy picked up Budapest, so builds the one, and Russia, Serini is out because of losing Warsaw. So we'll see the results of those. Fleet Venice, that fleet in Albania, maybe causing that one to come on out there, and Prussia pulled. And that's where we're at. So we're in heading into 1905. Saren has unbelievable amounts of space. 2 behind in the center count. What is Robert? What does Andre have to think about balancing the center leader on one side and I'll say the diplomatic leader on the other?
Well, I mean, balancing Craig, he's doing quite well. If he continues with Saren, I think, and they do good tactical moves, they will achieve that. There is a doorbell behind me, but I'm going to go there in a second and quickly finish. Maintaining good relationship with France is probably key here, because France can balance Germany, and he also doesn't want them to drop into the mat. So that's very important as well. And I'm going to be back in 1 second.
Yep.
Just a quick.
I'll pull you and I'll bring Brandon in, since I see Brandon is ready on the sidelines here, which is fantastic. Brandon, I'll give you a second to get in. Ben, what can France do to maybe pull ahead in this game?
But I think for now they have good relations on both sides, so they keep pushing on England. And obviously the Italian fleets are occupied. The question is going to be what to do a year from now. I think that they're going to have a real distinct choice to make about whether to wait, whether to make a move on Germany, or whether to flip back south.
All right, Robert. Was that dinner? You can nod. If it's dinner, you can eat dinner.
Hey, put him back on. Put him back on.
We'll put him. No, he's not dinner. Not dinner. All right. So Robert's back in.
I've eaten all the dinner already. It was very quick dinner. Now it was just like the neighbor.
Yeah, no worries. We don't need to hear what it is. I was going to give you a break to eat if I don't know if DoorDash Germany is as efficient. So we will get to the spring. We'll let you read the orders so that way you can catch back up with where we're at here. You could start wherever you want.
So we see that Fleet Venice build was a nice little trick to get Albania popped, which is always nice to do in spring. Apart from that, Turkey gets into position. No centers change hand in the east. And in the west, also fairly static, but the big move is that England goes into eddy. There wasn't really a big reason to do that, but Germany follows in right behind. So that is probably the most significant move in this turn, I would say.
Yeah, I wonder if Saren and Mike here have sort of made up a little bit. If Saren has engineered a way to still get something out of England without having England be fighting her directly, but we'll see. I'm not sure what's agreed and what isn't. This move Irish to Clyde is a mistake. They could have gone to North Atlantic and given themselves some more leverage. Other than that, I don't think there's anything. Things just move forward tactically.
Yeah. That's a tough move for the French attack. That even slid up like air. I was going to suggest is potentially Liverpool to Clyde, and Irish to Liverpool, which would have worked last time, not this time.
And I think it's my turn to read the orders, right? Andre makes the move west before France has time to react, and on a turn that France does not get any builds, this is going to completely forestall the French attack. I think they can Actually, they're going to have a guess in terms of defending here. And yeah, the big question for me now is what's the relationship between Italy and Turkey? Oh, but I was supposed to read all the moves. Kiel goes to Berlin, and there's just bounces in St. Petersburg and Warsaw. So this ITG war seems to have come to some sort of conclusion, maybe a diplomatic one.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Germany is dealing with this, because I mean, yeah, Italy has pulled back and they clearly don't want to fight Turkey anymore, but they're now in a fairly vulnerable position. Turkey's not really in a position to take many centers. Yeah, St. Pete maybe, but apart from Italian ones, and you got to wonder what Germany will do reacting to this Italian pushback, because we saw Saren be passive in the West and have her game plan apparently in the East. There is definitely possibility for her to now join forces with Craig and go against Italian gods and say, like, okay, if you're not going to help me against Turkey, how about I'm going to take Budapest? I'm sure Turkey would be willing to tap Serbia for me, which, or at least that's what I would suppose. So that's an interesting point of friction right there.
Yeah, and or on the other end, does IT work, but still 2 Turkish fleets falling behind. With another build coming in here, Army, so a little more positive. A fleet Smyrna there would have been
marginally. I mean, this could easily be aimed at following up into Serbia. Oh, okay. Well, wow, that's good for Craig. I mean, his position is definitely great, but to manage to pull Italy off of him is probably what facilitated this draw, because I don't think Saren is drawing here if Italy is still going, and this is probably when they said, like, okay, well, if the GIs are not attacking Turkey anymore, then we might draw as well, and that's a great win for Turkey.
Yeah, Ben, overall thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. I mean, Craig's line was shooting straight up, you can see on the chart, and the IG stopped that. But I partially believed that after that this would continue into there being sort of a 3-way. But just the first round, they all got pretty good scores, and maybe they just call it and move on to the next round. Great aggressive play by Craig though to get that top.
Yeah, I'll bring in Brandon, who we brought in for microseconds earlier on. What do you think? So Turkey gets out to the big lead, stalls. There's enough play where the 3 of them actually, you don't know who's going to pair up together, and maybe this is a good result.
It's a great result for Turkey. I think that Craig did a wonderful job of surviving the IG cooperation, because that was a really dark moment for him. I think this is just an early round cautious play all around by these players, because I mean, if this is in the second round or especially the third round, Saren and Andre keep this game going. They've got so much to gain by cooperating.
Yeah. So this is a Saturday morning round. We're playing Saturday morning, Saturday night, and Sunday. Like the NCAA tournament, survive and advance is the motto that the teams use. You're knocked out with 1 loss, but you got to win 6. So it doesn't matter how you get there. And Craig certainly took that to heart for this game. So Ben, Purdue, arch rival of Michigan, has just tipped off. So let's give you a break to come back with a sideline report on that game, in a few minutes.
I get nothing against Purdue, but all right, go ahead.
You don't have to. That's
yeah.
Sparty went out yesterday, so no hate
on that one. Yeah.
Another Big Ten team later tonight. All right, give us some updates. Purdue won the tip, so I forgot about
poor Robert. Poor Robert doesn't know what we're talking about.
I'm just zooming out, in my head. I'm thinking about different sports right now.
Soccer and
biathlon and stuff.
All right, so that was game 1. Let's go to the players of game 2. Credence Clearwater. I didn't get the R in here. Why didn't they?
Just not enough room.
So Austria, Ryan Penoir from California. England, Luke Paulson from California. France, Alex Amon, Bay Area. Alex is a known figure in the hobby. He's been around almost as long as I have, I think. Germany, Tanya Gill. May have heard of her once or twice. Italy, Noam Brown from New Jersey. DBNI top board last year, not last month, last year. Russia, TD, Adam Silverman, my guess is not playing for a score in this one.
That's right.
From San Francisco area. And Turkey, David Graf, and I feel like I've known that name. I think David has played in these whippings before. Do you remember David, Brandon?
I do not.
All right. So
I think he was playing virtually 1 or 2 years ago a little bit. I think he was fairly successful. He didn't really continue playing much, but I think he had a few games where he was a fairly new player and impressed by his play, even though he was not super experienced.
Yeah, it's all right. So while you two are talking about this game, I will look at David's history. While we do that, Brandon, you've got the running order for this. You're going to be doing the spring, so let's get to it.
All right, let's see what we got. Eyes immediately drawn to the lower right-hand corner where David Graf is apparently doing the Armenian fist bump with Adam Silverman. Love to see that from Silverman, I have to say, because he is an old school player, and the Armenian fist bump is a new school move. So well done adjusting. We've got the DMZ in Galicia, Noam Brown in Italy going west to Piedmont right off the bat and to Naples. And we're all left to wonder, is this what the bot finds the optimal move set? And in the west, we've got DMZ in English Channel and also in Burgundy.
Yeah, I really want to point out, don't hold in Marseille in this position, and this is the perfect example why. Because I think if you don't want to go to Burgundy or Gascony with Marseille, I don't see why you wouldn't want to be in Spain right now, because then at least you can have a guess over Spain and Marseille with Italy. Right now, what reason does Italy have not to go to Marseille, really? Because like if you stay in, well, then you can't build a fleet. And if you walk out, Italy gets Marseille. When you're in Spain already, they can always, you can guess, will they just hold and try to lure you into going back, or will they go there and you should bounce them? So I think going to Spain is here just the better move. And very interesting as well, Silverman playing nice with Austria and Turkey, apparently. Let's see how this develops.
Robert, you are correct. More of a virtual, but 2022 whipping, and that was the virtual one as well. So has played in a whipping, but it was virtual. I do not see last year's whipping on the calendar, but has a good number, 9 games with us. So that is good. And for those that didn't get Brandon's reference, Noam Brown has worked with the Meta Diplomacy AI project Cicero. Plenty of articles on the internet for those of you who might want to see how a computer is better at this game than I am. That is the way to look at it.
You weren't the only one that the bot won tournaments. So,
yep.
Okay, so I'm reading out fall.
Sure.
Well, we see France taking Belgium, still taking two builds, even though they have to stay in Marseille because Germany is helping them. So England is convoying there, but Germany supporting France rather than England into it. So interesting decision making on Tanya's part. Turkey is moving the fleet out of Aegean, so that's what you do with that opening. And they also help Russia putting the fleet into Romania. Sorry, the army into Romania. Interesting that Ryan Panwar in Austria decides to hold in Budapest after putting that Vienna army into that spicy position. You can do lots of things, but Austria neither went to Galicia or supported anything or went to Romania. So that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that stands out here is that Tanya Gill is looking very friendly with 2 of her neighbors, supporting them into dots. Obviously, Sweden didn't need it, but it's to emphasize that she didn't bounce Adam there. So I'll be looking very closely to see what the builds are from France and Russia and how they might show us something about what kind of work, diplomatic work Tanya is doing behind the scenes. The other thing is just David getting out there into David Graf in Turkey, getting into the Aegean. I mean, with the army going into Romania rather than the fleet, this looks like an R2.
Yep.
Preventative from the convoy into Tunis. Eddie Bursan being there, everyone should do that this weekend. No 3 builds for anyone this game on there, like the 2 of them last time. There's Lots of players with 2. We've got French fleet in the north, which makes sense after the German support's in. So FG seems locked at this point. Fleet Kiel this time, which is more likely than last time. 2 Russian armies, which kind of goes to the sense of the RT. And yes, Austria only gets 1 build.
No, they waived.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's very interesting.
I'm going to suspect that that's a misorder. Maybe Ryan wrote Army Budapest instead of Army Vienna for the build.
Could be, yeah.
There's really no good reason, unless Adam, really worked his magic.
I mean, I haven't heard Ryan's name before, so it might be as well that another newer player, and maybe Adam said like, I'm not going to go to Galicia, but in return, I don't want to see a build in Vienna or something, and maybe he got away with that. Who knows?
He certainly does, because Adam walks to Galicia.
So Adam has shown us his preferred alliance structure in the east now by supporting himself to Galicia and also tapping Serbia. So these are both very RT moves on Adam's part. I'm sorry, I should only be reading out, not doing analysis. I am stealing your thunder, Mr. Schupa. We have David Graf in Turkey getting into Greece. Nome in Italy is pulling back, now suddenly worried. And kind of the big news, actually, is the biggest news here, I think, is going to be Munich going to Bohemia. Tanya has definitely, I think, shown her cards here. I look forward to hearing what Robert has to say about him.
Well, it makes sense because she seems to pick France as her ally, and you don't need many armies in the west if France is your ally and you can trust them. The interesting thing that it is going to Bohemia rather than Silesia. I know that you, Doug, have had a long-standing argument with, and sorry, I said Doug, you Brandon, had an argument with Doug Moore about that at some point, but I'm not sure if it's about, siding with you or Doug here. I think it's more about who she wants to go against, and it's interesting that she's picking apparently rather Austria to go against than Russia, I would think. So that's even better for the RT if that's actually true. It might change if the RT is doing too well, because in fact Italy is not really playing it fairly passively, not really trying to help Austria here, rather being a little bit afraid of cooperation on Ionian or somebody going to Venice, and that is really facilitating growth for RT. So I'm worried for Noam what his plan is here, because he's neither are they able to resist RT at this moment, nor is he really gaining anything off of Austria. So you got to turn something around.
Yeah, just a real go ahead.
I was going to say, second game in a row, we've seen Bohemia occupied by a German unit early on. Is that where you were going?
Yeah, my thought here is that Tanya does not actually want to commit one way or the other. Bohemia is a location that it's not the best tactically, but it is very flexible strategically. And so it gives her the option of seeing in the fall what happens. All the cards right now are in Adam Silverman's hand. Does he help England against Germany and Denmark? Does he go for Norway? A lot's going to depend on what happens in this diplomatic session in fall of 2002.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is if Russia and Germany do stick together, is David sneaking out too far to the west, and will that come back to hurt him in the long run? Robert, tell me how I'm going to be wrong on that one.
Adam is going for Norway, taking the dot right there. Turkey marches forward. Once again, a pretty quickly growing Turkey right here. They're taking Serbia and Greece this year. At the same time, Tanya is diving into Vienna, and she doesn't even need support to get there. So maybe she actually sold Austria on that idea that I am just there to look. I'm not doing anything aggressively right here. And the West, we have a successful convoy into Denmark. Germany didn't really expect an attack there, rather went into Belgium and covered Holland there. Belgium probably most likely agreed, while France is going against England.
This is a head-spinning turn. I honestly don't really know what to think. From Tanya, it's a little bit. This might be a sign of rust on her part. It's surprising, sort of how wrong she got this turn, because covering Holland and not protecting Denmark. That's something you do if you're confident that Denmark's not going to get hit. I think she's clearly regretting having moved to Munich last turn. She wishes she had it in Kiel, but. This is a very risky play on her part to take Vienna and ruin whatever chance Austria had of surviving this. This looks very good for Adam at the moment. Still.
And for David as well. David.
Yeah, thank you. I should say probably even better for David in the long run.
That's why I was preluding with David being under attack, and he comes out the best with +2 on the center count, and the RT relationship still looking good. Austria loses Vienna and will have to pull one. Tanya, even though losing Denmark, did pick up Vienna
and Belgium.
And say again, and Belgium. That's right.
Belgium,
Walking to Belgium. So there's that +1 there. For there, we see Fleet Berlin, anti-Russian certainly there, but not sure if it will be anti-Russian. Albania goes Fleet Smyrna, so 3 southern fleets for Turkey against Nome. Nome running into hurdles all along the way. Brandon, spring 1903. Oh, that looks fun.
So Alex had the free convoy into Clyde and doesn't mess it up. That's always the one. That's the one enemy with a convoy like that. You got to get the orders right, and he does. So he's looking good, at least as far as the assault against England. I am straying into analysis. Apologies, Robert. Elsewhere in the north, we have Tanya now getting into the North Sea and the Baltic Sea as England turns on Russia. Probably, I'm guessing Norway was not arranged, the taking of Norway. And in the south, Adam advances the armies, gets very nice position, and Nome gets into someone else's dot for the first time in spring of 1903, while the Turk advances his units.
Yeah, you got to wonder as Adam if that was a good decision to take Norway if this is the result, because England is really opening themselves up. Like Germany can walk into Eddie, France can support themselves into Liverpool. They don't even need to support themselves, as it turns out, because England went away. So Archie really had the lead here, but it might turn around if FG stays together, which it might not be the case. Maybe France says, okay, England is almost dead. Now is a good time to bounce Germany out of Eddie and just take Liverpool, get my armies into position. But if they stay together, RT might fall a little behind here, with Italy still being pretty intact and not, definitely not falling anytime soon. So that's interesting to watch.
Yeah, Brandon, this is the end of England, we have to assume, right? They're definitely losing 3 senators.
No, England has made a decision to punish Russia, and that's their only remaining objective here.
Or maybe even a Janissary deal. Could be that they said, FG, I'm going to work with you, just keep me alive on 1 or 2. I'm going to make it easy for you guys to take my home centers. That might be why they didn't even try to defend Liverpool or Eddie, and they have a deal with them.
Yeah. But this sets up maybe FG versus RT with Nome stuck in the middle. I'll be curious to see which way he breaks, if he continues to fight in the east or turns west.
So he actually moves Tyrrhenian to Western Med, which is interesting. He couldn't hold Ionian anyway, so he rather puts it into a place where he can potentially, pitch to the east that he can do work against France or something. Russia takes 2 dots, so that's great for Adam, taking Budapest and Vienna. Goodbye, Ryan. Sorry, that was a hard game as much as the first game was hard on Austria. And yeah, a little bit of dot swapping in Sweden and Norway, nothing too significant. But I think the very interesting, or the most important thing, is that there is no FG stab just yet. Liverpool and Eddie get taken, no shenanigans about bouncing somebody out there, and now is going into Norwegian.
It's a good decision by Alex not to stab Tanya here. I don't think he gains much with it, but staying with her, he has gained position in Norwegian now, can build in Brest. I think Tanya's made a tactical error here by not convoying to Edinburgh. She's now lost the North Sea, and without a fleet in Denmark, it's going to be trickier to get it back. And in the south, the thing that my eye's drawn to here, as I'm beginning to wonder if this game is setting up particularly well for David Graf, is him getting into the Ionian Sea. David's doing a really nice job of flying under the radar at the moment, getting position, but he's in an alliance where he has growth potential, and his partner has people stopping him from growing. So David has long-term explosive potential at this moment.
Adam picks up Vienna, though, to maintain that line there. Nothing for David to build this turn, so Romania to Black Sea could spell a lot of doom if there is a stab by Adam. Tanya picks up 2, which will help in the middle of the board now that she's got 2 different color of armies bordering Munich, so that will help the defense there. Last game, Robert, you were on, Brandon was watching in the background. We really didn't think France had much of a chance to go at the powers in the East. On a scale of 1 to 3, 3 being I like Alex's chances, 1 being no way, no how. Give me a sense of where you think Alex is going to finish. Top of the board, 3, not so much 1.
Who's up first?
You. Sorry, did I not say your name?
Alex has a big problem, which is that Gnome has turned and started moving towards him. I think in a mirror of what Luke in England did in the north. So Gnome's decided he can't hold in the east and is going to try to get something in I think the Iberian area. So Alex's chances of topping the board, I'd say I'll put it at a 2 at this point, even though it's probably 1.5.
All right, Robert, I showed you the builds. How does that change 1.5 or 2, as Brandon just said?
Fleet Rome definitely lowers it. It definitely puts it towards 1.5 rather than 2 or something, because this is Italy pitching to the east. Hey guys, I can be useful to you, rather than just building Army Venice and holding onto Trieste for as trying to hold on for it by some means, turning one against the other, or even Fleet Naples, which could do something against Turkey right away. That would probably all not work, but still it shows that Gnome is willing to go west if the East wants that offer, and that's not good for France.
Well, so I thought Russia was going to turn on Turkey. Apparently it's the other way around, Brandon.
So, I wouldn't be so fast. I'll let Robert talk to whether this looks arranged or not. I mean, it looks arranged to me. I can't help but saying it because he could have retreated to black and white in Ankara.
Yes.
So I'll save you from having to do the elementary analysis. Right. So the fleet is now blown up in Romania, which is, I can't help it, David taking care of the biggest problem that he has. I love the way David is playing this game right now. Gets the convoy into Apulia, is more concerned about moving forward and get positioned rather than growing. Great for Turkey. Gnome, interestingly enough, doesn't advance doesn't go west here, and instead pulls back to support. So maybe he wasn't expecting the Turkish fleet in there. And in the north, let's see, Alex is pulling back to defend himself, which may limit his growth, but is getting in position to make a play for London. And around Scandinavia, it's confusing what they're trying to do, but the net result is that Tanya gets an army into Sweden and another army into Denmark. A little concerned about her unit positioning, but this is Luke Paulson is likely to. But you know what? Sorry, there's a weird thing that happens around Norwegian where Tanya is cutting the support that Norwegian is giving to Sweden to go to Norway. So that could have been arranged. Might not have been.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It looks to me like a messy turn where there were last-minute changes and lots of negotiating going back and forth right until the deadline in the West. Because it's unlike Tanya to support her own unit into North Sea and not even moving there. And then France is trying to help England to the dot. So it seems that France wanted to have that Janissary deal with England, and Tanya for some reason decided that she doesn't want to see England in Norway. Maybe Adam convinced her last minute or something, but she could have walked into North Sea here from Helgoland even. Very interesting to see how this will work, if England will be vengeful and maybe Tanya misordered. That is obviously always a possibility as well. And as you said, Turkey is doing great. Absolutely. I think this is arranged. And I read this as Gnome having offered this by the builds, and from the negotiations really getting the sense that RT will not take him up on his offer to go west. And even though the builds have been suboptimal for that, trying to defend as hard as he can.
Well, thanks to Adam for some insight knowledge. It's about 12:10 Pacific time, so round 3 games still ongoing. Clearly, he is free enough to tune into the stream, so thank you for that. Fall 1904, Robert, let's get to it.
Okay, Turkey walks out of Romania as we sort of probably expected, and RT marches on. Russia takes Venice, Turkey takes Trieste. Okay, they lose Ionian for now, but they took 2 off of Italy. France takes London. At the same time, Germany walks out to give York the walk into Eddie. So it could be arranged, could not be the case, who knows. And France convoys to Piedmont. So yeah, no, Germany also supported England into Norway, which doesn't go. So yeah, that's about the and the convoy into Livonia to finish up the significant moves I see.
Yeah, this game has been very dynamic. Despite there not being a lot of betrayals, it just feels like the sands shift almost every turn. David, I have to point out some suboptimal tactics, I should say here. The fleet in Albania was not needed to take Trieste. It definitely should have been used to protect Ionian. That's going to set him back considerably. But elsewhere, let's see, the overall strategic situation here is now suddenly FG are solid, and it's just FG versus RT with I stuck in the middle, which is maybe how it looked like it would be pretty early on. And it's just taken a while for the smaller powers to sort of get themselves truly stuck in the middle.
Yeah. I wanted to say maybe this is arranged because Sweden did support Skagerrak to Norway, or
I don't know. I don't know why Tanya would want to do that. So if it is agreed upon, it's a mistake.
It's more of a, let's just say Tanya is realizing it will be tough to compete with Alex making some really good moves there, playing for a second round alliance. I know Tanya is not generally a let's play for the next round type of player because she's really, really good and doesn't need to do that. So, that's that. I'll just throw that in. Adam picks up 2, hosting, TVing, and playing well on this board. So, although it didn't pick up 2, rebuilding 1 because the fleet was piffed. So, Smyrna to clean up the seas down there. Fleet Marseille. I don't want to talk about builds, but give me one answer. Right answer. Right build, wrong build, Robert. Fleet Marseille.
Probably the right build. You can argue for or against it, but I don't hate it.
Yep. Brandon, you hate it?
No, I love it.
All right, good. I hated it, so you guys are better. Brandon, let's bring 1905.
It's all about strategic direction. If you're going to go against Germany, it's army. If you're not, then fleet. And there's no good reason to go against Germany right now. Okay, so what happens in the north is that Germany gets into Norway through everyone's collaboration here. And Germany, Tanya pulls Livonia down to Prussia in order to keep it, essentially, and make sure that it's useful in defending the center. RT have advanced, and suddenly now with Gnome's fleet retreating to Adriatic here, David's position is actually quite good again. He's really in a nice position to advance. He's going to have to take Russian dots to do it, but he's in good position. And Alex is clearly moving south in order to get involved in the south.
I think the really interesting question is, will we see a shift of the alliances, or will this just come down to let's kill Italy and let's redistribute a few dots in the north, maybe kill England? Because if this is the case, probably the West gets the bigger share. I think it will pretty much come down to the East-West stalemate line. However, with Italy probably being way more pissed at the East than the West, I would say from my gut, I could very well see France taking Tunis here, and if they choose to not to let England live, then probably the West has 18 and the East has 16. But maybe somebody will pull the trigger.
Yeah, the scoring system that favors centers, though. So this one, you will grind down even a helpful, ally, if you want to call it that way. So, Robert, fall 1905.
So indeed, England is being killed. They tried to dive into Denmark. There was no cooperation in spring, I think, already anymore. Russia therefore takes back Norway. Good on them. Germany dives into Edinburgh, and France drops into the Med. At the same time, we see Turkey taking Naples here, which didn't necessarily need to happen. Adriatic could have tapped Apulia, but now I'm feeding Brandon a little bit of his own medicine by analyzing already, so I'm going to shut up and let him talk.
This is, I think, what David should have done a year ago, which is to take a swing at Naples and protect Ionian, and he does it now, and it's successful. He gets Naples and Ionian. This is just fantastic position for Turkey. Russian dots will be there whenever he wants them. He will have an opportunity to win this game by making a big move, as will, I think, Alex, though not quite as juicy, just because his units won't be in position to do it as well as David's are.
There you go.
Once again, misorder apparently. Okay.
Well, this isn't on Backstabber though, so writing Ionian as opposed to Apulia is more of a mental misorder rather than a typing misorder or clicking misorder.
There are so many kinds of misorders.
Yeah, right. Well, I was just going to say, playing face to face versus the virtual is a different beast. We've been lucky enough to have a couple of local games here in Chicago, so we can get our the taste in. I still owe Brandon a write up on the last one, so we'll get that done at some point. But when the pressure kicks in, it's hard to. You're thinking, you're looking, and you hear it, and you're like, that's not what I did. Adam's a nice set of tactical orders too. Stays at the top. Where am I at? We already are through on here. Stays at the top, but Turkey does pick up one. Germany picked up Edinburgh, and what else?
Edinburgh and held on. So it must have a rebuild.
Oh, yeah. Yep, rebuild. Piff. Norway, that's right. So builds two. Let's see him. Can only build one. So Army Kiel, which is good for the alliance. England is out of the game. Well played, Luke, to hang on from a tough situation. So that was good.
It's good learning experience.
Is that again?
Good learning experience.
Yep. Gnome pulls Adriatic and Army Khan. So let's fly through these and because we'll see an alliance shift if it happens.
Oh, it's me. So Trieste moves to Venice. Venice moves to Rome. This is surely agreed upon and a way to try to end things. The big news, though, here is that West moves to Mid-Atlantic, which is something that needs to happen in order for Alex to stab. It does not necessarily mean that he will. That's really most what happens.
Any analysis? I don't think so.
Nope. Let's move to fall.
All right. And we will move to the fall, and we will see this.
Well, a few very interesting things. As we see, Italy is supporting France into Tyrrhenian Sea, so it might indeed be the case that Italy is rather wanting to see France take their last stop than the East. At the same time, Russia and Turkey move in a way that they kick France out of Tuscany and keep both dots on the boot, like down there, Rome and Naples. And yeah, we see France takes Eddie, which was, since Germany didn't cover it, most likely agreed. And France is going to Barents Sea. So France is indeed, and up to now, so there was no aggression right here, but they are setting up in a way where they could potentially at some point do something, just crawling towards Tanya. Who knows?
This is interesting, Brandon.
What sticks out to me is that David has picked up 2 dots in the East. It is not that he picked up 1 and Adam got 1, or Adam stayed even while David picked up 1. David picked up 2 and Adam has gone down 1. The army has gone up to Serbia. He's now building 2. There is an immense opportunity here for David to get a massive score, and I don't know that there's much the rest of the board could do about it. This is all a question whether David wants to do it.
Yeah. And those builds, well, they are interesting. They're really not needed for an RT. So it might be a case of David building those and then going to Adam and saying like, you will take a draw right here. I don't want to stab you, but if you're not taking a draw, I will have to. And because, yeah, as I said, they're absolutely not needed for an RT. If anything, you would need another fleet, even though that would be hard to get into play. So waving something would be the RT move right here. But yeah, he could have taken a massive stab right here. It seems he rather wants to, stay on good terms, present himself as a good ally, and take a board top of 132 points, which is not bad. But yeah, it's center based, as we said, so he could have taken way more.
I have to be honest, this hurts a bit. I know there's meta arguments about whether it's better to take a small score in round one, not paint too much of a target on your back. But there is such a big score here, and like I said, I don't think there's anything the rest of the board could do about it. I think he would end up with Vienna, Budapest, Romania, Sevastopol largely guaranteed, and would keep everything else. I think there'd be a small chance he might lose Venice, but with the units over there, I don't think. And there's even a chance that he could actually break and get into terrain. Probably not if they do it right, but yeah. Oh, that's just that hurts a little bit.
I don't remember. Ben, what is your familiarity with stalemate lines? Is there any way that David cracks this and then stabs Adam, or any chance for 18?
I don't know. Kevin, you told me to go to the basketball game, so I was occupied. No, I was
playing. This is a speedboat. You got to be able to crack these lines in less than
it's not my expertise, honestly.
There's no chance at 18 here if France and Germany don't fight, and
agreed.
No reason for them to fight.
All right. Well, great.
But it's worth saying 14 centers, that gets him another 48 points. That could end up being a lot. But I want to say, like, an incredibly well played game. Apart from that, from David Graf, this is the ideal way to play Turkey, short of a game that needs you to get to 18 for a topping based system. This is just gorgeous play.
Yeah, I was going to say earlier. So you mentioned about maybe taking a swing at Naples the turn before. These are untimed, so maybe I would rather get in position. I want to feel out who's still where. Knew he had a chance to go the following year, so it'll be interesting to, I think most of our virtual games are timed in some fashion, other than DB&I, which we love. I mean, even those are timed to an extent, but we could get some. I will say the one spoiler I did see was that someone was posting at 3 a.m. my time, 1 a.m. local time last night in Discord. So there may be some games in round two that we get some extended play on. So
I just a quick note to finish that part. The in an untimed game, when in your tournament with untimed games with 2 of them in one day, the time to push your luck is the first round, because there will be people who want to finish the game in order to go on to round 2. So that's incentive for David to take a swing and to say, even if in this case, I think he's got it guaranteed basically, but even if he didn't, round 1's the time to do that and say, fine, you guys really want to keep playing for, 1 or 2 dots? Like, let's go. Cause they're probably going to say no. Round 2 at night, people are going to be willing to play into the night. So
some may want to sleep, which Robert needs a little nap after a long weekend. So we will let Robert go take a 30-minute snooze, and we'll see you back for the next one. Ben, I've got 28-24 Boilermakers in the first half.
A lot of
here,
tall people on this one. Zach Eady's 7'4", and Utah State's got all these people swatting on him. It's kind of fun to watch.
What's the equivalent of a 7'4" player in diplomacy? Is that someone who writes faster, or
just like an inherent physical advantage?
Somebody with really good hearing.
I need a hearing aid next time I go to a tournament. As far as some of the spies use, do we get some like special technology? Speaking of
bionic ears.
This board. I didn't realize Gnome was playing 2. I probably should have done some diligence to see who was playing multiple boards. So he was playing 2 boards. Ian Rudnick in Austria. Previous world, I can't say former world champ because they're always a world champ, but Previous world champ Chris Brand in England, current and former diplomat of the year Peter McNamara in France. My favorite DBN host, and of course everyone's favorite former NADF president, as she is known in a few chats, Siobhan Nolan in Germany. Nicolas, not Sahuge. We've got a few French Nicolas. This one actually is probably Nicholas, but I could be corrected here. From the Bay Area in Italy, Edwin Lopez, who has a DBNI rank. I do not know Edwin, so maybe one of you guys do. In Russia from Bay Area, and Noam Brown in Turkey.
See if this goes. We'll see if this goes as well for Noam as it's gone for the other turkeys so far.
Yes, two good turkeys.
It doesn't escape notice that you avoided pronouncing Nicola's last name, but I can respect that.
I'm just saying. And this one we've got Metallica, so our third band name, and I know Metallica is from the Bay Area. I think San Francisco proper too. So maybe these are all either California or Bay Area or specific San Francisco bands. So their album with the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra was fantastic. All right, less music, more diplomacy. Ben, you get the spring this turn because you had the fall last time, and Brandon will go into the fall. Ben, give us some orders.
All right, so we got a Sunstrom opening from Noam going to Armenia. We'll see how he follows that up. We have very standard openings from Russia, Austria. And that's pretty much it, because France and England bounce in the English Channel, while France also makes a relatively aggressive move into Burgundy. And Germany moves into Tyrolia. I wonder if they were expecting a bounce there, but they don't get it. Italy instead does the I can't remember what this is called, but it's a flexible multi-directional sort of situation.
I think Peter has gotten tired of playing France and getting jumped in all three directions. So I think the triumph, Peter's triumph this turn, is that he managed to get Siobhan not to go to Burgundy.
And even if he did, though, thankfully, would have worked out well. Siobhan does like going to Tyrolia, though. I will say that might have been pre-planned to look anti-French.
Alpine something? Is that what it's called? Alpine chicken? Something like that? There's a name for that Italian opening.
Brandon, give us the fall.
Oh, I think the Alpine chicken is where they then would support themselves into Tyrolia here in the fall. So it's chicken because they're not going to the Alps right away, even though that's really what they want. But I don't think that includes Tyrrhenian Sea. I think that's just a freelance on Nicola's part. So this is me. All right. So, well, in the West, man, Chris Brand gets in the English Channel. He says, I'm going there, no matter what. Peter vacates so that he can open up Brest for a build. He's only going to get one, though, so that's fun. Siobhan does not bounce Edwin in Russia. And interestingly, Chris goes to Norway with the fleet here, vacating North Sea. So that's one to watch to see what consequences that has. Things don't go as well for Edwin in the East, where Austria supports Austria into Romania. And Edwin also does not keep Black Sea clear. So this is good news for Noam, not great news for Edwin. And I will let Ben carry the rest.
Yeah, definitely seems like there's some confidences between different parties here. Turkey and Italy do not seem concerned with each other. I'll be very interested to see what Austria does with their fleet long term, given that. And England and Germany don't really seem that concerned with each other either, given Chris's move with the fleet. I know you mentioned that sounds like a very interesting development. I'll be very interested to see Chris Brand and Peter McNamara fight it out here if that's what ends up happening. So, grilling turn.
Builds, again, no three builders. I'm going to keep saying how many three builders every time after seeing 2 3s on the first. Typical, like you said, 1 for France, which is less than usual, although there were some metrics that were on, I think, League Night last year or 2 years ago about the English and French build. So France getting only 1 isn't a killer. Definitely Fleet Brest and Fleet London. Fleet Smyrna for no. Ben, take us through spring 1902.
So either Chris Brand's trust was misplaced, or else this was an arranged balance, which seems like it actually a pretty good chance given that Germany moves into Ruhr, or Siobhan moves into Ruhr, sets up to take Burgundy. So Chris might have gotten Siobhan on side here. Peter's attack on English Channel does not go forward, and he also moves away from Portugal, which means he'll have to use mid-Atlantic to take it if he wants. Italy's moving back east with both of its fleets. Austria's moving into Bulgaria while Russia comes down. So the AR is sort of getting an upper hand on what looked like an IT here. There's peace in the north between England and Russia.
Yeah, my eye's a little bit drawn to Nicholas's. We should just agree on a convention. We'll call him Nicholas then. All right, Nicholas. That he goes to Apulia here, which is apparently a worry about Austria, but doesn't support himself to Tyrolia. And Peter McNamara must be wondering what he needs to do to get someone to give him a little sugar. Yeah, other than that, it's the Austria flipping sides here and apparently going AR.
All right, continue with that, Brandon. What are we seeing?
Well, a bit of a surprise here that Siobhan takes Burgundy here rather than Belgium, but I guess it makes sense in the context of an alliance with Chris. While Peter takes Portugal here in order to get the build rather than protect or go for the English Channel. Interesting to see tactically how that evolves for him. He'll have a big build decision to make here. Whereas in the East, we have another turnaround. Austria gets on side with Turkey here and goes against Russia, taking Romania.
Yeah, and it seems like Italy is still anti-Turkey, but are they anti-Austria? Maybe not. A move to Trieste would have been effective here. So the Eastern structure is going to be interesting going forward here.
Yeah, Austria gets the only build in the south part. Russia, a rebuild from the PIF. And England picks up Belgium. Peter picked up Portugal.
Oh.
Army, Fleet, Liverpool. Oh, Peter. So note to self, last year's DBN Diplomat of the Year did not do well. This year's Diplomat of the Year not starting off well, but as we know, Peter can come back from anything. We'll see if it happens. Army Vienna and Army Warsaw. Ben, spring 1903.
So Chris continues the attack on Peter with an effective convoy to Brest, although that might be hard to hold. He'll have to prioritize some things. Edwin takes Norway from Chris, and Siobhan moves into Belgium, Baltic Sea, and Sweden all at once. In the east, Russia is using Turkish help to take back Romania, while Austria is moving west, and Italy goes into Trieste.
I think I'm going to need to get a Dramamine, I think, to help me watching Ian Rudnick's game here. It's fun. It's very fun. And, there may be a method to the madness. But yeah, I think we'll need to see some of that. I think he probably wishes he had supported Serbia into Trieste here. And because then he would have been able to at least, I think, retake. Well, he can retake Trieste safely here. But so look, the fleet in Romania is a big deal here for both tactical and therefore strategic reasons. And it sets up the possibility of really good long-term AR cooperation, and even opens up the possibility of an ART if Turkey is willing to do an about face here. And it might not be the worst thing. Nome doesn't have a lot to gain here in the north unless he takes a swing at Sevastopol, which is very possible. So yeah,
it could also be an AIR. I thought it might turn into that when Venice didn't go to Trieste last fall, but it's not developed that way.
Yeah, this is not AIR. Yeah, so the convoy into Brest is cute. England gets into Brest here, should not hold on to it. But there's some tactical guessing going on here around Paris and holding Brest. I think London going to North also, probably we need to give that a little bit of attention here. It's, it may be part of a retaking of Norway here. He needed to cover that, but it definitely will slow down the attack on Peter. So Chris is, I think, caught between sort of different paths at the moment.
And Schwann's the lucky holder of Belgium. I'm just following your orders. So.
Will she hold on to it? That's the question.
She walks out of it. So
this is me. Yeah. So Brest. So they lose the EG loses the guess over Brest. And I guess they couldn't take Paris. I'm sorry, that was the thing. But having the army blown up is not great for tactical reasons. And we can talk more about that. In the north, Chris does retake Norway here. So at the very least, EG are very solid. Sorry, I'll let Ben talk more about that. In the east, Austria does a nice job here of winning the guess over Venice, and has really nice commanding position over Italy now, who will be getting a rebuild. So that could slow down. But Turkey gets Romania here. So now this very well could be an RAT developing, or it's going to be a very lowercase r, but still.
Yeah, that looks like that's what's happening. If Turkey wanted to attack Austria, they would have convoyed, presumably, although there's also this Italian fleet to worry about. But no one's really cooperating with Italy at the moment, and now Venice is surrounded. So it does seem like they're the odd one out. It'll be interesting to see whether the East shakes into a two-way or sticks as a three-way. Obviously, Russia's having problems in the north, losing Norway. As Brandon said, the EG didn't make perfect choices, but it seems like they're locked in diplomatically, which is probably the most important thing at the moment.
So we have a rebuild for Nicholas, and that has been confirmed. It is the American pronunciation. Austria does have to pull one. Nome builds one. I'll be interested to see that one. And I know that John Jameson wants Army Liverpool.
that was from before.
Not sure if we're going to get it. Oh, I hit the wrong button. And so the suspense says, no, it is a fleet. Army Berlin. So that is pointed where it needs to be pointed. Fleet Con. Interesting. Because Smyrna is occupied. And Army Rome. So that will at least slow down the Austrian armies heading west a little bit. Ben, tell us spring 1904.
Well, Adriatic makes a choice to move to Trieste instead of defending Venice, so it does not slow down the Austrian armies. Instead, it creates this very tangled situation. We also have an Italian fleet in Albania, but the Turkish fleet is in Ionian, and Turkey is just moving forward again. Sevastopol goes to Ukraine, also starting to push west and looking to protect Warsaw. But the English pop the Russian fleet in the north. Meanwhile, Liverpool goes to North Atlantic, and it's a tactical fight in the west, wherein Germany is pushed back from Picardy to Belgium.
Look, the tactics in the west around England and France, I think Peter, probably not a surprise, is winning them handily at this point. England needed to get a fleet into the mid-Atlantic in order to break down these defenses, and for the second turn in a row has passed up the opportunity to do it. And this may not be a huge problem in the long run, but it may come back to bite them. There's a guess here now about whether to hold on to English Channel or guarantee taking the Mid-Atlantic. And so France can hold on to this position. Just needs to keep winning, some guesses, and it's not as dire as it once looked. And there'll be a diplomatic opportunity surely coming up.
To see Peter do it inhuman and in real time, the computer, as he is known to be, processes all these options and writes them down. Gets them correct 99.999% of the time.
Well, the carbon-based container that he's had produced for his circuitry is very convincing. I've seen it in person. All right. So in the move venue, we have Italy keeping Venice. that was kind of the big question in the East. Would Italy manage to hold on to Venice? And I guess, yeah, that wasn't guaranteed at all. But no, Brown in Turkey. This is the game. This is the round of Turkey so far. Turkey takes Tunis, advances, is now in Tunis and Ionian. Army is in nice positions. This looks great for Turkey. And Germany has now moved eastward. So this could be a Western triple forming here.
Siobhan wanted to forget about this board even since yesterday, it sounds like. I'm interested to see if this is turning into just an AT. I'm not sure exactly what this move by Noam says about his inclinations towards Russia. And, Chris is finally in a position where he can guarantee Mid-Atlantic, and he doesn't. So you've got to think the diplomatic situation has changed in one way or another in the West.
To Jamal just joining the stream, welcome Jamal. And yes, it is Peter Magic. Not sure if the comment from a minute ago, but yeah, it was the question. Does Chris support channel or take the swing at MAO? Supported the channel, and Peter left it unguarded, knowing couldn't have done it about it. I don't know what that convoy was supposed to be. I guess I can click that. Where's my order?
Press the O. There you go.
Belgium to North Africa. That one that is for you, John Jameson. I know that. And I did forget to say Belgium is where English armies go to die after it was piffed last turn. So.
Apparently. Well, the Brest is the new Belgium in that case.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it went to Belgium first.
By the way, just really quickly on there, Brest didn't even bother to support hold Mid-Atlantic. So confident was Peter in his diplomacy there.
No. On that note, we've got German build, or is that's for staying in Belgium? Oops, I forgot to order it. Russia to pop. So
took St. Petersburg. So
no. Russia is rebuilding one. So
they're still on cruise. They have a rebuild, but I'm not sure where. Did they pop two?
And have maybe one in the spring too. We lost one.
We
lost Barents in the spring and then the army in the fall. So, all right, we're there. Noam builds the one from picking up Tunis, and Italy is down Tunis. And so those will get rid of Army Tuscany, Fleet Smyrna, dominating the seas, Army Sev, and Army Berlin. All right, spring 1905, Ben. Let's see what Noam continues to do with these fleets.
So my eye was immediately drawn to the west, where Chris finally does take Mid-Atlantic. And otherwise, Picardy is blocked, English Channel is blocked, but that Mid-Atlantic move is going to be big. Noam also pushes into Western Med, so we'll see how he plays into this Western situation. Also gets into Naples with Austrian help. Austria loses Trieste, but they couldn't have kept it given the German attack on Tyrolia. Which doesn't get in because France taps Munich. So a lot of stalled activity there. What does happen is Germany goes for Budapest, but is blocked and piffed by Russian-Turkish cooperation. So it looks like we still have some three-way cooperation: Russia, Turkey, and Austria, rather. What do you think, Brandon?
I think we've got three players in the West playing three different games. Siobhan is playing Western Triple. Chris is playing Kill Peter, and Peter is basically saying, "I'm going to survive whatever I have to do." Something's got to break here, and at the moment, it looks like it's headed for not a whole lot happening in the West anytime soon in terms of centers changing hands.
And maybe that's Noam's job. Let's keep everything stable as possible over there with no progress while I clean up the East. Does he do that?
Not quite. Wes goes to Mid-Atlantic here and gets in. I think this is probably something that Peter likes more than Noam, especially given that Noam has now lost Tunis. Oh, but picked up Greece, so that's 1-1 with Naples. Noam's getting up one here. Actually, Noam's probably pretty happy with this. Just a little bit more entangled with Austria than he probably wants to be. Probably would rather have better stab opportunity going forward. So Rome falls to Apulia. I'm sorry, I can't help it with the analysis. Rome falls to Apulia, and there's lots of movement. And Norway takes Sweden here, surely arranged. Ben.
Yeah, Norway takes Sweden. I mean, that's probably a smart move by Siobhan because Chris is not making any progress, and Chris is a very good-natured person. But if I were in this position, I would be frustrated that I wasn't making any progress. So giving him some way forward is probably a good idea to prevent any switching. There's just a lot of things that don't work in the middle of the board, but really Austria and Italy are picking things up. Is notable that Russia makes an attack on Romania. I don't know why they would have thought that would have worked, though. Maybe it was just an arranged situation for some reason, although it doesn't seem like the most obvious arrangement to make.
Yeah, what did Warsaw do there?
Supported Galicia to Silesia.
Yeah.
Huh.
But then cut Romania's support of that. Unless they thought they were moving.
They wanted Galicia to move forward to Silesia, which also would have braced, given the Bohemia support forward. So the result isn't any different, but it's difficult to discern Russia's diplomatic situation at this point to me.
Yeah. But no one walks away with one. Ian walks away with one from their pickups in Italy. Italy has to pull one, and England gets the build for Sweden army.
Oh, I was hoping Italy would keep the two fleets, because why not?
Ben, spring 1906.
Yeah, so Turkey doesn't seem to love that continued attack on Romania, moves to Armenia, looking to take Sevastopol probably, but at the same time moves forward to Bohemia, which allows Germany forward into Galicia. So much entanglement in the east. Naples goes to Tyrrhenian, which is not designed to finish off the Italian dots, but Greece goes to Albania, which maybe plays a part in that. They'd probably have enough to finish them off. England tries to convoy to Denmark and gets blocked perfectly by Chauvin. No one knows what anyone else is doing in this game. Everyone is doing things that depend on each other, and no one is supporting what they. I mean, Spain tries to go to Liverpool. Maybe that's a
joke order.
A joke, yeah. But I don't know. It's such a good guess for Siobhan to make to block that convoy. Did she hear about that from someone? I'm not sure.
Probably from Peter.
Yeah.
My favorite order this turn is Irish Sea supporting Mid-Atlantic to hold. Chris just got dislodged from the Mid-Atlantic, he just lost Mid-Atlantic last turn to Turkey, and now really would rather have Turkey there than France, even if it's
he's got to be whispering in Noam's ear. No, you need Peter dead. Peter is going to come back to get you. So
we'll see what happens around. All right. So the first thing I see is Western Mediterranean getting dislodged and not disbanding. That's not disband. A player of Chris's caliber knows he has the option to disband and could remove it and do something better with it in the north, and instead he decides to keep it down there. So
wait, please define better.
I think the unit is isolated down there and can only be used to try to mess up other people's plans, which there's a lot of value in that, and maybe that's what Chris is thinking, and probably also thinks maybe he doesn't need another unit in the north now that he's picked up Denmark and can build whatever he wants. Whether that's arranged with Siobhan or not, I'll let Ben talk to. But elsewhere in the south, we have a goodbye to say to Nicholas S. Thank you very much for playing. We think this is your first game, certainly first game we have on record playing, and hopefully this was a good learning experience. And we have Edwin staying at 3 here. Edwin's staying at 3 here by winning the guess over Romania and Sevastopol with Siobhan's help.
Yeah, I think it turned out to be a mistake for Noam to let Siobhan into Galicia the last turn, because that would result in this Romania situation, whereas Bohemia is not doing anything super critical this turn. But it is a positive turn for Austria picking up a build, even though there's a retreat, right? They're going to pick one up. Hopefully for them, they can stabilize their position a little bit more. I think I would guess that this is arranged in the north, given what looked like a fight last turn. Maybe that was a fake fight, the Denmark thing. Not exactly sure, but it sure looks like Siobhan is not making any aggressive move towards Chris this turn.
Yeah, knowing that Ian's picking up 2, leaving Serbia open for the retreat there, keeps the 2 partners even, building 1 there, which is good. And Siobhan has to pull now from this, transferring Denmark to Chris. Chris builds.
All right. Well, that says a lot.
Yeah, they're not. They cannot be against each other, or else that wouldn't be the pull.
Yep. Baltic Army Vienna, which had to be in Fleet Con. All right. Then spring 1907.
So Chris takes that build and slides Denmark to Baltic, Edinburgh to Denmark. That could be a distinct move east, or it could set up for a stab on Siobhan. So she's got to hope that Ed he sticks with her, but she is having trouble anyway, because France, Turkey, and Austria all decide that Austria is the one who should be in Munich, and put Ian in there. Meanwhile, Ian also takes Galicia and Serbia as Noam pushes Russia back out of Romania, which goes to Sevastopol. In the west, we have Peter taking Mid-Atlantic back, while Turkey retreats even further forward into North Atlantic. Where is this fleet going to end up? We will see. Let's see. Then in the Mediterranean, Turkey is supporting Austria to Tyrrhenian. That's all I'm seeing here. What about you, Brandon?
I mean, for the West having, I feel like the players in the West maybe had a lot of sugar before they started this game. It's very fun. I have a feeling that Turkish fleet in North Atlantic is going to make a beeline for St. Petersburg, and try to end up there just for fun. Yeah, this is the AT now expanding. AT fully on board. No one else on this board is collaborating effectively with each other in a way that allows them both to grow. I think England and Germany are collaborating, just not in a way that allows them to grow. So this feels like the AT is now it's now the age of AT for the next period of the game.
So I don't want to break off because I know this game's running a little longer, but this is someone in the West. Is this a chance for Peter to come back? I don't want an answer to that, but AT is not perfectly efficient. So without perfect growth there.
Can I make one little point here? So
sure.
Siobhan's retreat from Munich to Ruhr here rather than Burgundy says a lot. It says, I don't care so much about what AT are doing. My units are going to be focused against Peter. That's a big boon for the AT.
And you could see that with the attack on the Burgundy.
Oh, and this is me. Yes. So yes. So she's focused on holding on to Belgium here. Does cover Berlin. Gets a helpful self bounce from her good friend Chris Brand. And Peter. This is also the age of Peter McNamara, who has now advanced into the Irish Sea and will be able to collaborate against Liverpool. In the south, we have, let's go over to the east here. Nome retakes Sevastopol, holds on to Romania, and takes Tunis here. Now, perhaps without Austria's consent. That will be interesting to see. Or maybe turning and see had nothing else to do. I don't know. But yeah, that's kind of it. Ben, how do you feel about what's happened here?
Yeah, I mean, the A team moves forward, but that move from Tyrrhenian to Tunis is odd, except nothing else seems disjointed enough for it to have been a real stab. I think this isn't what Austria would have done if they were stabbing. It may have been a miscommunication. Notable that Leon doesn't do anything. Chris seems to have maybe did not have a direction at the moment, which obviously probably needs to find an ally in order to find a direction, and Germany's becoming less viable. So I'll be interested to see if he can turn what's a fairly decent position into anything aggressive.
He's opening up Bulgaria here, so maybe this is a stab. That way, he can build the army, be able to push it through to Bulgaria immediately.
I think if Turkey's stabbing, then Wes is the mover, not Tunis. And also Bohemia could have taken a swing at Vienna. It doesn't feel like a stab.
Yeah. All right. Well, Germany is pulling one on this after losing Munich. Austria picks up that build, and Nome picks up Tunis. Russia down, losing Sevastopol. Loses Ukraine, loses Prussia, Army Vienna, fleet Smyrna. Spring 1908 then.
So Austria keeps trying to move forward into Ruhr with French assistance. They do not move forward. Actually, there's not really a line yet, but things are frozen at the line. Denmark went to Kiel, which is going to cause problems for Germany in the long run. Also, England supports France into Belgium, and France does not try to attack England. Rather, Turkey moves into Norwegian, I guess attacking England in a different way. There's only English dots up there. Austria supports itself to Tyrrhenian Sea. I probably, in case Leon went there. Yeah, this is still very good cooperation by AT. And Russia maybe is come on board in a small way and is trying to attack St. Petersburg.
I mean, North supports Picardy into Belgium here. That and Denmark is to Kiel here. Chris has finally decided that Peter is a better partner moving forward than Siobhan. And Leon just tapping Wes, I have to say this is why I think Peter should have, or I'm sorry, Chris should have disbanded that Leon fleet. It's just in the way.
Well, and if Leon is the move to Tuscany, if E and F are cooperating now, they're setting up a defensive line. So, Raymond Fall.
Chris cannot quit that fleet in the south. Another opportunity to let it go. I mean, look, he's got a disband. No, he doesn't have a disband coming because he held on to Kiel. So he swapped Kiel and St. Petersburg. So if he had disbanded this, then he would rebuild. This is just a mistake because Piedmont should be destroyed next turn. Elsewhere, so we mentioned so Siobhan loses Berlin to Austria as well. Looks like they couldn't France and Germany or in England couldn't cooperate on taking a swing at Holland, which leaves Siobhan on 1. But no, the AT is in lovely position as a collective here. I think maybe Austria is picking up 2 here, so eye on Austria.
They've actually done a great job of setting it up so it's not easy to stab each other here. Also, the way they're not maneuvering at each other, I mean, it could be one where they're going for a shared top. We'll see.
Well, we're at 9-9, so we are at that point. 2 for Austria, who gets to build 2. That will work. And Schwan pulls 1. Peter McNamara moves to 6 for the first time in this game.
It's a remarkable defensive job by Peter.
Yep.
Doesn't have a lot of space now. He's gotten the people off his back, but the board's converging around him.
All right, so we get Fleet Brest, 2 armies, and Ruhr goes. So, Ben, spring 1909, when the game is finally beginning here.
So Peter makes some defensive moves south, but Turkey is just playing for position. They do expect that Austria will piff Piedmont, but instead Austria goes back to Rome, which is a curious choice. The Austrian units also dislodge Bohemia, but that's a weird, it's not really an attack on Turkey's dots. It's just kind of, and I don't see a reason to force a retreat for any positive. So I'm not sure what's happening there. A lot of the other Austrian units are basically sitting still. Trieste to Vienna. Germany goes to Helgoland, maybe just to tell everyone to go to hell. I'm not sure exactly what the tactical situation there is. Maybe it's to go near Denmark. Norwegian Sea is dislodged. There's less movement happening at this point. People are stalled, I think.
Yeah, this feels like it's gotten late at night, and they want to try to find a way to end this game. And I have a feeling it's going to be with Norwegian in St. Petersburg. Maybe that was a deal that Chris and Gnome worked out.
Well, this is just after lunchtime or mid-afternoon.
Oh, that's right. This is still the first round.
Still morning, yeah. So we're not into the evening hours yet.
Okay, well, but the next round is probably getting ready to get started, or maybe they're running out of time to go grab something to eat before.
Yep.
Before
Austria and Turkey, if they are trying to split, and I don't fully understand how the system handles splits, but they only have one more dot that they're guaranteed. So I'll be curious to see how they handle that. Oh wait, no, they get Kiel. How do they do that?
Oh, Barents.
Oh, Barents gets blown up. Well, let's first of all take a moment to share some words about a Turkish fleet getting blown up in Barents Sea.
Okay, that was shared.
What a journey.
The Barents Sea is where Turkish fleets go to die.
There you
very
go.
Clearly. All right, so we have Austria picking up Kiel. There's a bunch of bouncy dipsy doodle around Naples, which is I'm going to guess is arranged. This looks like and Moscow falls. Not surprisingly, that was guaranteed. So this looks like an endgame arrangement setup. I will be surprised if this game doesn't draw in spring 1910.
Did Chavan help Austria into Kiel? Is that how that happened?
No, looks like that is supporting.
Oh yes,
yeah,
Berlin to Kiel. There you go. Well done.
So that's good for the conveniently makes it so that they can split evenly.
While England and France, it should be said, bounce in Holland.
That's true. Maybe everyone knew this was the last turn.
Well, there is. So here, let's get through here. We've got 2 for Gnome, who must have had a pop. Oh yeah, Barents pop. So builds 1 and rebuilds 1. Austria picks up Kiel. Chris loses that one, and Russia loses that one. Orders are in the box. Let's hit the right one. They all build, so that's good. Where's Livonia goes, and did Chris have a pop? Maybe that's
no, Tuscany.
Oh yeah, hey, there you go. You finally got the English fleet pop there too. I was looking up north because English usually popped up there. There was a draw vote. We have some intel on here. There was a draw vote in spring 1910. Yes, O'Kelly and 010 in St. Patrick's Day. That vote failed, so we play spring 1910.
Oh my god!
Which of our turn is it? I don't recall.
It is your turn.
This is my turn. All right, so Turkey's pushing into Kandabul and Romania to Ukraine, but at the same time, Austria is popping Tyrolia and supporting Russia into Moscow. So it's a flip, but it's not really I don't know what's happening in this game. They don't move to Serbia, which you would think they would do, and they don't move to Galicia. Meanwhile, in the West, England is convoying to Holland and trying to take Kiel, but can't. England takes St. Petersburg. What do you think, Brandon?
Well, I think so. Ian in Austria didn't want to vacate Trieste, so that Tyrolia had no place to go. So he eliminates Tyrolia, but the problem is he's not in position to take anything here. So if he wants to gain more dots, he's gonna have to play 1911.
There was a draw vote in fall 1910. It also fails. So we continue, Brandon.
So, I mean, I was thinking that maybe Ian was making a play just to have the board top alone, because that would net him another 10 points here with that board top bonus. But it doesn't. That's clearly not the case, because he supports Turkey back into Moscow, loses Kiel for his efforts thanks to the combined efforts of the Western Triple, which puts Chavan back into Kiel, the famed 1910 Western Triple, and nothing else happens.
Yeah, Siobhan, after helping Austrian a few years ago, seems to have made up with Chris here and tries to go back in, but it's only possible because of. Oh wait, I'm not sure if it was only possible because of the move to Ruhr instead of. No, there were 4. No, that was going to work. Okay, just endgame stuff happening here.
Yep. So we've got Chris Brand building 2, growing 2, and building 2 here. Gnome builds 1, and that is it. We've got Army Khan and Fleet Liverpool.
I mean, now there's more play left in this game, especially if Turkey wants to go for a bigger score. That would open the door for England to make a run at something here too.
Well,
they don't have any army pressure from the north. Like there's a fleet in St. Petersburg, so they've got some flexibility.
Yeah.
Speaking of play left, Gnome did not have any play left. He had an engagement he had to get to, and so Eddie Bursan replaces Gnome in Turkey right now.
Right now?
Right now.
How does that work for scoring?
Oh my god.
Oh,
okay. Do we know if anybody copped to voting down the draw in 1910?
Did not in the notes that I have.
All right.
Yeah.
I did see a picture posted of Noam like halfway getting dressed in a suit because he was going to a wedding. So apparently that was the tension there.
Nice. Okay. Well, good job, Gnome, on this board top. He was playing 2 boards at once, so that's actually quite a thing.
Now that's 3 in a row for Turkey topping the board.
Let's bring Robert back in to share in some of this Turkish love. We haven't even seen Karthik on a board yet, who is Mr. Pro Turkey. So fun game to watch from the sideline, huh?
Absolutely. And I don't know how they handle it. I mean, often when a player needs to get replaced, the player who is replaced doesn't get the points. That would be super rough for Gnome right here, and it would verge on bullying if the others voted down a draw, and then as soon as he has been replaced, they draw. I mean, if that is the case, maybe we can get confirmation from Adam if they scored it for Gnome or not. But if that is the case, that this is scored for Eddie or for nobody or something, then there might be some saltiness if no one heard that they drew right after he left. Okay, no one will get that result. That seems very fair. But good to hear, I think, for everybody.
Say the same thing. I believe Gnome does get the result, which is good.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yep. Thank you, Brandon. We will do that. I think he even removed himself, so that's good. We'll put Robert back on top because that is where we started this broadcast. Go to board 4, which is Primus. We've got Colin Flaherty. He will do well if he's wearing green in this event from New York City. Last year's champ, Mackrell in England. The Mats Bomb. Oh, E and F. Oh, my God. If we get 17-17 with these two, I'm ending the stream right now. I'm telling you, I thank you for watching at this moment, but we're ending it if these two do that. Henry Flerman in Germany from an unknown location, maybe a local, which would be good. There is Karthik Konath we were just talking about in Italy. April Mihailovic, if I said that one right, from Massachusetts. And Stephen Hogue. Oh, I did know. Stephen posted a travel photo, I think Wednesday morning at like 5 a.m. Excited to get there. So I think Stephen wins the award for first traveler there. So that's awesome. Turk, big shoes to fill. 3 board tops. There are 3 good results. Yes. Let's go to the map. All right. Robert, same drill. You got the springs, and Ben will take the falls for reading, and we're going to go right now.
Germany tries to go to Burgundy, but it doesn't matter because France is supporting themselves there. So that's interesting. I don't see that very often. Italy goes into Trieste, while going to Apulia can be, a start of a quick Lepanto, can be a start of an IT. And Russia, seemingly also a new player, holding 2 armies, just bouncing in Black Sea and going to Livonia. Oh, this is rough because Russia, as any country, wants to set up to get some dots, and this might be difficult in Fall of a One right here.
Yeah, Russia is going to be very much at the mercy of Turkey to decide what happens with Romania here, whether they'll get a build, and then also Interested to see what happens in Belgium, since this is going to be between Matt and Jason, who we know have worked together before. They may have fought before also, but the working together is more notable to see what they decide about Belgium.
And this is a Jason Massbaum special. He does love supporting himself to Burgundy, if I remember from previous games. Then in the fall, oof, look at that.
So Krill gets into Belgium. Massbaum makes the aggressive move into Ruhr. Does look like the start of an EF. We get everyone in the East deciding that the newer player in Russia should get Romania. So they get in there. But Turkey also goes to Black Sea. Does look like an AI to start, with the quick move from Ionian to Aegean and the pickup of Trieste.
I wonder if Germany forgot that Russia is not in Gulf of Bothnia. If they didn't, I don't like this play, because voluntarily moving out of Sweden, potentially even if England does something wacky, moving out of Denmark to Sweden, giving Denmark to England is not good for Germany. And even if Denmark stays neutral, you're out of position. But I could see this, because you don't always have the map in front of you and face to face, and it just seems so standard that Russia will always move to Bothnia. Occasionally I've seen Finland for some reason, but in any case, you know that they will be able to go to Sweden. So I'm halfway thinking Henry wanted to bounce Russia out of there. And yeah, in the East, it looks like an AIR. I wouldn't be surprised if Austria told Russia, yeah, I will help you into Romania, but please build a fleet Sevastopol. Let's see if Russia does that. It's probably not good for them, but could be the deal.
Yeah, a lot of movement. We already have Black Sea, Aegean occupied, and the German fleet in Sweden. So the fleets are moving. We got 2 builds for England, Belgium, where the English armies go to die. Probably not this time, but you never know. And the rest around the board. Yeah, very, 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 very pro EF builds.
A Russian wave.
Russia wave. Maybe wrote down the province, but not the unit to want to build.
Maybe, yeah.
Some tournament rules. I know tournament rules are stricter than house rules. Sometimes in a house rule, we will let newer players write down their units and reveal their units first, so that way if there are any changes, I don't know if that's the case in this tournament. In our tournaments, we don't favor, or we don't help rookies. In house games we do. So this is probably pretty standard for that. All right, Robert, spring 1902, all holds for Russia. So maybe this is a learning experience.
Yeah, it could be that they didn't really know what to do. And that's easy, to be overwhelmed by your first or one of your first games of diplomacy, especially if it's live. So I totally understand that. So we see EF marching forward, taking Holland, going into Helgoland, taking Sweden. And in the East, well, yeah, AI are trying to attack Turkey, so far not successfully. And notable is that France is not going into the Med just yet. I mean, they've built very pro-England, but so far they're just going to Mau in Spain, which is the flexible position.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a little bit of an error here, I think, because even if Romania had supported to Bulgaria, it still wouldn't have worked. So you would think Aegean would have tapped Khan, right?
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of slowness in the East, and they got to get it together because the EF is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Karthik just doesn't know what he's doing.
Right. I wouldn't think. Yeah, he must have had something else in mind.
You wanted to throw shade on some experienced players today, Ben. So
yeah. Well, but I picked Karthik to win, so I don't know.
All right, tell us what you see.
We've got England taking Denmark and also Kiel, given the support from Holland. We have a push into the Mediterranean by Jason, Western Med, North Africa. A convoy to Tunis will prevent Jason from taking Tunis this turn, but it's still I guess there's a guess on Tyrrhenian Sea, so we'll see coming up. Bulgaria supports Aegean to Greece, so there's a reversal on Austria, wherein maybe this what looked like an AIR is now turning into an IT.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. Good on Germany for getting Russia to take Sweden and at least put up some fight against England, because otherwise they are, really having a tough game here. April was just holding before, so it's already a success for Henry to get them to work with them right there. Austria seemingly said like, okay, this is not going to work with Russia, so I'm going to get against them. At the same time, they get stabbed. Nice job by Stephen Hogue, turning it around, finding a friend for now. No, Turkey is in the game for center in the Black Sea. That's not a bad position.
Mm-hmm. And maybe with a false attack for everyone to turn on Austria this turn, because Karthik just guts the neighbor, picks up 3 in the process. Germany loses 3 in the process. Matthew Krill picks up another 2 in the process. Matt Krill, I remember, I think in one of the early DB&I games, I think had like 13 after 1904. So maybe not on pace for 13 this time, but moving along quite well. So hand waves one, which is great.
Austria keeping the unit in the Albania fleet to say, screw you, Italy. now Tunis can fall. I mean, it really is not that helpful for Austria, I think, compared to an army. But yeah, it's a fun unit to annoy Italy. And they don't even do it. Interesting. I would have thought they did that, but instead they try to go for Trieste, which doesn't work. Russia works with Turkey, so everybody's piling on Austria, as we've seen in 2 out of 3 games already. And yeah, EF just keeps rolling forward. I'm pretty sure that is arranged in Belgium and Holland. And just strong move forward on EF's part, I would say.
Yeah, that's arranged to get something into Ruhr while also not trading Holland. Yeah, that makes sense. Because and then in the move Samir to Armenia is something to pay attention to, but I don't know that it means that much long term. We'll see.
Yeah, and I don't want to just roll through games because we do see some items, but if EF does not break, which it does not look like, let's just ignore EF at this point and get to the east.
Sure. So Bulgaria gets into Serbia. They're picking up 1. Russia's picking up 1. Trieste is blocked. Iranian is blocked. Not much else moves here aside from the EF.
I think the most interesting thing is that England managed to appease Russia. Russia was put into Sweden, where England was sitting by Germany, and Krill, with his calm demeanor, managed to hold the North diplomatically. Russia is not even trying to walk into Norway, and they can completely focus on killing Germany for now and then deciding whether they want Russian dots or whether they want to turn on France. So that's very good play right there. Yeah, exactly what I would expect from Krill.
Here's something you don't see everything today: a self-annihilation on a retreat. So cheers to new things on DBN.
Yeah, well, they were out anyway, so might as well have some fun.
Yeah. On that, Matt Krill again is building 2 now. Granted, one was away from last time, so does not pick up 2 new centers, but still builds 2. Jason builds another 1. His line is straight up at this point as well. And Stephen Hogue is going. April picks up 1 as well. We've got Army Warsaw, Army Khan, Fleet Albania gone, Army Marseille, and 2 English armies. Snooze Fest, trading places again. Didn't we just see this spring 1903? It's like the same trade.
Pretty similar.
England's all the way into Prussia now. They go with the fleet instead of convoying the army to Prussia. Interestingly, they're just tapping Sweden. They're not making a play for Norway. Instead, they convoy Holland and push. And France pushes into the Tyrrhenian Sea. We have Turkey helping Italy into Budapest, not Russia. Normally you get to this point with Russia, Turkey, and Italy together, and you wonder which way they're each going to go, but really they can't afford to fight at all in this situation.
Yeah, you might have to be boring here and triple and just stop EF and try to get them to break. Right now, Italy guessed wrong over Tyrrhenian and Tunis, so Tunis should fall, and this is just a beautiful position for EF. They can take those dots in St. Pete and Sweden whenever they want them. Right now, they don't need them. They rather go for position. So, yeah, this is pretty strong.
I blame Chris Brand for this because his tournament software put those two next to each other.
Yes. So in the fall, more of the same. Tunis is falling indeed. And Italy is not even taking Tyrrhenian, which they could have done. They were playing it a bit safe, making sure not to lose Rome or something as well. Italy is now getting into Budapest with Russian help. So maybe after all, they sort of agreed that they shouldn't fight. And actually, it is this IRT. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, it does look like it. That Prussian fleet is kind of in the way, but the armies keep moving forward. So certainly looking to continue for the EF.
A little less aggressive than Jacef could have been, Tyrrhenian to Ionian to cut whatever potential support would have been there rather than putting 3 on.
Yeah, and to push something forward, that's a good point. Maybe didn't want to leave Western Med, but he wouldn't even have had to. And then could have gone for North Africa, and then also not making the move on Sweden yet. I wonder if they think they may get Russian cooperation going forward here.
Yeah, or working with a new player, as you mentioned. Sometimes it's good to balance the powers both ways. You don't want Stephen. Yeah. We've seen 3 turkeys get out of the box already. Maybe keeping Russia alive helps that. Jason picks up the only one this time, puts down another Southern fleet, Army Venice, to offset that. Robert had 2 reads in 1904, so Ben, take this read here.
I might have jumped in the spring when I wasn't supposed to, now that I think about it, but I'll go ahead here. Yeah. So Karthik does now take Tyrrhenian, and while Jason pushes into Lyon and Western Med, the English make it all the way forward to Galicia, whereas Italy is just trying to fold into a defensive position here. But it's going to be a little tricky for them not to lose Budapest because Russia retreats there. And then now there are moves made by England to go north towards Scandinavia.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if England will give up dots for France, because France is sort of stymied for now. It's not really easy to see where France's next dot will come from, and they are at the same center count, and Russia has 2 easy dots coming. England has 2 easy dots coming fairly quickly. So that's going to be interesting if Matthew is willing to give up a dot for France, or if he will try to jump ahead. And he takes both of them right away. Indeed, he probably has no problem with Jason going into Holland. And the rest is fairly static. An army in Galicia is killed, which is good for the East. And Turkey is going into Sevastopol, so that could be significant. Let's see how Russia reacts if that was for some reason agreed. Oh, I didn't even see why. How did Russia get into Budapest? Was there
a retreat from Galicia?
It was the retreat. Okay. So maybe it was all arranged, and they said like, well, Italy, you have lots of dots. You don't need that many. So they might all be arranged with Sevastopol and so on.
So having a lot of dots does mean he does pull 1. France builds 1. Krill builds 2. 2 more armies up north. Army Paris. Piedmont goes, and Fleet Smyrna. Robert, go ahead with spring this time.
There was a guaranteed taking of Warsaw, which is happening, a nice convoy into Livonia. The Med situation is pretty stuck. There will not much will happen there until there is something that can tap Rome. France is maneuvering into Piedmont, but they're losing Tyrrhenian. Yeah, let's see. This could very well draw at 10-10, I think. Maybe we'll see Moscow fall as well in another dot swap, and then they will call it. It doesn't read to me like either England or France really has their eye on stabbing. But sorry, now I'm analyzing already and I'm doing the Brandon. Sorry, Ben. So maybe you do the whole fall with everything.
I agree. I agree. They're not in position to stab. Matt has all those armies sitting there. I mean, I guess they could have made a play for Kiel. Jason could have gone for Kiel Berlin, but now he's moving away. So I really feel like this is a get the dots you can get and get a good top.
Yeah. Sure. So it's here. I'll pose Robert. Warsaw to Moscow with support from Sevastopol, and then separating yourselves with the armies further south, Budapest, Romania. Serbia, Bulgaria locks up the line a little bit faster. There's still a little tension between RT, where maybe England, France can grow a little bit more.
Could be. To be fair, probably doesn't matter too much in the long run. I'm not sure if Warsaw and Moscow are holdable in the long run, so it's not unsensible to say like, okay, let's just get it over with. But it doesn't seem like there is perfect cooperation. That's true.
Yeah, and Warsaw is able to be held in this case, Ben.
Yep, Warsaw's held, but England gets Moscow, and they'll get Warsaw eventually if they want it. Turkey takes Romania, and Italy takes Budapest. They must be sensing the game coming to an end and just trying to get as much as they can in this early round. England convoys to Norway. France has a lot of things moving forward, but I don't know if putting a fleet into Tuscany. No, now they have 4 on Tyrrhenian. They can take it.
They can take Tyrrhenian, yeah. The question is, since Italy has a build coming, if it will even do much. Oh no, they can't, because now there's another fleet.
Because of the build. I keep forgetting if it's fall or spring because we keep switching back and forth.
Well, okay. The fleet in Naples. Russia loses the 2 armies there. Spring 1907, Robert. Nothing of tactical.
That's the taking of Warsaw, and once again the question: will England voluntarily give up a build because now they will be ahead 2 against France, because France still hasn't made any progress in the Med. And actually,
end up Budapest.
So this is interesting, and England coming down to cover. This might be a move by Matthew, as we have seen before, saying like, look, I'm gonna top this board. Sorry, Jason, you might as well draw right here because I'm not giving up, and you cannot defend, or he will take lots of dots. I mean, given this scoring system.
No. That's what he told him. He said, let's draw right here. There was a draw proposal in the spring of 1908, and it failed.
Interesting. But then he doesn't go to English Channel. So is looking just to top by a bit, but who would have vetoed it if not well, I guess maybe no, I wouldn't see who do you think would have vetoed it, Robert?
Maybe Turkey, given those moves, or it's a big deception plan, and England is trying to sell everybody that it wasn't him, even though he vetoed it down right now. But this very much looks to me like England is saying, "Look, I'm not the one. I'm actually happy with my top as it is," and they try to
look
be
like
super.
From Munich or Brest. Oh, but then he does go to English Channel now.
Yeah,
it's that little back and forth.
Yeah.
Hesitation. If we get the basketball theme, it's like a hesitation dribble.
Yeah, that was maybe a little deceptive move, and he hoped that he would get into Holland, but maybe misguessed over what Jason would cover.
But it does end here. No changes. Everyone happy. Maybe Matt did vote it down. Apparently there was a draw vote in fall 1908 as well. So maybe Jason thinks better of him to I'll defend this one time just in case. Was successful in the defense, and we get the result here of Matt Krill, defending champion Matt Krill, board top. Brandon, you saw Matt in action last year. Similar style, similar results.
Matt's a great player, and he is so mild mannered that you just don't expect the knife, but he knows how to wield it. So,
as shown. So, not much to talk about that one. I like that one because it was quick and straightforward. It was not as fun as board 3, but I think even gets a better result than.
I think biggest score so far, 147, right?
Yep. I think the highest we had before that was 10. So, who do I send away? I think I send away Ben. Ben, you get to take a break.
Oh yeah, I'll take a break.
I'm having some trouble here.
We have one more game this round.
Oh, we do. Okay.
Yep.
Purdue was up big, so you can keep us informed. All right, we'll switch them around. Brandon will get spring. Robert will get fall. We are going to the last board of round 1, and that will include the following players. Eddie Brisson joining his third board. He filled in quickly for one of the rounds, so he played 2.5, we'll call it. Kayla Silverman, a familiar name here in England. Robert, you get this one. Is that German? Is that Austrian? Bas
It looks to me Dutch or something. Bas van Ophuijsten, maybe. Probably Dutch or Belgium originally, but seems like an American.
I'll take Katie Gray and Peter Cook. Those names are much easier to say in Germany and Italy. Ariel Mendez Peñate, who, because Ariel's name is the first alphabetically, was ranked at the top of the standings. And so Siobhan said we should just forfeit the tournament at the start because Ariel was already projected to win. So Ariel, congratulations on the round 1 lead going in.
So
and Evan Driscoll, we've got
sorry, go ahead.
Driscoll here in Turkey.
Kevin, you may not know Ariel it was part of the virtual hobby in the first year and has stayed part of the sort of gunboat community and has been an active player.
Oh, that's fantastic. And now in face-to-face too. So played face-to-face before, yes or no?
I think so. I think he's played ad whipping before.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right, I'll do some more digging on that while you two handle the boards. Brandon, spring 1901.
All right, we've got, let's see, my eyes drawn to Peter Cook in Italy, who takes Trieste and goes to Apulia, what has quickly become a standard opening. We have a bounce in Galicia, bounce in Black, DMZ in English Channel, DMZ, well, not a DMZ in Burgundy. We have only one player going to Burgundy, and that is France. So yeah, a lot of uncomplicated openings here.
Great for Italy. They could go against Turkey, go against Austria, and each has great tactical potential here.
All right, going to fall 1901, Robert. Ooh.
Oh, well, they are, taking Tunis by a convoy, but at the same time preventing Austria from getting Greece. They might not have even written the support, or they forgot to enter that into the sandbox, but once again, Austria in a very difficult position with an army in Galicia, just actually no build whatsoever. And in the west, we see a dive into Munich, 3-build France, bounce in Belgium. So lots of fun stuff happening.
Wow. Bas van Ophuijsten is off to quite a start. Getting North American champion Katie Gray to do the dirty work in Belgium while he sneaks into Munich. Won't surprise me if Katie manages to wriggle out of it. Kevin, do we know how Kayla fits into the Silverman clan? Have we gotten word on that?
I believe it's a certain person's daughter, I think.
Adam Silverman's?
Without referencing kids and players in here, but I think so, yes.
Okay. If that's the case, then I believe she's on the younger side. Like 10, 11 or 12, something like that.
Yes.
Okay. So that'll be interesting to see how that evolves.
So I see a comment from Tom. What is a diplomacy master? Be curious to have to learn about that. So more information in the chat from Thomas. Welcome. To the winter, we've got 3 builds here. I said I would highlight the 3 builds. So 3 builds is France. We've got all 3 of them put down, which doesn't always happen. Around the rest of the board, Fleet in London with the Army in Brest. That's interesting. We'll see that dynamic. Fleet North Coast. I do love Fleet North Coast in 1901, just not for necessarily strategy, but on DBN, I love seeing Fleet North Coast. And nothing else interesting. Brandon, 1902.
All right. So I definitely am looking to the west here first, given the excitement that we saw in the fall there. This finds Kayla doing an aggressive northern defense here by going to Skagerrak, and is in position to retake Norway, thanks to Katie Gray's uninvolvement. So that will be interesting to see what happens there come the spring or come the fall. Katie retakes Munich, which now retreats forward, which, there's a possibility, there is a possible world in which this was part of the plan to begin with. Katie's certainly capable of arranging that sort of thing. You might not think it based on the fact that the French fleets are moving north, but that could easily be reversed. In the east, Eddie, what did Eddie do? What did Eddie do to all of you? Just can't catch a break here. Gets support from Trieste into Budapest, but we'll see what that means. But the bigger deal here is that Ionian goes to Adriatic.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's not what you want to see as Austria. Yeah, I think we can move into fall. Yep, and Eddie is definitely, not quite sure what Italy wants to do. Italy wants to support Turkey into Greece. That's what Italy wants to do, while Turkey's also going for Armenia. So maybe yet another Kraken IT alliance. Germany piffs that Silesia army, which could have retreated but does not. And Germany, what's that? Germany actually moves into Belgium because England moves London to Belgium but doesn't convoy it. So maybe a little bit of a learning mistake on Kayla's part. But at least they take Norway back, and Germany moves into Sweden. So, yeah.
Boy, it's confusing in the West here. Katie gets Italy to support her in Munich rather than using Tyrolia to, say, support to go to Vienna and take a swing at Vienna. So that's really well done for Katie, getting another player to use their units for her benefit. But, all of a sudden, Katie just picked up 3 in 1902. Can only build 2. But yeah, what looked like a difficult 1901 is turning into an imposing 1902.
I like to highlight +3, so we will see +3, but we can't get +3 because Munich is occupied. So we get fleet and an army, and then the fleet in Constantinople. So I just did some research, and I was not terribly involved at the beginning of the pandemic, but Ariel played 2 house games with us in Chicago in 2020, one of the first couple of them, and had a 12-center board top as Turkey. So nice. Finished high up in the standings in the local Weasels. So got to root for Ariel now.
And those were virtual, right?
Yes. Yeah. April of 2020. We were certainly shut down at that point. So, Spring 1903, Brandon.
All right. It's there is a question: what exactly is going on in the West? And we're probably starting to see some answers here. That there is true FG conflict. England has now moved units to the West, which is probably a sign that England wants an EG. I think the question will be: does Katie Gray agree with that? And actually, the signs are pretty decent based on where the units will end up. Kayla in England is picking up St. Petersburg, it looks like. We'll have to protect Norway, but very interesting in the West. Boss von Uphuisden is doing interesting things with the fleets. Probably wishes, covering English Channel would have been better. And in the East, we've got Italy attacking Austria, who's attacking Turkey. And Turkey's getting into the Black Sea and in that way attacking Russia. So make of that what you will, Robert.
It's an IT, not the quickest one I've seen. They can be awfully quick, but still, as we see, even if it's not the optimal tempo, they are gaining quite a bit. Let's see if they manage to kick Austria out of Bulgaria again. Should be possible, almost certainly. Yeah, I think so. And the big question is what's coming out of the West, and will the IT run faster than them, and will they be able to stick together? Because it can be a quick alliance, but also a short-lived one often. So let's see. Interesting. They are putting the fleet into Bulgaria, which didn't need to happen. I mean, Black Sea could have tap Romania, I guess, to still guarantee it, but that risked Black Sea. However, they walk in behind from Ankara. Austria defends at least Serbia and Budapest. Russia is moving to Norwegian rather than a wide open Norway, so maybe they hoped England would walk out. And indeed, there is EG cooperation on Belgium, which is piffed. France at least prevents Brest from falling. There's a little convoy from England.
Yeah, convoy mischievousness. Yeah, good for Kayla for getting this right. And obviously it helps Katie as well. I'm with you with the placement of the fleet in Bulgaria in the east, but this is a way at least to get the fleet in Ankara going. And my guess is that Peter Cook in Italy didn't want that fleet moving to Constantinople.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, and what we see in the winter here are a whole lot of +1s and -1s. We'll get to wrong button. We will get to it. Fleet Liverpool. John Jameson will be happy, and Eddie is the new mass bomb. That's a good one. Pretty sure Eddie is not new anything in this game, but we never know. Army Paris, Fleet Naples, Army Kiel, and Army Moscow goes to die.
Naples is the interesting one in IT. There is no need that you would be afraid of France right here. And if I'm Turkey and I've just placed my fleets way away from Italy, I don't like to see that at all.
No. Trust but verify, Robert. Trust but verify.
Yeah. Sometimes just trusting works okay as well. Yeah, it works. I mean, I think there's an argument that the fleet gives Peter something else to do, whereas the army could only be used going east. That would be the argument anyway. So,
True.
Yeah. But I think your point is good, that it's a good moment where Peter could do something unexpectedly nefarious if he wanted to, and make an argument for it both ways. But this looks just like IT, just a Kraken working its magic here. And I think long term that's probably going to benefit Evan, but we'll see how that evolves. In the West, we had some alliance clarity before, and it's a little bit more confusing here. I have to be honest, and I'm interested to hear Robert's thoughts on it. We have Katie moving into Prussia and Silesia, obviously anti-Russian there, and we have Wales convoying into Picardy, while Boss does the aggressive fleet movement going up to North Atlantic.
Yeah, I very much still read this as EG. I think the self-bounds in Norway was just to keep Russia out. They're working on Picardy together. However, England has some, difficult decisions to make right here with enemy fleets sitting next to Eddie and Liverpool. Yeah, you can cover both of them, but do you really want to walk out of Irish and North Sea here if nobody goes there? Actually, difficult decisions. It's aggressive, as you said, on Boss's part, but it really gives Kayla something to think about. And yeah, we saw Peter McNamara recover after, fending off an EG for a long time. So it's definitely not over for France. And if they can make a few lucky guesses and convince somebody that this is not really working with the EG against France, who knows? Maybe they can bounce back.
Got that. The fall is in the box and ready for Robert.
Oh, this is painful. Kayla makes sort of exactly the wrong guess. Covers Liverpool and so walks out of Irish, but doesn't cover Eddie, and Russia walks right in. They try for Brest, which doesn't work. Germany gets Warsaw, which was guaranteed, so yet another dot for Katie Gray. Italy comes west full force, but gets bounced out of Western Med. But hey, they take both of the remaining Austrian centers, so Italy is positioned pretty nicely. And the last fun thing is that Turkey sort of involuntarily walks out of Romania. At least they take Sev, so it's still very good for the IT. But Russia keeps Romania for now.
Yeah, it's kind of fun that Moscow wasn't bounced. There was no reason for Ukraine to go to Moscow here, so well done on Ariel's part if he thought that would if he anticipated Romania going to Ukraine. It's typical that we would recommend this sort of thing to tap Ukraine and and then support Armenia. But this is a case where it would have been better just to have Romania support the move for obvious reasons.
Something experienced players forget sometimes that the tapping and then having just as few supporting orders as needed is not always the best thing. Sometimes it's just best to throw on a lot of supports. One should keep that in mind, that might be an option.
Peter, the
Okay.
big winner in 1904, gets to put down 2. Kayla and Eddie, who I think Eddie was Austria on round 1, board 1 as well. So Eddie did not fare well as Austria in either game.
That's a tough draw to play Austria on 2 boards at once. Yeah.
At least he knew what was going on, and no matter to which board he walked, he was like, "Oh, this is the board where I'm getting killed as Austria. Oh no, this is the board where I'm getting killed as Austria. Not too difficult."
So I think he made 1903 in the first one and 1904 in this one. So no mercy for Eddie on either board. We'll see how round 2 or round 3 treats him. So Army Van, Fleet Naples, Fleet Kiel, and Fleet Norwegian goes by, and of course can't build in Moscow. So. Brandon, spring 1905, those Italian fleets keep moving west.
Yeah, this is IT in full effect here, and really good joint cooperation here, just moving the units west towards the lines. France is pulling back to try to hold on, and they will have a guess here about whether to hold on to mid-Atlantic or to cover Spain. They can't do that and cover Marseille from a supported attack. Elsewhere, Germany, Katie's moving stuff into position here, going up to Bothnia, which is a little curious. Just going after St. Petersburg, I suppose. Unfortunately, it just looks like Kayla's sort of bad guess over north has been the sort of straw that's breaking the back. Picardy's trying to get back to Wales here, but the convoy is not ridden properly. So this go ahead, Robert.
Liverpool going to Eddie, that looks like, thinking that you could go there, which is easy to think when you haven't played for a long time. Probably Germany has some mischief in mind against England. However, they have to think if who will be their friend. Do they get somebody to break in the East? Because otherwise this IT could really get out of hand if they are fighting England here. And if they're not fighting England, the question is, how will England and France, stand towards each other? Because there is also an argument to say, like, okay, England can't really afford to attack France anymore, even if Germany is on side, and maybe they will just try to get Eddie back for now and stall out IT by leaving France room to defend.
We've got in the fall, I was curious if Katie was going to support Russia into St. Pete. That will not happen.
Yeah, well, instead, Katie walks into Norway and forces St. Pete, which is, of course, marvelous for them. There's really no reason why England shouldn't have gone to Norway, as they have done for multiple turns now. Tough turn for England, because they also don't cover London. So Russia takes yet another dot on the English island. How often do we see in Russia that is on 3, but 2 of those dots are Eddie and London? That's pretty fun. Turkey goes into Romania, IT sticks together, go into Bohemia, Tyrolia, and indeed Italy guesses right, the guess you pointed out before. France is covering the dot, and Italy can take the mid-Atlantic Ocean, actually, which is a key spot to break France.
Yeah, we've gotten confirmation that that Kayla is 11 years old. And so with that in mind, it is worth giving her a big round of applause.
Absolutely.
For playing this well with a bunch of adults. All right. And, a bunch of conniving adults who aren't very trustworthy. Like, it's hard enough for people, for adults to do, but for a young kid to do. So some really good stuff here. But it looks like Katie has simply convinced Kayla to let Katie have her dots.
Could be.
And that is diplomacy. And, Katie showing why she's one of the best. And that's, IT goes to the line here. We could talk about who's got the advantage here and sort of what's likely to happen next. I wouldn't be surprised if this game ends here, though.
Well, let's see. I'll tell you, it does not end here, because I know there are some draw votes coming up. It does not end here. We will see Russia playing one short again. Kayla with a rough turn from 4 to 1 on this one, and the Army Inc.
Keeps Picardy. That's fun.
Picardy is the one to keep. Going after Brest is the way to do it.
This is a game of tactics now. It's basically, can the IT get into Warsaw and Moscow? They really shouldn't get further, but can they even get that? And the early signs are no. At this moment, they did not guess right over Silesia, which was the weak point. Actually, no, Silesia wasn't gettable because both Bohemia and Galicia were tapped. So the guess was over Warsaw, actually, and they didn't get it right. And this was probably their only chance to do it. And then the other thing, though, is that this mid-Atlantic fleet actually can crack open the West, except they go to English Channel, where it can't combine power with the other units down there, and there's no follow-up in the mid-Atlantic. So this is a tactically not a great turn here for the East. And Katie Gray's in the catbird seat now with those English dots available.
Yeah, the way I read this is that it's very, intentional that they're not doing the optimal tactics because they want to get France on board. Let's see if France does something against Germany. I think the rationale right here is that, they think, okay, we need to stop Germany if any of us in the East can top, so let's try to get France on board. As we see, France is not really doing anything against Germany. They're just covering their dots, which is fair, given where the Italian fleets are. It's a big ask for them to stop Katie, because if I'm France here, I'm saying like, yeah, what do I care if Germany tops? You're at my throat anyway. But now actually Italy is walking into Mao. Germany takes 2 more dots on the English Isle. Russia stays on 2 because they take Liverpool. Yeah, that's it for Kayla. But as we said, Kayla survives with Italian support in Belgium, so good on her. And yet no movement forward around Warsaw and Moscow, even though I think at this point this was guaranteed, right? I think there was no way they could have tried.
Yeah, no, the way to break FG open is to break F open, and then G will fall behind.
Exactly, yeah.
So I think this was a miscalculation. I think you're right. If they could have gotten France to turn, then everything speeds up. But you remember, this is a time unlimited game, and this is actually still fairly early in this game. I think Italy would have been better off taking some of French dots here.
Russia was playing one down. The loss of 1 doesn't hurt anyone. And Katie +1 picks up 2, loses Belgium, puts down an army. There is a draw vote here. It fails. So we continue on.
So, again, we're just back in tactics world here, and it's really the only question here is whether Italy can do anything that changes the complexion of the game. One of those things is to get French dots. They don't do that. The other is to go around and mess with Germany directly. They're also not doing that. So this is a turn of stasis here.
Yeah, I think getting a draw here for Germany would have been a win. And this is a win for Katie Gray. Because as you said, it's by no means guaranteed that especially in a time unlimited game, that Germany can hold everything. But this is a very good score, 142 points. So congratulations, Katie played this very, very well throughout the game to get into this position, but also to convince everybody that this should be it, that there is no point in playing on. And yeah, decent scores for Italy and Turkey as well. Was a fun alliance, but maybe left a little bit on the table there, with neither getting France to attack Germany nor really making progress against France in terms of taking dots.
Yeah, I think this game probably demonstrates the best parts of Katie Gray's game, which are diplomatic primarily, although she tactically here, I think, did mostly the right things. But diplomatically, she had a great sense of when she could get other people to do things that helped her, and then also when she could take her allies' dots without them being angry about it. And those are 2 extremely useful tools of diplomacy, and I think Katie's very good at those, and they are why she topped this board.
Yeah, Katie is great at, managing to set up situations where she can take stuff without people getting mad at her. I've been sideline reporting on a particular top board where she just, took dot after dot and still had an ally.
I'm trying to think who was on that top board. Might it have been Ben? Ben, have you ever been on a top board with Katie? I know Brandon has. Robert, you guys?
I don't know if I've been on a top board with Katie, but I've played with her, and I do not. I'm not surprised. finishing up eating lunch and listening to you all talk, and I was not surprised to hear you talk about Katie Gray taking over a game the way that you were. The other thing I just wanted to make a note of was that it's awesome to have new players playing, and this is Adam Silverman's daughter, so of course they had a route into the game already, but it's great to see younger players or new players of any age. And I know more people watch these streams than play with us, so I just encourage everyone to join the server, the VWDC server or the NADF server. Reach out to us personally if you feel like you have any questions before starting. I organize house games once a month or so on the VWDC server, which can be a good way to play with no risk, no feeling of competition. You're not getting covered by DBN. So just wanted to make my little pitch there for people to jump in. This hobby is better when there are more players, when there are newer players. I don't want to just play Robert every week. It gets boring.
Great segue there. I have not done my job as host to promote the servers yet, but the one you see up there that way is for where we talk about face-to-face games or face-to-face tournaments. Mostly there is other news that gets popped into that server, but that server has a list of all of the ones that are hosted by the NADF, which is our broadcast. As you saw, Thomas put in a note for the World Series of board gaming. I saw that is in September. Thomas also hosts a ton of intro games throughout the country. Renegade, who we are very thankful for reproducing the newest version of the game. I just bought my version of it last week, so thank you, Renegade, for that. I was able to get it one day shipping through Amazon. Sorry, Renegade, I bought it through Amazon because it was easier. So I got it there. We host all of ours there. There's plenty of spots on the web to do that. And then the VWDC is the Virtual World Diplomacy Community. Thank you. I should know that. I've been involved for a few years. That's where the Virtual Diplomacy League will have their games next weekend. So if you are free, next Saturday starts at 3 a.m. Eastern time. I know with the time change, it has messed everything up on my Europe translation. So maybe 7 a.m. London time, I think. 8 a.m. London time, somewhere in there. 7 a.m. London, 8 a.m. Central Europe. And then there will be another one 8 hours after that and 8 hours after that. So check out that QR code to get to the VWDC server. And that is where we also have the house games, which are untimed or unranked, unscored, just for fun to play around. So join us there. I'll put these QR codes up later on. And as
I'll be playing VDL next weekend. Will any of the rest of you? No,
sorry?
I said I'll be playing VDL next weekend. Will any of the rest of you be playing?
I think I'm on the broadcast. Yeah,
okay.
I'm sitting out this year again.
All right. Well, I'll learn something from Brandon.
I think we got some holidays coming up too, but lots of it coming up. Go to the server. Go to our diplobn.com website that will have all of the upcoming schedules for tournaments, virtual play, extended deadline play. We're trying to keep a list of it. If we are missing something, put it in the comments below, and we will try and get it on our calendar. On that note, let's go to round 2. We're doing a good job keeping pace here. We got 4 games in round 2. Robert, I think you get a break as we go to this one.
I just have to point out that after round 1, the defending champion and the current North American champion are 1 and 2. So both they are really good, and also the rest of the tournament's not doing their job.
You're just mad that they don't target them as they targeted you. But maybe that's just because Michalis is not there.
Well, here are the players that we're going to work on to target.
Robert, you're not supposed to read my inner thoughts like that.
I see a few players in this next 10 that have some significant victories in their careers as well. So let's not count them out yet. All right. Robert gets to go. Brandon drops down here. Oops, no, I can't do that. That will be the way to do it. Jefferson Airplane is wrong one. Quicksilver Messengers, round 2, board 1. We've got Henry Flerman, who was Germany in his last game, gets to play Austria. Ian Rudnick had a nice board in round 1 in England. Saren Kwok in France. Tom Hilton in Germany. Tournament leader starting the round, Matthew Krill in Italy. Peter Cook, I thought he had a nice game in the last one, is in Russia this time. And host Adam Silverman is in Turkey. That would be the wrong button. This is the right button. Ben, we'll start you out in spring 1901.
Yeah, so Matt Krell does a very standard move in Italy, not attracting any attention so far. Adam goes to Syria, trying to discourage Lepanto. The only really interesting move here is the French move by Saren into the channel and to Picardy. Very aggressive. Ian has done the move from Liverpool to Yorkshire, though, not to Edinburgh, so he will be able to put up some sort of defense.
Yeah, Saren's move here stands out completely. It says, I want Belgium, and I'm going to have it. And David Hood would be proud.
I was just going to, those exact words were coming out of my mouth.
Sorry, man.
Well, I'll say it again. David Hood is proud.
All right, we have a Sea Lion. This is a classic Sea Lion opening now with Germany being supported into the North Sea. Ian Rudnick guesses wrong here. You see a lot of different things that England's might do to counter this, but this is probably one of the weaker responses. I think Ian should give some. This is a moment for Ian to think about what to do, how one can respond better here. I think what a lot of people would do here is bounce Holland, just punish Germany, and give France some sort of advantage. But there's also, you could convoy to Norway. You can bounce Belgium. Lots of other options elsewhere on the board. Sorry, I know it's hard for me not to. Peter Cook in Russia gets into Galicia, and Matthew convoys rather than taking Tunis with the fleet.
Yeah, it's not a good start for our Austria. Again, he guesses wrong here about who to bounce, and we'll see if this ends up being another pylon or not.
We go here. No 3 builds in this game, but we will see Fleet Brest, Army Marseille, Fleet Kill, Army Berlin, Fleet North Coast, 2 games in a row. I get to smile about that. And the Fleet in Smyrna.
Yeah, this is where Ian says, well, it's been nice. Huh?
Yeah, I was going to say it might actually be England who's getting piled on here, but he actually seems to have thwarted this this attack, especially because Sweden does not support to Norway, instead goes to Baltic. So maybe England's getting some help from Russia here, except for the North Coast fleet. Spain is taken by Saren, and there's a bounce in Piedmont. There is a attempt to move by Italy into Aegean, but it is stopped. So we get some AI cooperation. Galicia goes to the line as well as Bohemia. So certainly Germany is getting some pressure here. It'll be interesting to see whether the East shakes out into a triple of some sort.
Yeah, just a really interesting set of moves here in the East. The thing that is curious for me is that Trieste doesn't go to Tyrolia. I think had that happened, then I think this AR is really off to the races. So I don't know if this was just a lack of trust on Henry's part, just didn't want to leave Vienna open. But it's a little unfortunate. It'll slow them down. Now, Berlin is still guaranteed. It's just that Munich would have been guaranteed as well, which would have been delightful for both of them. I think you're seeing on Peter's part why the Fleet North Coast St. Petersburg is a difficult build, not just strategically, but also tactically. Well, it's a problem strategically because it locks you into being against England when it's clear here by the spring, Peter decided he wanted to go against Germany and now can't cover Sweden and take Berlin. So,
and this is tough when you see it. Usually if you get let into Sweden, you're not expecting full out Russian assault. This is strange.
I think it makes sense. I think it's a response to an FG. And, you know, Russia, Peter maybe thought that he wasn't going to actually get much spoils and would rather take out Germany first. Yep. So take everything I just said and throw it out the window, because Henry didn't need to have a unit in Tyrolia to get Munich, because Silesia, Peter was willing to use Silesia for that purpose. I think this might be a mistake on Peter's part. We'll see how this works out here. But I think you'd rather have the units in better position here, and having an army in Sweden is really not a problem for you. Elsewhere, let's see, Romania gets into Bulgaria. So we do have AR cooperating really, really nicely. And it's clearly AR versus Turkey. So Adam was not playing two boards. This is the second round now. In the West, then, it's now suddenly in a Western triple. So the assault on England Ian has successfully thwarted it. And we have a Western triple responding to the AR, which might have been an AIR as well.
Yeah, it does look like that to me at this point. And Russia tries to make up for that move out of Sweden and the build being in an inconvenient place by convoying to Sweden, but cannot get in there now that this is flipped around into a Western triple. So it doesn't work out tactically the best for Russia. It'll be interesting to see if we can, if they can get Berlin or do something that allows them to move forward here.
I want to bring up one point too, for newer players or even experienced players who get jumped on right away. One turn, one good defensive move, whether it's good or lucky or everywhere in between, the attack on England is stalled now. It's completely stalled. Then you are able to work in fall 1902 diplomatically to work out a better situation for yourself. Just because you're attacked in this game does not mean it's all over. You've got plenty of time to turn it all around. And Ian's situation was not good looking 2 turns ago. And he's able to, have North. France has kind of turned. So
that's great. Just like we saw with Peter, if things aren't going your way, just play defense, don't give up, and something on the other side of the board may happen, or something between the people that are attacking you may happen to give you an opportunity. Really Great point.
And Ian had anything to do with that too. You could be planting seeds in the other side's head to force some of that too. So maybe well played both diplomatically and technically. So my turn to read some orders here. We've got +1 from France. Munich is transferred, and then we've got the Turks losing Bulgaria to the Russians. Significant losing Smyrna, Army, Leitskag, and Sarin Waves, probably the most interesting of them. Ben, give me spring 1903.
Well, okay. So first thing I saw was Norway gets into Sweden, but the second thing I saw was Italy makes a big move on Austria, breaking up that triple. So Italy's going into Trieste, convoying to Albania. Austria's moving into Bulgaria, and Bulgaria is going into Constantinople. So the triple was making progress, but Italy decided to jump on this here. Meanwhile, Germany cannot take Munich back, and France vacates English Channel to Picardy, which is a further showing cooperation with England.
It's a stunning move on Matthew's part. I think that if the AR weren't offering him anything, then he had to go take it. I think they could have given him Trieste quite comfortably, but the convoy to Albania says very clearly it's a stab. And the question is, what is Russia's response to this? Russia's got his hands full in the north, so won't really be able to join in. So this doesn't feel like it'll work out necessarily great for Matthew, but maybe he felt like he had no other choice.
And with a big result in round 1, he maybe could play a little more aggressive in round 2, can force the issue. If it's going to be a Western triple coming against them, he might as well try and shake things up. Let's see if that is how it turns out, Brandon.
Yeah, I just want to point out too that this is why Sarin's wave was so cagey, because it gave her a lot of strategic flexibility. It didn't commit her one way or the other. So in the South, we have Matthew getting away with it. So crucially, he gets Russia to join in with him. So Russia takes Bulgaria, which allows him to take Greece. and take Serbia, which he needed, which wasn't guaranteed. Neither of those things was, he was not guaranteed to take 2 here. Probably 1, I think, but getting 2 is just fantastic for him. Meanwhile, Adam Silverman lives to fight another day, safe at 3 for now. Munich falls, and Ian gets a convoy into Norway, which is actually quite significant.
Yeah, one of the really interesting things here is that nothing Matt just did was guaranteed. The Trieste move wasn't guaranteed. That it could have, Vienna and Budapest could have bounced. Albania wasn't guaranteed, although it was pretty likely. And then now these attacks weren't. So oftentimes I think people look for stabs that are for sure going to work. This was not for sure going to work, but it absolutely did work. So very bold choice by Matt.
And now Austria is losing 3 there with a piff too. Has to pull. Oof, that's just brutal.
Matt picks up 2.
Do we get two armies from Matt? What do you think, Ben? Real quick. All right.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. No, I do think it's the right choice as long as he's got a good relationship with Saren and the fleet in the north. Actually, yeah, I think it's worth it. Might as well keep being bold here. The fleet wouldn't have gotten him any dots for a while.
Yep. I think Saren goes north here.
And Bothnia pulled, so that makes it interesting. And Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic.
I thought wrong.
Is it me?
Yep. It is.
Okay. Yeah. So right as you said, Brest goes to Mid-Atlantic and Portugal goes to Spain, indicating that Saren is either going south or at least wants people to think she's going south. Ian convoys to Norway and really surrounds St. Petersburg. As long as gets the tap on Livonia, we'll have it in the fall. Meanwhile, Berlin to Prussia. And Italy makes further progress against Austria, taking Trieste. And Turkey goes out to Aegean from Constantinople. Really can't tell what Adam's diplomatic situation is. Oh, actually, I missed Budapest. Romania takes Budapest.
Yeah, I wonder if Matthew, how he felt about having gone to Adriatic here. I mean, I guess he had to go there to cut off the retreat from Trieste. Just kidding. But he probably wishes he had just held in Ionian after seeing both Adam moving to Aegean and Saren apparently moving towards him. I love your qualification of that, though.
Can't be sure. It's not a committal move. Mid-Atlantic can go a lot of places.
As long as she's got a fleet in Belgium, she's going to be a problem for Ian Rudnick.
Let's see if that... Nope.
All right, so it was real. She is moving to the south. And, unfortunately for Saren, Matthew's getting a build here. Matthew is not going to be very easy to crack unless Russia joins in. So we'll see if the two of them, these are both very, very accomplished diplomats, Saren and Matthew. So I doubt they're just going to get stuck butting heads like that. Elsewhere, we've got Austria with one of the more dramatic disappearances I think we've seen, from 6-0 in 2 years. So Henry, thank you for playing. I think this is a game where you'll be able to afterward talk to people and have them tell you whether they regret it or not. That's kind of it about what happens on this board.
There's a significant misorder, I think, in Norway. It supports Finland to hold instead of supporting Finland to St. Petersburg.
Oh, yeah.
Cost England a build.
Yep. Yeah, that's a really good catch.
That's why we have 2 analysts on the broadcast. Nice.
So Russia gets 2 now. Oof, yeah. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter in the long run, but yeah, it'll take a while. It'll take a year for Ian to get another unit up there.
Wasting time and units to take 1 center is always my favorite. All right, Ben, spring 1905.
So Italy makes westward moves, is blocked out of Tyrolia, but gets to Tuscany, Tunis. The French fleet slide north into Lyon and Western Med. Picardy goes to Brest, maybe starting a long trip towards the south. Ian does start to move units upwards towards St. Petersburg. possibly going for Bothnia and Barents in the fall. Adam Silverman's army and Khan goes to Bulgaria. Maybe, not sure. We'll see what the. It's very, Adam stuck back. That's pretty much all. Vienna goes to Bohemia and Budapest goes to Galicia. So there's sort of a line getting set up. Berlin goes to Silesia. So Germany's a little over the line proper, but there's sort of a front getting set up there. I'd be curious what you would be thinking if you were Adam Silverman in this moment about what you should do in this game. Because you've got 3 dots. You're not really in danger. You're taking Bulgaria. I'm not sure to what end, though.
Well, the question is like, what's the downside to taking dots off of Russia here? It'd be one thing if there was somebody in the West who were threatening to break out, but the West is even at 655. Like, this is the perfect. There's never going to be a better time for Turkey to start gobbling up dots. So I think it's probably a mistake, Russia and Italy's part, to leave him alone. Honestly, I think they have enough units to fight him, even while holding off the West. More so for Matthew's part. Yeah, it's just a matter of time for Russia to get broken down in the north in St. Petersburg. And curiously, Norwegian doesn't go to Barents Sea here, but it's not really necessary, especially since Germany gets into Livonia. Elsewhere, just going to the line here. Turkey's invited into the Ionian, allowed to keep Bulgaria, and you have to ask yourself why. What is Turkey going to build here, and of what use is it to holding the West back? But this feels like an unfortunate game that may actually be heading for an early finish at a not great score for anybody.
Yeah, and Saren's not truly trying to push forward here. It sort of looks like that front is locked, and even once she gets the additional fleet down, I don't think there's much that she'll be able to do unless Adam turns on Matt. And then, as you said, there's some more for the EG to get in the north, but I don't think they're breaking all the way through.
No, I think there's a line being set up here. The weakness is going to be around, let's see, Bohemia. No, Bohemia is fine. Depends on whether, they can risk Piedmont to go for Bohemia. So that would be the thing to do. Actually, I think there's a line being set up here. I think Bohemia is holdable.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to try for it. I have no intel on draw votes in this game, so we are blind on it. We
should have said there are moves in which a stalemate line could be set up here. So Tyrolia did not need to move here. Trieste could have held it. So now the situation changes a little bit. Bohemia should be popped next, I believe. Silesia might be at risk, but all this to say, there's still a line here. So St. Petersburg is gone. That wasn't going to be able to be held. That fleet in the south, the Russian fleet, is useless and is apparently being converted into another Turkish unit for reasons. Okay. So Peter retreats to the Barents Sea here. They can't pop it because they don't have a fleet in Norway.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, there's some movement here. There's dots being occupied. London doesn't get into Belgium, but so what? The question is, what scenario is being arranged here? Because the players are not playing in a way that will cause this game to expand.
The oddity here on the line that I don't think we were noticing the last turn is that there's no German units to guard Munich that can't be tapped. So Italy and Russia tried something here, right? But Bohemia cut that support and France cut the Tyrolia support. So now Italy, so actually it was guaranteed not to be taken, but they tried it because Bohemia, I don't think Silesia to Bohemia is an intuitive move you would assume is going to happen. The upshot for Italy is that they get into Vienna. I don't know if that's the worst for Matt. If he's already got a good score in round one and he's trying to maximize his score in a game that's about to lock up here. I'd be curious whether he anticipated that or not.
But Russia can only lose so many units.
That's true. Well, maybe that's why they're putting all these Turkish units down.
Yeah, maybe so. So it's me, right? So Turkey holds on to Sevastopol, loses Bulgaria, so it's just a swap there. Tyrolia is retaken. and Piedmont goes back to Tuscany to prevent a clever convoy from there. But yeah, that's really about it.
Oh yeah, I don't. Did you say Romania went to Bulgaria?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at it and not listening. But yeah, so you're right that they're trying to keep the Russian units on the board.
Yeah. So Romania, so presumably that Southern Fleet will get disbanded, and then now there really is a line set up, right, with Burgundy in place. That was a really nice spot, by the way. Yeah, like this game shouldn't continue unless somebody wants to try something.
Well,
it does.
Try something.
Some people on the line are making it very clear they don't want to try anything by moving backwards. Livonia goes to Kiel and Marseille goes to Gascony. I don't see those as aggressive moves, more as backing off from the line moves. Aside from that, nothing else really happens.
But the only thing that could happen from the East's perspective, the only thing that could happen in the East that would be of use to this game is for Turkey and Italy to start fighting. Russia's unlikely to do anything. They've basically been very cooperative, and they don't have a whole lot of, to gain here. But, Matthew doesn't have incentive to fight. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Seems like the right thing to happen at this point.
This is a great result for Matthew Krill. We often wonder, like, have people maximize their score in a given game? This is for Matthew. This is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
In Italy, who tops the board facing a Western triple. Great.
Yeah, ends up with a majority of the Balkan dots, despite only the initial attack on Austria. I really didn't have to do any work with his units in Austria after the first couple of years. Very good, and that's 2 for him. So he's on his way.
Great shape for going into round 3.
Yeah, Robert, we'll bring him in here. See what we got. 2 board tops for Matthew Krill. I forget who picked Matthew at the start of the broadcast.
I'm sure I said his name.
I'm sure you did. You said his name.
Half the names on the board.
Yeah. All right. So that is there. Brandon, take a break.
Yep.
Put Robert back up here to do that. Now we get to Jefferson Airplane. I gave a little teaser for anyone who was waiting for this board name. Round 2, board 2, Jefferson Airplane. We've got Chris Brand in Austria, Bosfan. I'm just going to say Bosfan in England. France, April Milovic. Germany, Edwin Lopez. Italy, Eddie Bersan. Russia, Stephen Hogue. And Turkey, Alex Aman. This is a good group. We've got no one in the top 7, but a couple of good boards for a few of them in the first round. So we'll see how round 2 treats them. Robert, let's get it started. Spring of 1.
Edwin is having some fun supporting Paris into Burgundy. I'm not quite sure that is something that I often want to do as Germany, but sure, why not? We see that, what was the name you had for it earlier, Ben, for that Italian opening? Something with Tyrolean chicken, yeah. Alpine chicken.
Right, some kind of Alpine something.
Alpine something. Russia is going into Black Sea because Turkey is going Ankh to Con without an Armenian fist bump or anything. So yeah, that's interesting. The rest, fairly standard. Paris hold, I don't know what that is going to do, but yeah, fine.
Yeah, a little bit of an odd choice from France, but they had some misorders in the first game. They may be one of the people who's a little bit less experienced. And I believe, right, they're playing Russia. And then the other thing that I'll be interested in is whether this Black Sea move is a great or not.
All right, so here I'm going to go. So Andrew Goff, it looks like is a WordPress from 2015. He wrote some names of openings. I'm gonna go find some of these, but we'll get there. I'll search while you guys do Fall 1901.
So we've got Piedmont going into Marseille as Paris unsuccessfully tries to block it. But France does take Belgium and Portugal. England is making a strong move north, convoying to Norway and going to Barents. Germany blocks Bothnia out of Sweden, so this may be an EG. We also see Italy get Trieste and go into Aegean. What a start for Eddie. And Russia is able to take Romania, even though Turkey attempts to put Austria into Romania. So it seems that Chris Brand may have chosen Eddie Bersan over Alex Aman here to start.
Yeah, I think so. This is definitely reads to me like an AIR for now, and I'm going to be interested to see if this is a Western triple. How England moves, given a bounce in Sweden, we might very well read that as a triple. Let's see how they deal with that Italian intruder in Marseille. Obviously, it's not great that France cannot build anything in Marseille now for a Western triple, but yeah, if there's a strong AIR, maybe they even have to do it, sort of. Yeah.
So we do have this called the Alpine chicken, and Andrew calls it as fowl, FOWL, an opening, as you will see. 21st most popular in the game. So he says, as of 2015, when we didn't have as many statistics. However, he says that it is often tactically equivalent to laying an egg, but the value of it is as a delaying tactic is powerful and sees it used fairly often in high-level play. So cheers to Eddie Bersan for picking a foul opening.
I mean, if it works out like that, I'm all for it.
+2 for Eddie on this one. So cheers to Eddie for reaching, I think, 5 centers for the first time in 2 rounds, playing 2 boards a couple of times.
He had lots of experience in learning how Austria can get killed, so now he's doing it himself maybe at some point. It's probably with a consent so far, but he might collapse on Chris at some point.
It's interesting being in Marseille for Eddie here because he can't possibly hold it. So it'll be interesting to see how he follows it up.
There's a French no, I won't give that away because I want to use it sometime. We've got the French fleet in Brest, not concerned about the Italian army in Marseille at all. 2 armies for Germany. I think that's the most curious one I see. And of course, 3 straight fleet north coasts for St. Petersburg.
Especially if you only get 1 build as Russia. That's something. I mean, it's not that unusual if you get 2, but not building an army at all as Russia in a 1, that's uncommon. So they're putting a lot of trust into Austria that they are on side, because if Chris Brandt decides that he wants to go against them, well, there might be trouble. However, that's not what's happening. Austria gets put into Bulgaria. The AIR rushes west. It's interesting that we see Prussia rather than Silesia. And it indeed seems to be sort of a Western triple for now. England and Germany move forward, and Italy gets at least kicked off Aegean. So Turkey achieves something, even though it's a tough position.
Yeah, we see Kiel go to Denmark. I assume they're going to be handed Sweden here. Interesting part of this. The other option would be to convoy them east, which, given Russia's lack of armies, it'll be hard to block all the possible spaces. I guess Baltic could just support Berlin forward also instead of doing a convoy. Interesting dynamics there. But it does look like a lot of cooperation between the West.
Keep us going, Ben.
Yeah, so Eddie does manage to hold on to Marseille for now, and Portugal takes Spain. So France will be going up. The fleets move west for Eddie, Tyrrhenian to west, Ionian to Tunis. Convoy from Romania to Armenia shows continued strong AIR cooperation, whereas Norway to St. Petersburg shows some more successful Western triple moves.
I think there is a real issue right here, and that there is nothing that can cover Moscow. I think if you really wanted to do an AIR that can sort of stop this Western triple or face that Western triple, you either needed to give Russia a build or at least put Romania up to Ukraine. or Sevastopol, because now an English army can just walk into Moscow. Apart from that, this might stalemate fairly quickly. There is not that much happening on the line anywhere else, but this is really a weak spot for the Eastern Triple, and we'll see if that leads to some redistribution. Maybe AI saying, okay, Russia can't hold anyway, so we're gonna go for them, or whatever. The Western Triple just rolling at some point over the board, because slowly the East will crack open. So that's, I think, the most interesting region of the board right now.
I'll say those are normally famous words. This looks like it'll stalemate quickly, because that should lead to an end game. I have some
True.
intel, and I won't tell you if you are right or wrong yet. You'll have to be patient.
Well, I mean, there is this leak into Russia anyway, so I don't think it will really stalemate quickly, but in the other parts of the board it could.
Well, let's see. We've got Army London, Leak Brest again, which served out well this time. Another German army. Fleet Smyrna goes bye-bye. All right, Robert, continue. Well, there's a couple fun orders.
Very interesting that England doesn't take the guaranteed walk into Moscow. It is not totally guaranteed. It's likely that they will take it now, but it's not totally guaranteed, since Livonia can... Oh, no, sorry, it is guaranteed. My bad. No, sorry, it isn't. But anyway, that's too much. But I don't think
Pontiac could tap either Livonia or St. Petersburg.
Yeah, right. Anyway, Germany convoys to Prussia, England convoys to Norway, Ankara falls, so Russia does get a build from Turkey now. And France is fairly passive. They are not taking Marseille back, not even trying, but they're rather, making sure that Germany will not lose anything. I mean, potentially they could have gotten in if Germany had moved out. So that's something to watch.
Yeah, they've gone into Portugal, which is, I guess, a safe way to make sure you don't get anything cut, and to make England feel better about you not being in Brest. But it's not a lot of forward aggressive moves aside from Germany and England in the north. So right after that, they lose Mid-Atlantic. Is that a if Portugal had supported Mid-Atlantic, would Spain have been at risk? Oh, well, it's a tough situation regardless. And Mid-Atlantic retreats to Gascony. Meanwhile, North Sea is coming to English Channel, and wow, exactly what we said. Well, not exactly the way we said it, but England is not able to get into Moscow or Warsaw because Prussia's support is cut. So that does not work out for England moving forward, or for France in the West. So that's a major win for the AIR this turn. They also get into Aegean and fail to get into Constantinople.
Yeah, I think England really missed a beat here by not going to Moscow. Italy losing Marseille probably doesn't matter too much, because the position in Mao is valuable, and a French retreat into Gascony seems like there were a few better options. But hey, I think April is one of those people learning the game in this tournament, so that's perfectly fine. We all have been there, and it's tough because there is not much time in face-to-face to write retreats. It's essentially happening right away. You're under pressure. You can't really talk to anybody else, so I absolutely get it. But either probably just Brest, or, I mean, since they are getting a build, maybe leaving Brest open for that and retreating. Well, okay, I guess they didn't want to upset England. So after thinking about it a little bit, it's not that bad, actually.
They might not wanted to upset England, but Mid-Atlantic to North Atlantic may upset England. So I don't know if having a team that they could trust, but I'm sure they didn't discuss that before the turn. And you're probably right. They didn't want to upset them, but tactically, I don't think this is better for England.
For the triple, it would have definitely been tactically better to have something there, but yeah, especially since England is not getting.
That's a very difficult situation, especially as a newer player, when you didn't get to discuss. There's no negotiations during retreats, and you have to make a decision.
Totally, and you don't know how people will react. What is standard? What is not standard? So
we see Army Moscow being built for taking Ankara, and Khan goes away. Hello, Shotaway. Welcome to the broadcast. We are going into spring 1904, and Robert's going to tell us what we're doing here.
Austria gets put into Constantinople. Germany manages to get into Silesia, so that could be significant. England sort of repositions, and it's curious why there is an army in Finland now. I might not like it that much as Germany to see that. Apart from that Italian fleet goes on to adventure further now in English Channel. Not exactly sure what England wanted to do in Wales. Probably they were just there to cover either London or Liverpool, which is fair. So yeah, the West moves forward, but there is questions what's happening. I'll leave that to Ben to discuss what might happen from here.
Yeah, well, what I'm laughing at is that now Italy has North Sea guaranteed. So what a strange position for Italy to be in, especially with nothing else moving across the line. It's just the one unit. So that'll be.
I want to see an Italian fleet in Barents. We had the Turkish one already.
Yeah.
Let's have an Italian one too.
Yeah.
You'd think from North Sea they'd be able to take a center, but it's just going to be a very odd. Yeah.
Well, all right, Ben. It's your turn to read. It's your turn to read. He's going to take it, right?
Goes to North Sea. Yeah. So, meanwhile, France is reversing backwards, maybe to chase around that unit, or maybe something is changing. England goes back to Norwegian. St. Petersburg supports Bothnia and Livonia. St. Petersburg is pretty well protected at this point, but Galicia gets into Silesia, popping the German unit there. Germany moved Munich unnecessarily, which could have caused them to lose it, but doesn't hurt them. Ukraine to Sevastopol, probably just trying to make sure Armenia doesn't get in there. Yeah, and Austria is continuing to make progress against Turkey. Looks like it'll be Russia and Austria getting the last two Turkish dots.
Yeah, it really shouldn't have been the way that the East is winning this fight on triple against triple, because usually triple on triple is bad for the East because they have to kill Turkey, whereas the Western triple can just come East. But those veterans, I mean, Eddie, Chris, and Stephen, all of them know the game very well, have managed to outmaneuver the West, and now we are in a position where the West is being pushed back. There is a Eastern fleet in the North Sea, and Turkey is completely gone, so that distraction is not there anymore. Now the only thing the West can do is working on the Eastern guys for one of them to stab the other. Otherwise, I think the West is in a difficult position. And what is France doing in North Atlantic Ocean? We are not exactly sure. It might be with English consent since there's this Italian intruder, but it's definitely also there. You know, there are possibilities for mischief from there. Absolutely.
All right, so thank you, Alex. Really good first round. Sadly, stuck in the Turkish corner. And round two, for that, we get an Austrian build and a Russian build and a German build. And we are going to see German fleet for the first time being built. And two other armies.
With that, Munich's guaranteed for the East, right?
Oh, yeah. That seems like a misbuild. I mean, Baltic could anyway have tapped it, so it probably was guaranteed anyway. But yeah, this is another thing where the defense of the West is leaky, and they need to change something, otherwise they will suffer probably.
It is super leaky, and Munich knows so and runs away, Robert.
Yes, Italy gets in. They are the one that get the benefit there. And actually, France says, okay, this is not working, so they take a convoy. Italy convoys France into Yorkshire. How often do we say that? France walks into Liverpool. So yeah, that Western triple is history. France has attacked. Meanwhile, Austria moves into Romania and convoys back to Bulgaria. What do you think, Ben? Arranged, not arranged?
I'm not sure about that. I think probably arranged, although the Romania move is very odd to me. Just leaving Smyrna open like that doesn't make the most sense. It would be the start of a long fight. But the one other thing I noticed is Italy's convoying France forward, but they're also moving to take Marseille back.
Yeah.
I hit the right button there. I did. Fall 1905, Ben. Yeah, there you go. You get your trade for Smyrna.
Yeah, it looks like Austria and Russia were just sort of trading some things around, which is, it's, good cooperation, but there are just 2 Austrian armies sitting there doing very little at the moment, 3 really. So if I was Russia, I would want those moving away from me. Italy takes Spain rather than Marseille, and France takes Liverpool as well as London, and England convoys back, all their armies coming back to Edinburgh. Germany is, I guess, defending Denmark, and Kiel just defending wherever they can. They're going to go down 1 here.
Yeah, France could have retreated to Portugal. They pulled it off the board. They get it as a rebuild, but as a consequence, Italy can walk into Portugal in spring if they choose to do so. Yeah, the East is growing. Kevin was just showing it. Oh no, actually, just Eddie is building. The other 2 are staying even. But yeah, the position is good for the East. The question remains: will somebody stab?
So we're going to get a fleet and an army from Eddie, which is good. We can see 2 French armies. So the first army is built by France this game. So first fleet for Germany last time. First armies here. That's good. And England, Norway, and Norwegian. Spring 1906.
Russia goes into Black Sea, which is probably just defensive, because Austria is really sitting close to Russian dots. They are not doing anything right now, but they are certainly not moving away either. They're going into Munich, which might be arranged. Munich can just retreat to Berlin. Yeah, Italy forgoes Portugal for now, takes a walk into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean because France is still fighting England on the English island, rather than bringing their fleets back. Just gets those armies into position to potentially hold Marseille. Yeah, West, pretty much in disarray. Oh, and Russia goes into St. Peter, I forgot to say, while Germany takes Norway.
Yeah, Germany's committing a lot of resources to Scandinavia when they are getting their home centers taken. I would have thought maybe Bothnia to Baltic, and then try to bring Sweden back. We'll see. Very curious whether there are any diplomatic arrangements going on here that we're not really aware of, like Italy and France having something worked out, or Germany have something worked out with one of the Eastern powers.
Yeah, there are definitely talks, I'm pretty sure, but it looks like West in disarray and the East working like clockwork.
Well, what I'd like to say is that this is turning into a Fogel, and Brandon is yawning and drinking coffee in the background. He clearly does not like the game that is turning into a Fogel.
Oh, that's me. So we've got Budapest going to Trieste, whereas Mid-Atlantic takes Brest. Burgundy is trying to get Germany back into Munich unsuccessfully, rather than defending both Brest and Marseille. England takes Liverpool back, and loses Norway and St. Petersburg, though. So England will be down to 2. Germany does make the move into Baltic now, and Russia is pushing north to Moscow, Livonia to Prussia, Black to Sevastopol.
Yeah, this is a very strong position for Italy. They shouldn't have gotten into Belgium and Brest here. They still have Portugal in their back pocket. It's crucial that Austria at least takes Trieste here, which was certainly arranged. But otherwise, I mean, we really might have to think if this game goes on for a long time and Eddie gets a good drop on the East, maybe there is even potential for an Italian solo here. It's a long way from that. I mean, Austria is also in a very strong position, don't get me wrong, but Italy is so thoroughly across the line that, it's pretty strong stuff.
Yeah, and it's a very defensive position for Austria, so you would imagine it would be difficult for them to get overtaken by Italy alone, but you're absolutely right. The position across the line is incredible, and they've still got Portugal basically in their pocket.
Yeah, yep. Thankfully having Chris Brand next to him poses a good enough threat to not let him get too far ahead. So we see 2 armies from Chris, Fleet Naples from Eddie, Stephen Hogue, who keeps grinding his center count up, builds Army Warsaw. Spring 1907. Spring 1907 had the first draw vote of the game. As I say first, it does lead me to believe there are going to be more. Clearly fails.
Yeah.
Robert.
It's not carnage. 90 points for the two leaders is really not that much. We've seen 130, 140-ish already, and there are lots of dots for these to take, so I definitely get that. Italy takes Marseille, moves forward, a few arranged bounces between A and I, as far as I can see. France is now going into the North Sea. It's really more of the same. Russia setting up in Scandinavia. East is pushing forward. West is in chaos. That's how I would summarize it.
Yeah, nothing more really to add there. The Austria and Italy seem to set up a bounce in Trieste, but nothing too new.
All right, into the fall. Ben, keep us going.
So Austria is pushing further across the line here, into Kiel and into Munich. France takes Belgium back from Italy and tries to take Brest back, but is unable to. Italy's picking up Marseille and Portugal, and nothing changes hands in Scandinavia.
Yeah, that could have been different if Finland had been the mover. Probably doesn't hurt the East too much, but a little bit of suboptimal tactics there. At least the West is sort of cooperating now, but it's probably too little too late. This is all in the hands of the East now. What do they want to do? Do they want to do a Fogel? Does somebody want to stab? Do they want to keep the Western powers alive and draw early? It's up to them now.
And a Fogel is when you split 11-11-11, for anyone who's not aware.
Yes, thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
We like to tease Brandon a little bit with that.
I thought that was common knowledge amongst all diplomacy.
We could have first-time watchers, Kevin.
Very true. Very true.
Hopefully.
We should have that as a streaming banner along the bottom. What we will see is
he doesn't really like that, but it's a little bit of a teasing.
Another bill, yeah, because Brandon is the most common known Alliance player in the hobby. He's giving me a look backstage. We've got another build for Eddie and another build for Chris Brand, which is the story of the game at this point. Two armies this time. Spring 1908, there is another draw vote. This one fails as well.
So because it failed, we push forward. Now Stephen Hogue gets Norway and pops the German army. Austria moves forward. Italy gets into Belgium, moves fleets forward, and the same bounces we've seen in the East for a long time.
Yep. Italy is into Belgium, and France is getting surrounded in London by England. So we'll see if France continues to get finished off here. Who would have guessed earlier that France would be done way before England? And then, yeah.
Let's see about that. Getting intel on some of the other games. That's good. Fall 1908, Ben, keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had one more thing. So there was a draw vote here. Clearly, you see that it fails. The new rule that they have here is that you could do 3 secret draw votes. Every draw vote going forward now is the public draw votes, which they tried in the virtual whipping. I forget if it was 21 or 22. The open draw votes start with the leader and works its way down the center count chart. So the person with the most centers votes first, the person with the least votes last. So that will take effect with the next proposed draw, which we'll let you know will come up soon.
All right. So England takes London back, but they lose Edinburgh to a convoy from Germany, who loses Holland because they convoyed away from Holland. Interesting. Italy gets Belgium back, tries to go into well, they basically braced the Burgundian. I was trying to come up with the demonym there. Move to Marseille. So no luck for France, and Russia takes Sweden.
Yeah, Russia catching up a little bit. That's good for them, because I was starting to ask myself if they will be excluded of this three-way if they're just too far behind. But at least they're only one behind at this point. So seems like it's going well for them as well.
Fleet North Coast, the other one is waived. We get an army and another fleet for the 2 leaders. Spring 1909, we do have a public draw vote for the first time. That public draw vote fails. We have some intel that the voters against are both Chris and Steve.
Chris and Steve. That's interesting, because I'm sitting here wondering if Austria is going to make a move on Russia at some point.
Yeah.
Steve was probably thinking he's going to pick up more German and maybe English dots, but I would be curious whether there's a move on Warsaw made at some point.
Stephen waived a build last winter, and that was brave, because sure, you don't need an army Moscow offensively, but Austria is keeping loads of armies pretty close to you, so there was definitely an argument to be made, but maybe Chris's work that he talked him out of that and said, like, no, that will just cause stress between the two of us, so please don't do it. Yep, but so far, nothing aggressive between the Eastern powers. Russia gets put into Denmark. Italy is back into North Sea, where they've been before. Austria backfills Belgium. A little bit of dot changing in Italy, France territory, but that's just springtime.
And then I think you had all the moves covered. But in addition to what I just said about Warsaw, if Italy and Austria didn't have to bounce, then Austria could also go to Aegean and take Cannes. So there is a stab there if they want it.
Yeah.
Fall 1909, no draw vote.
Italy takes the last French dot in Paris and pops the unit in Brest. Austria walks out of Italian Belgium and into Picardy while not managing to take Belgium from, that's got to be all just for fun around
Berlin, right?
Berlin. Yeah, that's very strange, but they're all on the same side and no one's fighting anywhere else. So I think that's just a weird type of bounce. Russia picks up Denmark and North Sea, whereas Germany helps Italy into Edinburgh.
Yeah, Italy goes ahead here. If we look into winter, so Italy, the clear leader now. I don't know if that was arranged or not, or if Austria expected to get into Berlin and Russia did something funny there. Oh, let's see.
At this point, Italy would have to give one up to get to even if they're
Right.
The odds of Italy holding Berlin are slim, I'll say. So
maybe it's agreed. Maybe they said this scoring system incentivizes putting one ahead, and somehow Eddie convinced them that should be him.
Well, there are no draw votes in spring 1910, and I know there's not because anyone who was on Discord to see the 1 a.m. local time post knows that the way that Austria is going to get their next dot is
getting convoyed into London. How often do we say an Austrian army in London? The Italian army is being popped, so Russia gets a dot in Berlin. So it might, after all, be a very classical 11-11-11. Let's see, how do the numbers look? Ben, that's your turn to read.
Russia's picking up Berlin. That'll take them to 11. Italy, and Austria's picking up London to get them to 11. Is Italy giving one up anywhere? No. So they'll still be at 12. Oh, they are. No, they gave up Berlin. Sorry. Yeah. So it's all even. All right. So is this it?
Do our builds.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's what they wanted for a long time. I think it never really looked like anybody really wanted to stab. As you said, Austria had potential. Congratulations, especially for Chris Brandt. He has had a decent score. I think also like second or third place score from round 1. So he might still be in the hunt for the victory in round 3. What I want to point out is that the really interesting part was in the beginning. They showed us how you win a triple on triple situation, where they, if anything, should have been on the back foot, being able to stalemate the West at best. But they first showed that they are tactically completely on top of it, did the right moves to gain an advantage and to not make any mistakes, and then diplomatically turning France. I think that was when it really started to go off rail, this game, because they said, France, look, this is not working. You're not getting anywhere. If anything, we will make progress. How about you do something for yourself? And Eddie probably or somebody else got them to go against England, and then, the wall was completely breached and they could just roll. And for a long time, it's just been, what do they want to do with this game? Does somebody want to stab, or do they want to do this? Which is what they wanted, and they got it. So good for them. Not a huge score, but yeah.
It doesn't seem like a bad idea in the scoring system either, because this is more than some toppers with fewer points, with fewer centers got in the first round, I think.
It's basically the equivalent to a 10 center top
Right.
on there, so it's equal, not better. Eddie lost a lot of points by jumping out. Let's hang on. Before we do that, we got to bring in the name of this board that we got here. Brandon's back.
Yeah, it's quite a thing. You know, I imagine in 20 years, like, this will be my lasting contribution to the hobby. My name for this abomination. No, look, it especially in a scoring system like this, you know, 3 people can basically get a decent board top. So if the scoring system, you know, incentivizes it, then it's you know, a smart thing to do.
Perfect. Let's do here. We're gonna give Ben a break this time. We'll get him back after he watches. I don't even know what game's on at this point. I think Duke's on right now. You can tell us about Duke when you come back.
Ugh.
Duke is playing James Madison, who's
they're up 20 points already.
What's that?
They're up 20. Duke's up 20 already.
I turned it off. But the James Madison is the Dukes. So Duke versus the Dukes. Yeah, that's very good. So, all right, see ya. We'll get Brandon to read the springs on these, and then he'll let me get a break after the next one. We'll do that. The next one is here. We got players for Sly and the Family Stone. I've actually not heard of this one. Any of you guys?
Yeah, sure. Oh, I can't think of their. Yeah, read it out, and I'll come up with their big hit.
There we go. All right, so I'll read up the players. We got Austria, Katie Gray; England, Siobhan Nolan; France, Nicholas Chouchet. Try it. Germany, Craig Mayer; Italy, Tanya Gill; Russia, Karthik Koenig; and Turkey, Ryan Penwar. Ryan had the Austria in the last one, floats over to Turkey in this one, and is surrounded by 5 fantastic players. And Nicholas, who we don't know, but he has a location, so we clearly have a beat on him a little bit. Sly and the Family Stone, any...
Yeah, they had a bunch of hits you'll recognize from the 60s and 70s. Everyday People, Dance to the Music.
Oh, yeah.
Those are their biggest ones.
I'll start. I can't sing. I started singing once, and I did get booted for the copyright infringement on that one. So
because you're too darn good.
Maybe I had the music on in the background too, which was, I think that was the no.
Welcome to the DBN karaoke show.
Seriously,
you and David Hood can host. It's perfect.
Yeah, right. David can do it. I'll play the music in the background. All right. Brandon, spring 1901.
All right. The one thing of interest that happens on this board is that Siobhan Nolan goes to the English Channel and goes to Wales and gets in. And this is a very aggressive anti-French opening. And because there are 2 units on Belgium, French and German, she's not even guaranteed a build here. Unless she goes for Norway, obviously.
Yeah. I prefer going to Yorkshire when I jump into the channel, just so I don't have to risk the North Sea while taking my guaranteed build, because the Ed Sullivans of this world like to go into North Sea when England has to, do North Sea to Norway to guarantee a build.
Are you throwing shade on Ed Sullivan?
I'm just reminding our viewership of I think it was like a Nexus top board where he did exactly that.
Ed offered to join us today. I declined him. Now he's going to feel mad that I was trying to slight him myself. I was not, Ed. I was not. That's all, Robert.
Well, you just said we're going to bring Robert on and he's going to, throw shade on you, so we don't want you there.
You just knew that you couldn't trust Ed Sullivan.
Of course.
I did not say that either. That was Brandon.
Yeah.
I love Ed Sullivan.
You're welcome.
All right, Robert.
Okay, anyway, Siobhan is being brave, but Craig Mayer is not going into the North Sea, so good for her. She gets a convoy into Picardy. France still gets 2 builds from Iberia. In the east, we see a move into Black Sea. Turkey puts the fleet into Con. And Italy says, Tanya said, yeah, sure, I'm going to take Trieste, but I'm not going to go for Aegean. I'm going to take Tunis as well.
You know, so Tanya and Katie are very close friends. And it will be interesting to see how they do against each other here. Just because they're good friends doesn't mean that they'll work together. So they're both top-notch players. I'm excited to see how that works out. Yeah, I think typically if you're Austria, you want Italy to go to the Aegean if they take Trieste. And that didn't happen here. So let's see.
On that note, Tanya does pick up 2 along with France and Russia. I think I've seen Russia pick up 2 a couple times in this tournament. And as I said, I will talk about the +3s. Craig Mayer gets the +3 and builds all 3, including the Western Triple-ish Fleet Berlin. Brandon, does he do anything good with it?
Well, so I think the question for me going into this turn was, what is Craig Mayer going to do? Is he going to side with... So Siobhan has put her neck on the line here, has made a very aggressive anti-French opening. Was Craig going to join in? The build suggested that he would, and he has. So this is great news for the EG. Really good news for Siobhan because, you know, it's very hard to crack open France. And so to be able to do it in 1902 bodes well for the moment. Why for the moment? Well, because Karthik Kanath has gone up to Moscow and Siobhan probably wishes she had bounced him. But now Norway is at risk. That's especially important given that Berlin has gone into Baltic, so Sweden has nothing to do but go take Norway. So there'll be a guess there. The question is whether Craig, you know, is willing to take the risk on it. I'm sorry, I take that back. There is no guess. Craig is going to take Sweden, and Sweden's going to take Norway. All right, in the east, Bulgaria falls, so it looks like we've got AIR, except for the fact that Black has been taken by Turkey and has been popped now. So,
yeah, I think Karthik got a little overconfident there because this move only makes sense if you think you have Turkey convinced that they should move their fleets out and that Con will actually get to Aegean. My suspicion is that he specifically asked Austria and Italy to keep Aegean open because I guess he expected that fleet to move out because Karthik knows his tactics very well. He will know that this convoy with no support will not go anywhere if Ankara stays in place or does this. And yeah, I think Siobhan is getting her second chance on running an EG in this tournament because she was in that EG with Chris Brandt in round 1 that didn't really work that well in the long run for her. She was Germany, so now she's trying it again with Craig Mayer. Let's see if she does better.
So just to follow up, when England and Germany work together and the German maybe asks the English to build Fleet Liverpool and Germany's actually do follow up on that, Robert? Just want to confirm that when Robert playing Germany asks an England played by someone on this stream with a tiny...
What do you think? The connection is very, very difficult at the moment. Were you able to hear him, Brandon?
Transatlantic communications are down, I hear. So, Robert, let's see if you hear me here. You got fall 1902.
Oh, yeah, that's much better. So, Siobhan gets into Mid-Atlantic Ocean while Nicolas is venturing into North Atlantic, which will not really be that great since Siobhan is getting a build. Probably Nicolas was hoping that he could kick her out of Brest, but since Paris is being tapped, that is not happening. And the big move in the east, I think, is that Galicia is being taken. While apart from that, Italy is going west, dropping into Piedmont, dropping into Gulf of Lyon.
This is quite a stunning year for Siobhan, I have to say. I think if you're Siobhan, you would expect to either be getting Mid-Atlantic here or holding on to Brest. Certainly not both. It's worth noting that Nicolas, sorry, we're so used to saying Nicolas, that Nicolas could have retaken Brest if he just tapped English Channel here. So this is an unfortunate tactical opening. It just means France is going to fall very quickly here. The move from Bohemia or from Berlin to Silesia is interesting. Signals that Craig wants to be a player in the East.
Or, as Doug Moore says, it's just his home province. A little shifting around, a lot of plus ones, minus ones this turn. The most significant being.
Oh my goodness! What? Siobhan. What's?
Trusting that North Atlantic would have been the one pulled, and it is not.
But why would you want another army here? Unless your sights are set on. Oh my goodness! Unless your sights are set on the center of the board, you want fleets. You want fleets to get around Iberia. Okay, so that doesn't happen. She loses both Brest and Liverpool, and I don't think can take Brest back. Gains Portugal, but isn't going to get Spain. So that not a great turn there for Siobhan. Sweden falls. Oh, how did she hold on to Sweden last time, or Norway? Did we?
Karthik held.
Karthik didn't go for it. Okay. Oh, and Craig didn't.
Norway supported St. Pete, and in exchange for not Chan.
Oh, did Norway support Sweden then to hold? Okay,
Yep.
okay.
That was that.
Great. So, okay, so clearly Craig and Siobhan got on the same page here. Silesia goes down to Bohemia just to piss Doug Moore off. That's about it.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that Karthik is fairly passive here. He's not really gaining anything out of this AIR since he has lost this fleet against Turkey. Austria's taking Galicia. They are not moving on. He's trying to support them out, but for now, AI are working together, getting into position, but not really, neither attacking Russia nor moving out. And similar thing in the north. He managed to hold on to Sweden for a turn diplomatically. Now he's a bit more into trouble. And the question is, where between these EG and AI alliances will Karthik find some traction, if at all? Well, at least he manages to convince Katie to actually move out of Galicia. He moves into Armenia, so he's still hoping to get one of those Turkish dots. Italy takes a second Iberian dot with English help, so they take Spain. And Germany gets back into Brest, which is once again something that was by no means guaranteed, at least not the way they did it. No, it was not guaranteed. And yeah, so England is actually just taking one, but losing two here, whereas Germany is going up two. So this is a very lopsided EG, I think.
Yeah, you said Picardy getting back into Brest, but
yeah, well, for the alliance, it's a team effort. Craig is doing it for Siobhan to revenge her.
This maybe should be called the Egg Alliance because there's much more G than E.
Yes,
there is no. I shouldn't say no F, but F has completely disintegrated here. So Siobhan will have her chance to retake Brest at some point if traded. Tanya, the big winner out of this in the south, and Craig moving along in the north, both +2. 2 armies and an army and a fleet.
And Karthik holds on to Fleet Skagerrak just because.
Why not? If you're there, you might as well keep it. Not keeping it for long.
All right. So, yes, the fleet gets blown up immediately because neither Siobhan nor Craig wanted it there. And in let's see, around Iberia, some interesting stuff happens. We have France and Germany cooperating to kick Tanya out. And so now Tanya, having gone from Spain to Mid-Atlantic, has a guess to make about whether to even hold on to Spain. And then there's the question of whether France and Germany do something in coordination with Siobhan. So that's one to watch there. But Tanya's other units are all moving west. So clearly she has decided that the west are where her fortunes lie. Meanwhile, thank you, Jamal. Meanwhile, yes, Karthik did the thing. He got the unit down there, and they've managed to hold on to Sevastopol. So Turkey will finally get cracked open. These are learning experiences on this board for these newer players, Nicholas and Ryan. So Nicholas, I would go back and recommend if is looking at the tactics of the defense against Siobhan. Ryan, you've held out well. You just you had a dedicated IR against you. There's only so long you can do that. Hold out against that.
Very true. Yeah. Did well to pop that Black Sea Fleet, for example. So
Yeah.
it's longer than some turkeys last, especially against such an esteemed AIR. Great players.
Yeah.
And Germany is generally in a great position now. The question is, can they stop the AIR or will they keep rolling again?
In here, back to it, and all.
Well, they fall back with their armies, so nothing really happens right now. Go into Finland. At some point, they will be able to do something against Carthage. However, Carthage will get that build from Ankara. Italy gets Smyrna as well, and Portugal. Yeah, that's about. And England is diving into Belgium. That is most likely arranged.
Sure.
I would think so. It's not a great position for the EG to have a fleet there, but Siobhan definitely said I need a build at some point. And France is just hanging out in Liverpool, saying like, yeah, I'm nice and cozy here for now.
Yeah, so Craig was gaining Marseille here, didn't even have a place to build, so it makes perfect sense. And Siobhan will be able to convert that build into gaining of Liverpool right away.
True.
And Tanya's, so the guess was right. Well, so France doing a good job of switching sides, trying to get something anywhere. So so it turned out there wasn't a guess. It was either hold Marseille or bounce Portugal. Yeah. The question for me now is really kind of about Katie. Katie has come into this game in second place in great position to make a run for this tournament, win, but will have to make a move on one of her allies. And I think unless they go for the Fogel, in which case it's like a 10 center board top and she has the advantage over both Tanya and Karthik in the standings.
Yep. I mean, tactically, they probably could do it, especially in an untimed round. And if she has the trust that the other two will not stab, then I would probably be happy with that result as her. But the big question is, is that true, or will one of them, pull the trigger at some point? Because Austria is behind Italy already quite a bit and also one center behind Russia.
All right, we see two armies from Karthik, another army for Tanya, and Army Eddie for Siobhan. Turkey remains with one, not dead yet.
So Siobhan goes for Liverpool, gets it. So there's more. So France gets into Marseille here. So Tanya's definitely using that Gascony army to her advantage, but that's only going to be useful for so long. I think the bigger problem, actually, from Tanya's standpoint, is that Mid-Atlantic is now English again. So while she got the benefit of Portugal, she's lost the position and the ability to crack the West open. So that's one to watch. If their goal is to get across the line and dominate the board as the AIR, that's going to be an obstacle for them doing it.
Yep, that's true. I mean, there's definitely a scenario where the West might be able to stalemate the East after all.
Well, Wales, I mean, we could see still the numerical advantage potentially, but we'll see.
Oh, if Wales taps channel here, and then they get in.
Yep.
That's true. Yeah.
It's you. Sorry, go ahead.
So yeah, that's something I didn't look into. France actually helps Italy into Mao, which is significant. Otherwise, I think this would have been pretty much a line for the West. And no, sorry, they also tap Burgundy. So two French taps make all the difference because Austria gets into Munich as well. And yeah, they finish off Turkey. That was not really unexpected. A convoy into Spain succeeds as well. So nice unit efficiency there. Good job. Italy moving forward, and it's looking nice for the AIR. No line after all for the West.
Fogel. Two armies, a fleet to try and stop North Africa to Tunis. We'll see how that works out. And nothing to backfill the fleet in the north. Mid-Atlantic is free to run. Brandon? Oh, wait, sorry, hang on. We did have a failed draw vote in this spring here.
Oh, right, but we don't get any more detail.
Not yet.
Now it's academic. It's if the AIR wants to take us to the end, it's just a question of who's the one. And the more interesting question is, would say Tanya and Karthik decide that cutting Katie out is to their advantage?
Yeah.
It is from a standings perspective. It's probably not from a relationship perspective, which they may think is important for round 3 or beyond. You know, Katie's somebody, she just won a major tournament, right? So her hunger level's not going to be as big.
Yeah. I mean, the question is, I don't quite remember what the score of Karthik and Tanya was. They were definitely lower than Katie coming in. So the question is, do they actually need a lone board top, a big lone board top to really be in contention in round 3? Because if that's the case, then this argument of building up capital for round 3 might not be that valid.
Yep.
Maybe, as you say, they don't care. Maybe they just say, okay, whatever, I will build up capital for another tournament, but that might not be quite like Tanya or Karthik after all. So if they think they need a big score here, I could definitely see them going for it, but maybe they don't.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. Okay. This is very interesting.
I've learned to read the notes. Once there's one failed draw vote, the draw passes pretty soon thereafter. So I was surprised to see one as early as spring 1906.
What did the Fogelers get? It was like 125 or something.
Yeah.
So this is not great. I mean, especially for Tanya, it's okay, 106, but especially Katie, who's really, was in a good position coming in. 80. She's still somewhat in contention for sure, but not a lot really.
And this wouldn't have taken that long actually to prosecute, right? They've got great position. The only thing they're missing are northern fleets from Russia, but they could generate those pretty easily.
Yep. Katie would have to sacrifice herself to do it though, because whereas Russia get quick builds, right?
Oh, Smyrna. I mean, there's a strong argument here that, but Italy's got the most growth potential as well, so they're going to have to be giving up.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Or even Berlin. Berlin is, you could put Russia into Berlin fairly soon, I guess. Actually, right now.
Well,
bring Ben back here for a second.
Yeah.
Still winning by 20.
I was not paying too much attention to that either, but you were all just talking about the fact that they could have got to 125 each here.
Yeah, and Craig Mayer is ahead of everyone, right? So
maybe he's the big winner after all of this game. I mean, he first managed to run an EG where he's getting really most of the benefit, and then he managed to convince the East not to go for the Fogel here. So pretty good play on his part.
Yeah.
Hey, you were saying some of them are good friends at the beginning. Maybe they all decided they'd rather go get a drink together than keep playing diplomacy together.
Yeah, Jamal was pointing that out in the chat. That is, sleep or drinks can both be a valid argument in an evening round at a face-to-face tournament.
Yeah. Hard for round 2 though. Round 2 is the round you kind of build that score up. So
I agree. This is 5 game years, probably about 3.5 hours. So it's like 9:30 at this point, maybe 10 o'clock. It shouldn't be a hard argument to say, let's play for another hour and see how far we get.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. All right, Brandon, time to load your system onto the screen here. I'll pull mine out, and I'm going to go make the kids dinner, and we'll see you after round 2 finishes.
All right, Kevin, get out of here. It took us a long time to get rid of that guy. Yeah. All right, you guys ready for? Oh!
Hey, there he is.
Did I say something? Oh God, Robert, you shouldn't have said that about Kevin.
Of course, it's always me.
Oh, we're actually having audio issues now.
No, I was muted by an off-screen ghost.
Mm.
All right, let's
not even transatlantic in this case either.
There's a famous story about Lucille Ball, that she would have host dinner parties, and they were really famous, lots of celebrities and stuff, and she was very entertaining. But when somebody would go to the bathroom and then come back, she would just turn to the person and say, or she would turn to somebody at the table and say, well, why don't you say it to her face now? And with that,
nice.
let us, Sly and the Family Stone is what we just did, correct? So let's turn on over to Rancid, which hopefully be the player list. There we go. It's been a while, I guess, since I did this. Do you guys know anything about the group Rancid? I do not.
Yeah, I used to listen to them a little bit. It's kind of like a ska pop punk kind of thing. Not deeply familiar, but I used to like them.
Can you sing any of their songs right now?
I'm not a good singer, so I will not.
That doesn't matter. We're fine with that. Oh, you're not going to do it?
Oh, no, I'm not going to do it.
In board 4 of round 2, named after Rancid, we find defending DBN Invitational winner, Diplomat of the Year, Mr. Peter McNamara in Austria. We got Ariel Mendez Pinate in England, Mikey Moore, the Canadian Mountie in France. And in Germany, we have another DBNI winner, Jason Massbaum, won the second Invitational. He's playing Germany. Italy, we've got David Graff, who had that really great turkey in round 1. So let's look. That we thought he left some points on the table, but he comes in 4th place, so definitely still in position to make some noise this tournament. He's playing Italy. In Russia, we've got Andrei Gerbikov, who's a well-known player from the virtual hobby, has been around, has come close to winning some tournaments, so definitely capable of putting together a good score. And Alex Amen, I think is how his name is pronounced. He is a longtime player in the Bay Area, really, really nice guy in Turkey, definitely capable of putting in a score. He comes in 9th place. So we've got 3 players in the top 10 coming into this game. Let's jump in here and have a look-see, shall we?
Oh, yes.
All right, Mr. Let's see. Were you first or second last game, Robert?
I was in the fall, I think, before.
Okay, so you're in the spring here. So tell us what you see in spring of 1901.
Pretty standard stuff, really. I think that's the most standard spring of 1901 we've seen. Nothing that really surprised me. France gets into Burgundy, but yeah, we see that a lot.
What happened here?
Didn't go through.
There we go. Okay, keep
There
going
we
then,
go.
my friend.
Yep, that's about all I have to say.
All right. Mr. Ben, what do you have to say?
Yeah, not too much interesting. We'll see what happens with Belgium here. France has 2 on it, so they're going to want it probably.
All right. Spring or fall of 1901. Ben, tell us what you
And
see.
they get it as well as Munich. Germany was right. Jason was right to be a little bit wary, but he was wary of Holland instead of Munich. Let's Andre into Sweden. Actually, I know they've worked well together before. I wonder if that's something to look at here. Jason and Andre. Everyone gets their typical centers in the East, except that Italy, I think for the second game in a row, goes into Trieste as well as Tunis and does not make the move to Aegean.
Yeah, 2 reoccurring themes in this tournament. One of them is France taking Munich and then getting 3 builds in 01, and the other one, Italy taking Trieste and also taking Tunis, which is not super uncommon, but I feel like we've seen it quite a bit in this tournament so far.
I wonder if there was a reaction in round 2 against Turkey's success in round 1 too, because we've seen a lot of we've seen some of this defensive Turkey going to Syria, I think, more than once now. All right, so Kevin's favorite +3 builds on the board from France finds Fleet Brest and 2 armies, so keeps his options open there. Ariel Mendez Pinate puts down a fleet in Edinburgh, so not too worried about the French 3 builds. And in Germany, we've got Jason Massbaum putting down an army, just going to play defense most likely. Gribikov puts down 2 armies, so we'll see whether St. Petersburg is headed west or not. And we get 2 fleets from David Graff, which it may be not surprising given the French 3 builds, but still seems kind of fun and suggests that David and Peter McNamara, that everything is copacetic there. And not surprising fleet build from Alex Amen. All right, let's move forward into spring of 1902. And Robert Chupa, tell us what you see.
What a lovely guess on Ariel's part, knowing that, Jason would go to Kiel and he can convoy into Holland. So France is going into Burgundy. They beleaguer Munich, so they stay there. Yep. Andre does not go for Norway. He's just tapping it, and now there will be Norwegian to defend it if they want it. And in the east, we see Austria taking Bulgaria, Russia jumping into the Black Sea, while Italy is sort of trying to move into Eastern Med, but gets blocked. But this might very well be in AIR once again.
Yeah, interesting to see Romania not do anything, not tipping their hand. Not that an attack on Serbia would have worked either way anyway, given Peter's moves to cut both Romania and Bulgaria. Interested especially to see how fast France puts pressure on Italy here, if this is an EF like it looks like it is.
Mm-hmm.
You got to love these tactics. You got to love these tactics here, right? Doesn't get kicked out of Munich and advances an army into Holland. You were going to say, Robert?
Feels a little bit like a virtual game from 2021 with like EF and AIR. Let's see if it continues like that.
All right, we've got fall of 1902. Over to you, Ben.
So France goes down into the Med immediately, does not take Spain, jumps right into Western Med and Lyon, loses Munich, but pops Ruhr. So interesting combination of events. Gets into Piedmont. It's a great momentum forward, but they're going to have to pull one. In the east, Italy runs into Greece with Austrian support. Black takes Ankara, and Budapest takes Trieste. So Austria's up one, Italy's even. That's pretty much all, I would say. What else you see, Robert?
Yeah, ER relationship is interesting. Andre has really not taken any active action against Ariel so far. If this is indeed a longer-term AIR, we will see fighting between them at some point. So it's going to be interesting to see if actually that will come back to bite him, if England will get the upper hand against him, or if that will be a resource he can use, that he will turn that into something else in the south and then maybe have an English ally in the north and really use it to his advantage. Could both seems plausible from this point, I think.
All right, let's move forward and see if we get any clue from the builds. We get a fleet from Jason Massbaum. That just seems really fun. Be curious what you guys think. We get an army in Edinburgh from Ariel, and we get Mikey Moore. Yeah, Mikey Moore bypassing Spain was unusual, and probably wishes he didn't do that in retrospect.
Yeah, I can only think that he thought that Italy would go to Lyon, he would just bounce there, because especially if you're pulling, that seems odd. I mean, if you would go up one anyway, then you say like, okay, I can stay even and take it later. But
maybe they even discussed that, maybe he
with Italy.
Yeah, maybe Mike thought it was arranged, and if so, and David, purposely didn't bounce him, then well done, my friend.
Yeah.
It's I was curious whether France was going to pull Belgium and continue the attack in the south. That would have left him a little vulnerable to a stab, but he's already a little vulnerable to a stab, and especially with England and Russia getting along so far, it'd be interesting to see if that's something Ariel considers in the future.
All right, any thoughts on the fleet build from Jason Massbaum?
It's a pitch. I'm not sure. I think I would have preferred the army, but maybe he will prove me wrong.
Well, it's an interesting pitch, right? Sorry, we'll just spend a moment on this because it's a pitch to France to turn against England with him, and yet France is the one with less ability to do that, right? Like France doesn't have any fleets that would help him. So you might think if you were going to make the pitch, but maybe it's a pitch to Russia to help against England. I don't know. In any case, it's certainly interesting. So let's move forward now and see. And over to you, Robert.
EF sticks together. France gets put into Kiel. Doesn't seem like Jason was super confident that there was his pitch was taken up. England drops down to Skagerrak, so far nothing too aggressive against Russia. And in the east, basically they are trying to go against Turkey more. Is a little bit of back and forth there, and lots of eastern units go west. Italy gets into Munich with German support. Italy gets into Gulf of Lyon. So some movement on that part. Venice bounce probably arranged.
Yeah, lots of bounces arranged here. France is going Leon to Western Med. I guess at that point, that's the most important place to be, whether Italy's going to Western Med or something's coming back towards you from the north. So will be interesting to see if Spain, if Western Med goes to Spain here, in which case Italy will be in Western Med. Actually, they can support themselves in if they want to.
Yeah, it's a curious move from Mikey Moore. I mean, you might also just bounce Spain, right?
I don't know. The more I see it, the more I don't love the pull of the fleet in the south. He started a fight and then didn't leave enough material to prosecute that fight.
Well, if he can hold on to Kiel, then he at least gets a build, and that puts him back in forward momentum. And the answer is neither.
Oh, does work out in the south. Oh, does not hold on to Kiel, but does manage to not lose Spain or Western Med in the south. Does not hold on to Kiel because Italy supports Germany, and Germany supports themselves, right? So it's 3 on 2. Germany manages to hold on to Skagerrak. Also, Belgium goes to Ruhr, so there will be more EF. So the East makes more progress than the West this year, and than the EF does. They also managed to get Turkey down to 1 with Austria picking up 1. So slow and steady here, but the East is making some progress.
France is at least getting a rebuild, so they can reassess if they might want 2 fleets in the Med after all, which seems like a little bit of a sidestep to first pull that and then put it back on. But at some point, they might also want to take Spain, so I think it would be a good idea.
They might want to take Spain in 1904.
Just maybe, it's just a thought. They don't need to take me up on that offer.
We do get the fabled fleet build in Marseille. We get another fleet in the south from David Graff, who's having another one of these sort of slow but steady games like last time. So slowly getting in a good position. I guess one difficulty is that he's got Peter McNamara next to him, which, that will be something to contend with. That's it. We got another army from Peter, and Jason begins his slow descent. Yep.
There's definitely a possibility for an Austria stab here, right? Because Italy just has this fleet in Rome.
Yep.
So if, Peter arranges for Munich to get blown up in spring and gets into position to take Venice in fall, maybe, arranges something with Russia that he can also take Greece in fall, there would be potential. I'm not saying that he's doing that, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, it would hinge on Russia, whether Russia were comfortable with it.
Yeah, if Russia were against you, then that would be stupid. But if Russia's on board, there's stuff you can do.
All right, let's see. The answer is Robert.
Doesn't look like it. He's pushing Venice into Piedmont so that French army gets blown up. He puts Italy into Smyrna. Russia is still fairly passive with England so far. I mean, Russia tried to support Germany against England, but they're still not really attacking Norway. There's a bounce in Spain, so Spain stays neutral for now.
Ben?
Italy's going to get a build here from Smyrna, and they should also get a build here from Marseille. Right? They should get a build from. If they're willing to tap Burgundy, unclear exactly, but they're doing very well here. And it may be one of those moments where there is a stab now against them, but if they get much bigger, they're going to be able to defend much more effectively.
All right. Will Peter stab in fall of 1904, or will there be something arranged where he just slips into Greece and hope and David hopes he gets Marseille? The answer is
David does take Marseille. Oh, it's my turn, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I heard some. David does take Marseille and moves forward into Western Med. Does lose Munich, but only to his allies. So that was a good way to both go ahead. There's been a lot of for what looked like a very good. It looked like. So basically nothing else happens. From what looked like a really good England that had allies in France and a neutral pact with Russia, there just hasn't been any movement in the top for a while. Oh, no, but they've taken Denmark. What am I talking about? Did that happen in spring? I missed it.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, Robert, maybe you're seeing that a little more clearly than I did.
Sorry, I just timed out for a second. It's starting to get late. What were you talking about?
No, that's all right. That's all right.
No, you're good. Keep going.
Italy. I said Italy and Austria are making some progress, and England's making some progress, basically.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I like the way they went about Munich and Marseille. Great stuff. Great alliance play. EF has to figure something out. That's how I see it. Still no active attack by Russia on Norway.
All right. Yeah, that's the one curiosity here, right? Like it's clearly AIR. It's just that R is sort of kind of in. All right. So we have fleet and army from Italy. We have another army from Austria, and France, though, have lost a center from their peak in 1901, are still putting down units from rebuilds. So, yeah, let's see how this evolves. Spring of 1905. Robert, over to you.
Italy manages to hold on to Marseille while kicking France out of Spain, and they go into Lyon. So good stuff for them. Austria is supporting themselves into Serbia and trying to get into Galicia. So it seems like while they're going to Black Sea that they were planning something against Russia. And Russia took precautions. So at least they are not in Galicia. The big problem for Russia is that they moved out of Sevastopol, which will be annoying. They can defend quite a bit, but it would be way better if they still were in Sevastopol. And since they also supported Bohemia to Munich, it clearly seems that they thought Peter was still on side. England pushes forward into Kiel. And yeah, now that Andre finally starts to make advances against England in Finland, he has an Austrian problem in the south. So let's see how this will turn out.
Yeah, he does. And it's going to be a question. There's going to be an important decision for England to make about whether to leave them alone or put their finger on the scale by trying to take some of the Russian dots. It's possible that they can pick up there's only one German dot left to pick up, but that they focus more on getting their armies toward the line in the middle before going after the Russian dots in the north. One or the other will sort of decide how the next part of this game goes, I think.
It's hard for me to see going to Black Sea as anything but hostile against Russia. Yeah.
In Serbia.
Yeah, we felt, we wondered recently whether Peter would make a move on David, sort of thinking that David has the more growth potential and so is therefore a bigger threat. But it clearly, so Peter was going to make a move in some direction. I think we had a sense of that, but Andre's the weaker one. So maybe it was just that simple. He had more to gain. All right, let's move forward into fall and see how it works. Ben, to you.
So Peter does have Romania guaranteed there and takes it. Andre knows that and puts Romania back to Sevastopol instead of bringing Moscow down in order to appease Italy. Well, actually, sorry. Yeah, that's actually interesting. All right, so Russia and Italy join together here to take Constantinople, and Italy goes back to Greece. So the way Italy comes down on this stab will be interesting. Italy is going to be building one from Marseille, so we will see how that plays out. Austria loses Munich, so even though they pick up Romania, they won't be building.
They're retreating to Berlin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So they will be building, but they're all the way forward in Berlin, sort of on their own. England again is growing by one. They've sort of become the slow and steady one here.
Yeah, Austria is not building because they're up 2, down 2. They're losing Munich and Constantinople,
and
Italy's building 2 here from Con and Spain. So that's just like we wondered whether how Russia might react to a stab of Peter on Italy. It's the other way around.
Yeah, at first glance, I really like this for Italy. I think they will have enough to sort of hold their position against France while fighting Austria together with Russia. So maybe EF will get back into the game by that, especially if IR becomes the dominant alliance. Maybe at some point England will attack Russia more actively. But it looks pretty nice for David in this game as well as in the tournament in general.
So what would you put down here if you are David?
I would probably put down Army, Rome, Fleet, Naples, I guess. You would like to build more armies, but you need to get them into play, and you don't really want to just walk out of Greece and so on. So it probably have to put down a Fleet, Naples to.
Yeah, I agree. And as long as you've got Russia on board, you can get into Tyrolia. The army is important.
All right. The answer is Fleet Army, just like you guys said. And Ariel. So Ariel's now bumped up another unit, puts down another fleet here. So that's one to keep an eye on. The rest are a bunch of disbands. So
Ariel's got growth potential, and they haven't pissed anyone off. Like, honestly, France has been treading water for so long that I could see them sticking with England and being fine with not ending up as high. So, it could see this working out for Ariel too.
Yep.
All right. Ariel's growing through what? Russian centers then?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the build in Liverpool could be to secure mid-Atlantic from Italy. It could be to stab, but I was thinking more growing through Russian centers, getting Berlin, Sweden, St. Petersburg.
Yeah, strategically it makes sense because it helping Russia or fighting Russia helps keep Austria from collapsing too quickly, whereas fighting France helps Italy, basically.
Yeah.
All right, spring of 1906. Over to you, Robert.
He goes into Irish Sea, convoys into Holland, so he's neither attacking France nor Russia right now. He stays friends with both of them still. There's nothing moving between France and Italy. And actually, there is a redistribution between Italy, Russia, and Austria again, because now Peter is supporting David into Ankara while leaving Trieste open and getting back into position to potentially go for Bohemia and stuff. So lots of fun stuff in this East.
Oh, yeah. If Ariel wants to give himself more power with regards to Russia, he's got to get into Baltic Sea. So even if he didn't want to take Sweden, I might have moved through Sweden into Baltic. I'm not sure what the partnership with Russia is getting him at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The question for me is, what does David get by siding with Peter here? Is this a mistake that, Peter is just such a good diplomat he got talked into?
I think there's definitely an argument for that because, as you said, there is not really any more after Ankara he can take from now. His position against France is fairly static. It will be very, very difficult to get anything off of France after this. And, where else is he going to go? And you would have gotten dots out of Austria when you work with Russia earlier or later. So I think this is actually great success by I'm sure Andre was asking this question very loudly. No, but pretty big success on Peter's part to convince him to do that.
All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Fall of 06. You been?
Well, I think Robert's seen it more quickly than I have. Peter takes Greece, and also Andre pops Galicia, and Peter's moving to Bohemia. So at the same time, England's moving their armies down towards Munich, which is not going anywhere. Robert, you had a strong reaction immediately.
Yeah, I really didn't like also giving up Greece right here. It's enough already that you're not continuing the attack on Peter. If you're getting out with a net zero, why do that? Because you're completely static. Maybe he's pushing for a quick draw here. Actually, that score he is at right now would be pretty good for David, but I'm not sure he's going to get that with Peter in the position he's in. And also, depending on what Ariel wants to do, we've pointed it out for a long time, Ariel has a lot of play if he wants to take it.
Yeah, the question is just from who? Like, he has to make a decision, Is it from France or Russia, or does he just want Berlin? And if he just wants Berlin, then why isn't he going through Sweden to Baltic? Just like, but now he can go from Denmark to Baltic, blah, blah, blah.
It's just a confusing relationship. What's happening between Russia and Austria here with Galicia and everything?
Well, Peter McNamara did not need to disband this. He had retreats in Vienna and Budapest open. And in fact, he's likely going to build an army in one of them. So maybe he just wanted more time
Or
to think
both.
of it. The possibility exists that he can put down a fleet in Trieste. Just pointing that out, and how much fun that would be, Peter, if you were listening to me back in time last night. And the answer is no, you just put down 2 armies. So thanks for the moment of suspense that led to me. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Spring of 1907, Robert.
Peter stays loyal with Italy, pushes into Galicia, tries for Sevastopol. With Italy going to Armenia, they will actually have, some play on that. Italy also goes to Ionian, which was not needed defensively, so they are leaving a backdoor open to maybe stab Peter a second time. Still nothing much happening in the west. England moving around Russian dots still, convoying to Denmark, so probably they want Berlin after all, but yeah, no aggression against Russia still.
Yeah, there is England is finally in Baltic Sea, and if Italy wanted to stab here, they have the opportunity to use Piedmont to cover. Like if I was Austria, I might try to say, I'm going to go to Venice, but France isn't actually making attacks on Spain or Marseille, so they could use Piedmont to cover Venice if they needed to, if they wanted to stab. Not that I'm saying it's a great stab at this moment, but just going forward.
All right, and the answer is Greece is taken. Whether it counts as a stab or not will remain to be seen. Ben, please do it.
Yeah, no worries. Romania takes Sevastopol, and no one gets into Silesia. And then Munich takes Berlin. They're still working together, England and France, after all this, although England takes Belgium behind. So England is the one going up from all this. They also move Norway to Norwegian, which could mean Army Edinburgh, and then it comes over to Norway, possibly.
Yeah, I don't think this is a stab. I think you would have done something with Armenia if this were a stab. I mean, there is an argument. I mean, Piedmont is doing nonsense orders anyway, but that was probably a genuine mistake supporting Spain instead of Marseille. So there is an argument why you might want to play it conservatively with Venice, but I think Armenia should either tap Black Sea or go to Ankara if this is a stab. So I suspect Greece was granted. Even though it might not have been agreed that it's taken from Ionian rather than Aegean.
Well, and didn't they help with Sevastopol, or at least not prevent it? I don't think. Yeah.
Well, they should have helped really with
really
Moscow, but so it's you don't really know what's going on there.
In any case, it's a good situation for David Graff, right? Who's in the top 10. Like he's still top on this board by 2.
Totally.
It puts down another army. Ariel, who is now in second place, puts down another army. Spring of 1908. Robert.
Italy is covering their dots, Caen and Ankara, while Austria is coming down to Tyrolia. So there is definitely friction between the two of them, even though there is not necessarily open warfare in this turn. At least Italy is not going full out against Austria, but they don't really trust each other at all. And finally, it seems that England might be going for Russian dots. They're not walking into any of them, but they are now in Livonia and in Norway with armies, which is, apart from tourism, I can't come up with many reasons why they should have armies there if they don't want to fight Russia.
Ben?
With all this diplomatic shakeup in the East and tension, I think they've kind of forgotten that there's an EF and they may be coming across the line in the middle. Like now there are French armies coming into Silesia and the English ones coming through. You may need to get these Austrian armies to the line coming up soon here.
All right. Well, if anyone's going to know that, it's Mr. McNamara.
Right.
Answer is?
He does bring Tyrolia to Bohemia, Trieste to Tyrolia. England walks through Berlin into Prussia, not taking anything. It is forming up as a line. England does take St. Petersburg, does not take Sweden yet because they wanted to guarantee Prussia, assuming France didn't. Yeah. In the West, France is into Gascony and England is into Irish Sea, which prevents all, France is well defended now. I guess the question will be, it'll be a guess between North Africa and Spain now. I think 3.
You wanna
Sorry.
say?
Yeah. Sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
but we're into the next anyway. Robert,
Yeah.
any comments on this phase?
Italy is just has too many fleets in the east to really hold back the west tactically. I get why he's anxious that Peter might stab him, but tactically speaking, if France, England keep going together, there will be problems for Italy, and they're already having a problem with the board top since England is growing in the north.
Yeah, now one behind and can easily pass him, right?
Yeah.
All right, we get another army in England, and that's it. No drops because it was a piff. 1909. This game continues. Robert.
Russia tries to get into Sevastopol. Sevastopol is also not trying to hold Russia there, and as a result, England gets into Moscow, which is really, really bad for Italy and Austria. At the same time, England is dropping into English Channel and North Sea. So Ariel is really, after being hesitant for a long time, really making moves now. Apart from that, not much moves. Still lots of, was that a step in Venice Trieste? We don't know, but not much trust between Austria and Italy. But England finally making the move.
Yeah, I think this is the lack of trust is a bit of a problem. Peter did go to the line like he needed to last turn, but they're not trying to pop anything. They're not trying to push anything out.
All right, let's see. In fall 1909, it's kind of the question now is does David just start taking Peter's dots? Like, like, why not?
And can he take them is the other question.
without losing Spain and Marseille.
Yeah, it's not clear.
So he does not. It seems that Peter is concerned he will, though. So he comes back to Trieste as well as putting 2 on Constantinople. The English army goes from Edinburgh to Norway, but England does not take Sweden. However, they do take Warsaw. So England will be up to even with Italy.
No, they'll be plus 1. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What am I?
They'll be
all right,
one
go ahead.
above. Yeah.
This is Ariel's game to lose now.
Moscow. Yeah, Moscow. I forgot about it from the spring. I'm drinking my tea now, so I'm trying to catch up on the caffeine.
It's Ariel's game to lose now, Robert, is what you were saying.
Yeah, I think so. He's in the lead already. Italy will have a hard time growing anywhere, and he can easily take Sweden, easily take Brest when he wants it.
And Andre's clearly okay with him taking his dots. Like that was.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from the chat that Andre was baffled by Italy's decision to work with Peter again instead of working with him. So I can understand that he might rather see England top than Italy.
All right, winter 1909, 2 armies down. Question now is like, does Ariel go for maximal score, or do they all agree that this, or is he fine taking the 11 center top? And the answer is yes. Wow, this game really turned in that one reversal when David turned back with Peter against Andre. How do you guys think this game might have played out if David had stuck with Andre and had taken Peter out at that point?
I think it would have worked better because it would have been, Ariel still would have had growth potential. So Ariel still might have ended up in the same place. But the biggest problem wasn't the move on Andre. It was that David and Peter didn't trust each other afterwards, in my opinion.
Yeah, the point that's one point. And the other point was that Italy sort of sidestepped since then. I think they got 1 center out of it. It was that jump from 9 to 10. But apart from that, they didn't grow anymore. And I think they would have grown with Russia. And they had enough units around Iberia to at least hold EF off for a while. So it's not guaranteed that it goes well for Italy, but I think the chance is higher for them to take the board top away, especially because Russia was eventually going to be cut to size in the north by England, and maybe not as much of a rival to outrun Italy.
Yeah, maybe Italy gets to 12 or 13, and maybe Ariel's still slowed down enough by Andre that the game ends, that sort of thing. All right, well, learning experience for David Graf, and an enjoyable experience for the rest of us.
Still a good score, and he had a very good first round score, so we'll see where he is in the standings.
To be fair, he's still probably a contender going into round 3, very much so.
Well, let me bring back to the stream our host, Mr. Kevin O'Kelly. Welcome back, Kevin.
Excellent, and we will see where they are in the standings, because excellent recap there, and a nice board top. As expected, Matthew Krill stays at the top with 2 board tops. Katie Gray close behind, like she was in round 1. So a little shakeup in the middle rounds. Chris Brandon,
this
a nice
correct?
result, and Tanya as well. So
It wasn't. I thought David would be higher. Didn't he have 2 good
Yeah,
shots?
Have
David
you
must be in the top 10.
yeah, have you done go to current on
I probably haven't.
that last game?
Is that better? No.
You
Yeah.
press
Oh,
show.
wrong one. Wrong board. There we go. Now
There we
we'll go
go.
to stand. There
Oh,
we go.
there it
That
is.
looks-
Okay, that
that
makes more
looks better.
sense.
I was clicking along and watching along, but I was watching Brandon's screen. So, yeah. So, David Graff with the excellent result there. That's what. Katie Gray behind, and everyone else, as I mentioned, with Peter McNamara slipping into the top 10. 100 points behind, but as we all saw, a solo can pass those all the way through. So. Heading into round 3, Robert, it's getting to be midnight your time. What do you think?
I can still continue a little bit. That's fine.
All right, we're going to do one more. Brandon or Ben? Who wants the break then? This is the last break of the night.
Yeah, I don't mind unless I forget who's had the break more recently between the two of us.
I don't know. I don't care.
I think you have, so I think it's my turn to go on.
All right, yeah, go for it.
All right, Brandon's gone. We got him off the screen. He won't mute me maybe like I did him. Going to round 3 though, we've got mute my mic. He did mute my mic as I'm saying. So I saw the banner come up. Round 3, board 1, Santana, Austria, Don Del Grande, England, Nicholas, France, Edwin Lopez, Germany, Mike Moore, Italy, Tom Hilton, Russia, Matthew Krill, and Turkey, Tanya Gill. 2 of the top 7 right next to each other in the East here. Round 3 started this morning, local time at 8:30. There was a 2-hour cutoff window. I don't know if it was a predetermined time or if it was a coin toss time, but the games were about to end sometime about an hour ago at the latest, I think. So the tournament is done. So anyone who's joining us, please no spoilers as we go through, and we're gonna roll through these.
An hour ago, and it's 7 Eastern now, so that's 6 Eastern, so that's around 3 Pacific. And what time did you say they started? 9?
They started at 8:30, and right
8:30.
now it's 3:30 Pacific. So they could have gotten in
About 6 hours.
Yeah, about 6 hours of games, which let's say is about 9 years. So 9 years is not impossible to grow to a big number, which a lot of those contenders are going to need. So let's do. Actually, hang on one second. Let's see.
It's always interesting to see how the top few shake out on the last board. We got Krill on this board and no one else who's right up near him in the standings. So it'll be interesting to see if other people are considering that he's at the top or if they're going more likely, maybe they'll just be going for big scores.
Yeah, I mean, Tanya's right next to him and she's in 7th, so she needs to make something happen, but it's definitely not out of the question, especially if the people ahead of her, most of them have a bad day. Stranger things have happened.
Yep, and that's where we're at with Tanya getting 70 or 65 points behind, but a 0. There are no drop rounds, so a 0 for Krill here. Doesn't leave him with too much hope. So to the board, we'll stick with Robert in the spring and Ben in the fall. Let's go.
So Tanya does the more classical opening of Smyrna into Con, which I usually read as mainly anti-Russian, which might very well be due to Matthew being the target here. She needs to get past Matthew if she wants to have any chance of winning. Sorry, I'm analyzing again, but I will stop that now. There's a bounce in Piedmont, that's interesting, and a bounce in English Channel, but this time England goes to Yorkshire instead of going to Wales while going into the Channel.
Yeah, it might mean they're a little less feeling that they'll get in. With Tanya's move, it's a high risk, high reward move, right? Because if Bulgaria goes to Romania, then now you've got 2 armies in the Balkans, great. But if not, you're stuck without the ability to defend Aegean. So we'll see if it pays off for her.
And let's do that. Let's no offense meant to the contenders or the mid contenders, but let's keep a focus on the top 7, top 10 coming in, and then we will keep an eye on huge growth potential with everyone else. So Ben, to the fall.
Well, Tanya may have hoped for that support from Serbia, but didn't get it. But she does get into black, so it's still pretty good position. Italy again takes Trieste and Tunis, both. We've seen that so often today. And Germany supports themselves to Holland. This time, France is not in Burgundy, so Munich does not get taken. Rather, Picardy goes to Belgium. And England slides their fleets up to take Norway. No bounce in Sweden.
Yeah, the West is still very open, hard to read what's going to come out of it. The East, AI has a possibility here. R&T don't seem to get along for, as I said, fairly obvious scoring reasons, and tactically, if they go for RT, then they probably can get the advantage here.
Have we seen a bounce in Sweden at all this entire broadcast? I don't remember.
I think we've seen 1 or 2 when the Western triples formed in some games. And we saw one, Germany walking out of Denmark into Sweden because Russia had moved.
That's right. I remember that one. All right. So, no, I don't know that last time when I was off screen, Brandon did give me a +3. We don't see any +3s here. So to the builds, another Fleet Berlin. I think I've seen like 4 of those this broadcast too. So lots that way. Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Brest, and 2 armies for Russia. Robert, spring 1902.
So after building up the possibility of AI, because RT don't seem to get along, they surprise us, or at least me, by putting Turkey into Serbia. Austria has been convinced to go against Italy, which doesn't work. Russia waltzes into Galicia as well. Turkey gets into Aegean with Austrian help, while Italy is just like not doing much at all. In the West, we see Russia also making progress by taking Norway. And it seems to be sort of an EG right now, with Germany going to Baltic. However, they tap North Sea, which is a little funny. So maybe not hard to read what Germany is really doing there. But England is definitely heading towards France. But France is taking English Channel and Burgundy rather than EG making progress on them. So I don't know. What do you make out of this West, Ben?
Certainly from the builds in Berlin and in Liverpool with fleets, you would have thought it was an EG. And most of the moves do look like it. But Denmark is a very out of character move for that. I do like this idea from Matthew and Tanya to work together. Why not get an advantage where you can get it? And aside from that, nothing else.
All right, to the fall, Ben, keep going.
Well, Baltic walks into Sweden, but Denmark again tries to go to North Sea. So this may not be boding that well for Nicholas. English Channel takes Irish Sea. France picks up Portugal, leading to a pretty strong French position. In the East, Tanya holds on to Serbia and gets Matt into Budapest, so and takes Greece. So very strong looking with the help of Italy. So very strong start for RT. We'll see if they stick together or if one of them works with Italy going forward here.
Just brutal for Austria, and you really got to ask, what is Italy getting out of it? I mean, they're helping Russia forward. They're tapping Albania for Turkey. But, like, what is it that they are getting out of this? Maybe Vienna, if Russia is very nice to them, but I don't see that happening, really. So if at all, I would insist on, for example, Turkey supporting me into Greece rather than the other way around or something. Because right now it just seems that they are helping RT to really get off to a great start, and they are not gaining at all.
Yeah, I don't know if this is being considered at the table, but maybe the scoring system, the scoring reality of the tournament is making Italy think that they'll have a choice once Austria is eliminated.
That's a fair point. I mean, that's not out of the question. At some point, R&T probably have to fight if they're both playing for the win, actually, of the tournament.
Yeah. So we see growth out of both R&T, a couple of builds in the west as well. Waving one of them is Tanya, Army Warsaw, Army Kiel, Fleet Brest, and Army London. Usually don't pull armies off the aisle, but that is what Nicholas is doing here.
Okay, so Tanya is going into Romania, which is most likely arranged, and that's a big thing for Matt to do, to agree to pulling that fleet off of the board. Unless it wasn't arranged and he just was nervous about Sevastopol, and then there was no room to retreat. Because this is really, stymieing his potential to go against Tanya at some point. At the same time, France is convoying into Wales. England gets into Norway with German help now. So after all, Germany maybe not that keen on fighting against England, rather going against Scandinavia in the north, which is Russian. And Russia also gets into Vienna, yet another Austria that just gets butchered, as we've seen a couple of times in this tournament already.
Yeah, I think we've seen it almost always either Austria, most often Austria, and next often Turkey has gone down. There was that one really good AT, but I don't think we've seen A or T work well with I or R that much. It's kind of interesting, especially A. Italy goes to Tyrolia. I'm just trying to discern Italy's thinking, and I'm not there yet. I'm not sure. And this is a player who's played well throughout the tournament, so I'm not sure. I'm just very curious what they're thinking in this moment.
Love the convoy, Portugal to Wales. That always makes me smile. You see two fleets working together like that. Ben, fall 1903.
So that convoy does net France, Liverpool. But they unfortunately for them have Germany moving somewhat strongly towards them. Although Belgium may have been arranged, I'm not sure Ruhr would have been. France also takes London. England is taking Norway and popping Barents Sea. And then in the southeastern part of the board, we are seeing, what are we seeing? Russia holds Vienna and goes into Black Sea.
Yeah. It seems like RT are still working together. Italy is not really getting anything out of it, and they realize they try to put Austria back into Vienna, but that doesn't work. RT is working well together. However, just from this game, the perspective of this game, Tanya is definitely in the much better position. Of course, Krill has the points advantage coming into this game, so maybe his thinking is, okay, he doesn't need to be super big. He's just, he just has to get to some solid result, and it might be enough. And maybe he can convince Tanya, when she sees that she cannot win, that he should rather take it. Who knows?
All right. Taking some centers, Krill is +2, but that's a +2 of a rebuilt. The fleet in the north and the fleet in the south. Tanya does get one, the one that she waived. France and Germany both building again. Krill builds north, Tanya builds south. I am going to, not yet. I will sneeze at some point. I will go on mute. Fleet Marseille, that's a fun one. So, all right. Spring 1904. Robert, those are some interesting fleet movements for Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey is sort of pulling back. They are not going against Ionian right now, which is interesting. I'm not quite sure why they're doing that. Maybe they want to give Italy room. It seems like it, because France is also coming for them and Italy is trying to defend against France. Russia at the same time is also giving Italy a little bit of room, Vienna to Bohemia, for example. So it's almost like an Eastern Triple right now, but I'm not sure that this will last for long. And it's also in the West, everybody working together. England pushing Germany forward. France going to North Sea. I'm not sure if that is arranged, but since everything else is moving away from England and Germany, it might very well be. So we are sort of in a triple situation right now. And yeah, once again, I've started analyzing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think England's become a Janissary at this point, and they should be able to get St. Petersburg for either themselves or Germany at some point. You would like to see an army go in there, but there aren't really any Western armies aside from Berlin moving to Prussia here. I wonder if Trieste was supposed to go to Tyrolia. I'm not entirely sure, but I can absolutely see leaving Italy some room to fight France here.
All right, keep going with us, Ben.
So Tanya gets into Ionian without having to fight for it, which is just as good as getting in any other way. She also tries to make very clear to Italy that she's not hurting him by going to Syria with a fleet. Trieste does go to Tyrolia, and Russian armies come forward to try to cut off the German advance. The Mediterranean gets filled up with fleets, and this army in North Africa is going to be kind of in the way of Italy moving forward. But Russia helps England to take Sweden from Germany, which I guess pulls into question the Janissary status.
Yeah, I think England has swapped sides probably, and I can't help but look into that potential 3 center stab. Turkey could have had it this turn, but they probably still have it next turn because Russia is not building here. So they can walk into Sev and then either Romania or Budapest for sure, even if Galicia covers one of them, and then support into the other. This is a dangerous position for Matthew Creel. And if Tanya pulls the trigger right here, I think his tournament is probably over, unless everybody else who's in contention really whiffs. He's putting a lot of trust into Tanya. Let's see if he can, if it gets rewarded, or if Tanya will seize the opportunity and push for the win herself.
It wasn't that close. She was like 70 points behind, so she would need to turn it into a pretty big score, but she absolutely could. She absolutely could.
But she would pass him for sure, because right now he'd go to 0 or near 0.
Yeah.
So let's see it. It's got to happen, right? Well,
it's not happening. She's going to Romania, which might be a deal that it's just passing through, but she's moving crucially out of Black Sea. Instead, she's completely lining up on Italy, which is definitely also a good way of doing it. If Italy is willing to move forward and you can get Tyrrhenian and Ionian, well, why not? In the West, France is taking Eddie. However, they will most likely lose London. At the same time, they're pushing into the Med. And yeah, Russia piffs a German army, which is nice for them.
Yeah. Tanya is getting a lot of what she wants without having to fight for it so far. So if she can put herself in position so that the stab doesn't need to come until later, I could definitely see that working out for her. Okay, so she walks not through forward from Romania, but back into... because she makes the stab on Italy here instead of on Russia, taking Trieste, Rome, and Naples. And that friendly fleet in Syria comes forward to Eastern Med to start backing everything up. At the same time, Spain goes to Mid-Atlantic, which is gives a little flexibility. I wonder what the diplomacy was between Turkey and France here. Taps Munich, Russia takes Berlin, Russia moves into Norwegian, England takes London to stay on 3. The big news here is obviously the Turkish stab.
And we said that Tanya needs a very big score, and she's completely getting into a position where that is very much possible. It's 1905. She's at 9 already. She's still in a decent position to attack Russia at some point. By no means as good as it was for a while. Russia's also getting a build, but still, that stab on Russia might very well still come later.
So Robert, +3 here. She has waved previously in this game. If you're Matt Krill going into this negotiation and you know the stab is coming, does she have to wave 1? Does she have to wave 2? Or if you see all 3 come down, are you going, uh-oh?
The point is, I'm not sure that Matt knew that stab was coming. He was also supporting Italy forward, and I'm not sure that Tanya would tell him. For sure, you want to see at least 1 wave. I mean, it's just every build is sort of difficult. Fleet Smyrna is not a problem for you as Russia, but anything else really could be harmful to you. So I'm not sure if he would have moved that far away if he knew that Tanya was going for it right now. I might be wrong, but I think so. That he didn't see it coming.
Yeah, Ben. So if you don't think it's coming, or you didn't, what are you building here? If you're Matt,
you've got to build an army somewhere that it can. Like, if you were going to build to protect St. Petersburg, then you build it in Moscow instead, so that it can go in the other direction. If you build it in Sev, I guess you delay. You're not in the best position to stop her regardless. So I think, especially if you're trying to win the tournament, you try to trust in your diplomacy. But Tanya has the option to really go after him. Wow. Okay, so he really is trusting her. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. I mean, she could make the move for a lot of dots right now, and she does, right?
She does, yeah. And great stuff, great work by Tanya, because she convinces Matthew that nothing is happening. He's building in the north. He's not moving back much at all. Okay, Bohemia to Vienna, but that will not do much. She can still support herself into Budapest. She will take Sevastopol here. Ouch, this is almost tournament over for Matthew, I'm afraid. Even though his northern position is great, he gets into Sweden, he pushes England forward, but this is absolutely dominated by Tanya. She managed to get into a position where she has all the cards to play in this RT, and now she's playing them.
Yeah, she's going to get Sevastopol and Tunis here and just have I guess, you would love to have there still be some fighting in the West. And it looks like maybe there is, right? France is going back. Belgium's getting taken. This is setting up perfectly for Tanya.
Why is France moving backwards?
Couldn't tell you.
That was always strife in the West. They never really got together.
Yeah.
Oh, so Tanya takes Sevastopol, takes Black Sea, Romania, Budapest, does lose Trieste, but is bringing Bulgaria to Serbia, Greece to Albania to give herself a position to take it back. Takes Tunis. Let's see. Matthew is coming back to Galicia and is taking Norway and Sweden. So help me out here. He's only going to go down one. Yeah.
I'm not skipping your analysis, Robert, but I just want to show 6 to 12 in 2 years is
insane. Really, really good.
Yeah, we're talking about threes. That was 2 threes in a row.
Yep.
And
gets to build 3 both times.
So I think Matt just has to hope that he can somehow forge an alliance against her, have everybody else work against her, and somehow still get out of it with a medium score that might win him the tournament. Brandon is saying in the chat that Tanya might be counting to 18 here. She still needs to get across the stalemate line for that, which I'm not entirely sure where that should happen. But if the West keeps being that messy, she might very well get into Spain or Marseille at some point. And then she's definitely counting to 18. Right now, I think she's at least counting to 17 if things go right for her and she has time. Of course, it's a time-limited round or time-limited round, as we heard.
Yeah, nine years. So let's say she's got 3 years. Let's see the builds first, 2 more armies and another fleet.
It's not a great sign, though, that Matthew thought he had to protect Berlin there, that he didn't trust Germany to be able to move back.
Yeah.
France is putting down 2, so racking up a decent third round score here, 102 to keep piling forward. Maybe planning that there's no way Tanya gets to 18 by the deadline. Maybe some people play to the, I know I've only got 3 years. I'm going to maximize my score. Who cares what happens on the other side? And England goes from 3 to 0 on that one. No orders. Tanya stops.
Huh.
Okay, it might be the time limit, right? If you said 6 hours was the maximum, the short end of that time frame might have been something like 4 hours. So could be that after 1906 there was no other game you played, right?
Yeah, I think the time was 5 hours to 7 hours was the maximum you could play. But I do have intel. This game did end in a draw.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's very interesting intel because, depending on how the other games went, Tanya might have still had a very decent shot of taking the tournament if she had played on, or she knew that it wasn't possible at all because somebody else had a huge score who was ahead of her, or actually she kind of thought this would be enough anyway. everything is possible, but it seems hard to think that she would just be giving up with this score, right? Because there is so much she can still take.
Yeah. I agree. There's more moving forward. It's not the easiest way to move forward. It's not like it's not like there's dots like guaranteed right in front of her right now. But if she plays this out, and especially if everyone else isn't unified, you would think she'd be able to grow more than where she is here.
Well, here, so one other thing, I'll bring Brandon back as I transition him back in. The other is you're in the same room for these final rounds. It's different virtually versus face-to-face. You see what else is going on in the room. We haven't seen board 2 and board 3 yet. There might be a runaway winner who was ahead of Tanya to start the day, running away with another board top as well. At that point, you just take your 12.
Yeah, I doubt at this point of the game it would have been clear that somebody else had won. I mean, obviously we don't know, but that would just be surprising. I imagine there were at least one of these games went to the time limit. Yeah, this is a kind of a shocking end here. Tanya's got at least 2, probably 3 dots guaranteed here, I think, in 2 years.
Matt Krill is the master negotiator. Maybe he says, hey, look, you haven't eliminated me yet. 82 points is a great score. So she picked up 74 on him, if I can do my math right there. 74 is enough to pass him. So she passes him. He says, look, you passed me, you're not going to get to be the champ. Let's just end this peacefully. I'm making the case. I'm not saying that's what happened.
I could see a world where Tanya is not really aware how close she might be to topping, to winning. Because as Brandon said earlier, Tanya has not been playing for a while. I think she's probably seeing this more as a sort of social gathering. And Tanya wants to win every board she's on. But I'm not sure if she's so much into the competitive and following the structure and so on mode that she has calculated every point right here. So it might be that she's just saying, okay, this is my board. I've clearly topped this. I'm fine. And she's not entirely aware how close she is.
If that's true, like, Lord help the rest of us.
Yeah, I don't think Tanya is someone who lacks a killer instinct. So we'll see how. We'll see if there's a reason once we're done.
We don't know. I mean,
like if she, if she gets to this position without like really trying that hard, like,
well, it's Tanya,
That's true.
Well, we got done with that one in a good amount of time. Let's get to the next one. Robert, what do you think?
I can do one more, and then Ben and Brendan take the last one. Does that sound good?
All right, Ben, take a break. We'll go through this one here. The next one is let's see.
All right, so Matt Krill cannot win the tournament anymore. That's what we have determined at this point. Okay.
Yep.
And Tanya's the clubhouse leader from our perspective.
But at the same time, like David Graff, any kind of board top from what we've seen would put him ahead of Tanya. So, very exciting.
Save David Graff till the end. We're going to skip to board 3 and do board 3 before board 1. Counting Pros, who I got to see at the Ravinia Festival many years ago. It was a fun show. We've got Stephen Hogan, Austria, Henry Flairman in England, Serini back. Good to see Serini in France, Peter McNamara in Germany, Ian Rudnick in Italy, Noam Brown back, had played 2 on day 1, back for day 2 in Russia, and third seeded Katie Gray in Turkey. So we got 3 and 4 on this board. We saw 1 and 7 on the last board, so we're going to get 3 of the top 7.
What a delight to have the 2 of the top 7 in Austria and Turkey together. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chris Brand.
Chris Brand software did its job this round as opposed to putting Krill and Massbomb together that first one. So anyway, all right, Brandon. So we've been doing all day with you two. You get the spring, and Robert's in the fall. Brandon, start.
All right. I am seeing largely standard openings all around. DMZ and English Channel. We have the support to Burgundy, which is sort of an old school standard move. It's not as popular anymore, but Serini maybe might have read something about that being a good thing for France to do. Bouncing Galicia, bouncing Black. Let's go.
Yep. Not much to add. I like that French opening, even though it might be old school, but we can move on. Nothing too exciting.
Yep. Oops. Click the button. Now we'll go on. Fall 1901.
Oh, that is interesting. I mean, something we rarely see is actually that accelerated Lepanto move with Italy just taking Trieste in fall, but getting bounced out, not getting a build at all, while Austria, while they are in Aegean. If Austria was even more risky, they might have walked into Ionian and said, like, I like one build, that's enough. But still, bad position for Ian Rudnick. Turkey and Russia do standard stuff, and France helps England get Belgium. Let's see if it goes there to die, or if this is the start of an EF.
I as Italy, I love the fast open. What do you call it? The fast Lepanto, where you get Trieste and you go to Aegean. But this is why I almost always go to Trieste in the spring.
Yeah.
And will not do it if I don't get Trieste in the spring.
I agree.
+2s all around here.
Fleet Trieste. Are we going to get it? Nah.
Nope.
Sorry. Fleet Marseille, Fleet Kiel, Fleet Eddie,
but
Fleet Smyrna.
Interesting. It's a very bold move by Stephen, isn't it? Given that Katie is his biggest rival, similar to the game we saw before, where R&T, who were the biggest rivals for winning the tournament, worked together. But as Austria with Turkey and sort of RT-friendly opening in the beginning, that is a big risk, because Katie might just say, okay, I'm going to work with Noam and make sure that Stephen Hogue is not winning this tournament. And she probably has a fairly easy way of doing this if Austria and Italy keep fighting this way. And it's hard to see that Ian will be keen on working with Stephen after this.
Yeah, I agree with you. Hugely risky. But at the moment... let's see here. So, okay, the problem here for for Stephen was that Noam wasn't necessarily on board. So Noam has come down, and that's distracted Stephen long enough. He hasn't been able to go directly after Venice. So Ian has pulled back, probably in hopes of taking Tunis, although he'll have to lose Tunis in order to do it. But the AT is now off and running. They have taken Romania. Noam has taken Norway. So Noam is not focusing everything on the south, still trying to do something in the north. And the curious thing for me here, so clearly E and G are fighting. Helgoland, Kiel has gone to Helgoland, and Henry sort of had a sense of it, one way or the other. Either Peter figured out that Henry was doing this, or Henry figured out that Peter wanted to do this. But the key thing here is what France is going to do. And France has tried to go to Ruhr and side with England and hasn't advanced.
Yeah, this is a setup when EF can be a hard thing to pull off. With Russia going against England, if they keep supporting Germany and play off the caliber of Peter and Germany, this is really hard, especially for England, to run a successful EF from this position.
This is great for the AT, though. My goodness, to have Russia fighting the West and Germany successfully holding off the EF.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so the French build of Marseille may have turned Ian around too. So little things may have changed it. So to the fall.
Turkey is taking Sevastopol. Interestingly, they do it with the fleet. I'm going to leave it to Brandon to analyze that. Italy is indeed taking Tunis, but Turkey is walking into Ionian behind. We see Russia popping that English fleet in Skagerrak, and France gets into Ruhr. It seems that Germany offered a support to Belgium, if I'm reading that correctly. But France prefers going into Ruhr and tries to follow up into Burgundy, which doesn't happen.
Can you clarify, where did Burgundy go to?
Ruhr.
Thank you.
I think Noam's going to get a build here, right? Had 2 piffs and is only down 1. It's fascinating from Katie Gray to put the fleet into Sevastopol and not the army. And Katie is an adept enough player for that to be very deliberate. And I just wonder, is that an offering to Noam Brown? A suggestion that maybe she's willing to turn. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I think even if you're going to turn on Austria here, you still want, and your Turkey, you still want to be in the Black Sea. So I don't know. But boy, this is a nice place to be for Turkey. And I'll have to point out also that Austria, despite going up 1, has no place to build.
Oh no.
So even though, so the AT is doing very well here, but it's doing better from a T perspective than from an A.
Mm.
Now that can turn around fairly quickly, but yeah, I'm with you. Curious let's keep an eye on that fleet movement and see what it means.
Is there any way, Robert, to free up Trieste or Vienna? Any way to talk yourself out of an open center? You know you're picking one up, likely picking one up. How do you get out of that situation with Ian?
You mean as Austria to sort of
because Venice is more likely the one that's gonna open up. So, or Venice and Trieste are the two that are gonna bring it. How do you negotiate that, or do you just accept that you're gonna play one short at this point?
I would have probably rather try to open up. I mean, there's definitely an option of doing something like Trieste to Serbia and Vienna to Trieste or something. Then you, of course, risk Galicia. But there was definitely one tactical way, which would have been Romania taps Ukraine and Budapest goes to Galicia. That would have worked very well here because you would have also tapped a potential support on Sevastopol. But yeah, it's all not without risk because still Galicia could have been lost. And yeah, I don't know.
If you're going to win a tournament, you got to take a risk. I mean,
that's true. And
even better would have been just Vienna to. If you didn't want to risk Romania, do Vienna to Bohemia and just accept that you're not going to get Gal and then just retake it in the spring.
Yep.
That's it. That's the question away is how much risk do you have to take? So it's tough, but that's what the third round is for. See a lot of +1s on the board. I don't know how you can have all these +1s without that many neutrals, but that's what we have. And we've got 2 fleets, purposeful wave or unpurposeful wave, and then Moscow. Brandon, spring 1903. Ooh, the North is fun.
Yeah, sorry, I was drawn to the East and just that Stephen Hoeg's units aren't going anywhere. He gets into Adriatic, which is good. That will enable him to either guarantee Venice or Tyrolia, and that should open up at least one spot for him to get that build in the ground. He's got Smyrna going to the Aegean, not Eastern Med. I think you probably wanted that to go to the Eastern Med. This is probably an instance of alliance hygiene where you have to, Katie can say, well, you didn't tell me. I thought that was okay. And you have to say it and make the other person show you their cards. Right. So, so they either do it or they don't. So either way, you know where you stand. So Peter McNamara gets into the North Sea. Holy, my goodness. Also gets into, where was it, Robert?
Into Ruhr.
Thank you. Really great turn for Peter. I'll let Robert talk about the implications. Sorry.
Yeah, it seems that England thought after all that this is not working. I mean, I'm not sure what Belgium supported. It still seems that they supported France, but it's hard to read English Channel as anything but an attack on France. I don't think they expected to lose North Sea right here.
Ooh.
And
Paris was ordered to Ruhr.
Yes. Oh, it was a misorder. Okay. Interesting. But still, English Channel is weird if you're working with France. At the same time, you really got to ask yourself if Turkey is stabbing Austria and making a deal with Russia, whatever, putting Ukraine into Romania and taking Greece or something like that right here. Potentially even sneaking to Serbia if Stephen isn't careful.
Well, so I just have to point out here from England's perspective, if Paris had actually gone to Burgundy as it was supposed to, then Brest would be open for a convoy. So that may have been England's
Good
plan.
Point.
England's plan.
Ooh, that is painful for Henry because it was actually a pretty nice plan. Now North Sea's lost and that doesn't work.
Well, he convoyed somewhere.
He convoyed somewhere, but back home. What a year for Peter McNamara. I mean, this is close to magic, getting North Sea, getting Belgium, getting England to completely pull back. France is going north because England has sort of upset them. At the same time, Turkey is convoying to Apulia rather than going against Austria.
Ye of little faith, I'd like to say. Ye of little faith.
And then Russia is sort of just holding their southern front, not making real efforts to retake Sevastopol because it was futile anyway, but also keeping Austria out of Galicia. And so far Austria and Turkey are focused on Italy anyway.
Yeah, I think the question that was starting to form in my mind from Katie Gray's perspective was, what are the consequences of a stab on Stephen Hogue at this point? And when the West was deadlocked, I didn't think there was much consequence of a stab. The question was like, well, what does she really need Stephen Hogue for? As soon as Peter gets into the North Sea, the whole equation changes, and there's an easy answer to that question. I need Stephen Hogue to fight Peter McNamara.
Yeah.
So whether Katie was getting into a position to make a stab, or whether like this was the tactical plan she pitched in the spring, and I need to go to Aegean to convoy Bulgaria to Apulia. Either way, I think the stab was off the table come fall.
My favorite thing about this picture that we're seeing right here is that there is not a single arrow pointed east except for Helgoland to Denmark in the entire map. Like everyone is heading west. 1849 gold rush style here.
I do wonder, just really quickly, whether AT will decide that they have a use for Russia, because they're not advancing against him, and they can find a use for him. Whether they can convince him to trust them or not is the other question.
I agree. I think this might even be arranged, what they are doing between AT and Russia right there, since that fleet has been there. And the question is if Noam is willing to do something against Peter. But if he is willing to do that, AT has a lot of reason to just focus on Italian dots and give him the freedom to fight Peter right there, because both of them need Peter not to get too big, of course.
So real quickly, before you show the moves, I just want to say this is just a gorgeous diplomacy moment right now, where you've got four players, Germany, Russia, Austria, Turkey, who are all making very specific calculations about what they can do and what they can get away with, and how what they do will affect other people on the board. The other three players are playing defense largely. The board is being run by the East. The West, the England, France, and Italy are sort of figuring out how they can fit in. The others are trying to figure out how to dominate the board.
Yep.
Speaking of dominating the board, Peter picked up the one from England, and Stephen opened up Vienna for the build. So we know we get the army there and an army in Berlin. Interesting. Fleet channel gone. It convoyed its unit back home and then retired. To the next one, Brandon.
All right, we've got AT moving forward in a mostly lovely way. I think it's a little bit messy now that Naples has gotten into the Ionian. I think if you are Katie Gray, you would have much rather taking Naples without losing Ionian. The big news kind of there, though, and Austria gets into Venice. Big news there, though, is that Serini has come down into the east. Was that a good thing to do? From Ian's perspective, yes. Probably from Peter's perspective, yes. Probably from Serini's perspective now, no, because Peter has quickly abandoned the EG and dropped into the English Channel, and is now quickly abandoned the FG and has now dropped in the English Channel, gone to Picardy, and is clearly moving on France.
So if Brandon would have just done his job to read the orders, I was going to ask Robert, whose perspective is that goes wrong?
I've been doing the same to Ben, so it's fair.
Yeah.
One thing I can add here is it's a small difference, but I think it would have been. It's very good for Germany that Noam is covering Sweden this way rather than putting Skagerrak to Sweden. I think that fleet in Sweden would have been just more flexible, and it's just hard to start an attack on Denmark from this position as Russia. There's good reason that you want to cover Sweden and Norway right here as Russia, but it could have just been Skagerrak to Sweden, or even a southbound. But moving that fleet back is not the worst for Germany for sure.
Yeah, keeps Baltic. Don't have to worry about it.
Now Russia is sort of.
I'm sorry. Can you go? They've changed the unit positions in the south, so this must be the wrong order set. They must have edited the right, because now because now Katie is in Ionian in fall of 1904, whereas in spring she left it.
Interesting. You're right. So something may have.
Yeah, so she must have Aegean must have held Ionian, and that supported Apulia into Naples, which was like my suggested order set after.
Yeah. Okay.
Oops.
So in fall, Russia is actually starting to attack Germany, but it's not super, effective because they just go back to Skagerrak where they just came from. They go to Prussia, which can eventually be effective, but it's not doing that much just yet. Especially because Germany is also bouncing the move from Vienna to Bohemia. Italy is going down. They lose 2 dots right here, and Germany is taking Brest and Burgundy. So the question is, can Germany grow enough in the west while keeping the east away from them?
Yeah, very clever moves, order set in the south by AT here. They both go to Rome, and you might be like, well, shouldn't one actually support the other? Well, no, actually, this is a way of guaranteeing that Rome can't be a support for an attack on either Venice or Naples.
Yep.
France is kind of the interesting one here, like still pushing units forward into the east while getting hit from behind by Peter. And then Nome actually getting a position to fight Peter. So that was the sort of question we were asking. Can AT figure out a use for Nome? And they clearly have.
Peter is an excellent diplomat. For those that don't know, he might be called the computer on here, but he has a magical way with words. So he picks up 1. France loses 1. Italy loses 2, which transfer 1 to Austria and 1 to Turkey. We'll see an army and a fleet go for the Italian, another army for Austria, fleet for Turkey, and an army in Kiel. Interesting. What did people? All right. Brandon, spring 1905.
All right. My eyes are on Katie Gray right now. I think she's sort of the one with the moves to make. And she puts an army into Armenia and the fleet in Bulgaria. Bottom line is she's keeping those units in the east where they can do something against Austria, not trying to push them forward to, say, take the rest of the Italian centers or to fight France. Other than that, Austria takes Rome here, which is kind of big. I mean, at some point we start to wonder, like, well, does Stephen sort of, start looking like the one to win here? Elsewhere, we've got Nome advancing in Denmark and Silesia. Maybe will Nome get a build? Big question for the year.
Quite likely, I think. And at the same time, Austria is going into Galicia, which was not necessarily needed if you are assuming this is a rat alliance. But it's definitely a nice position to be in. That said, I'm not sure if, attacking Russia at some point is the play Steve needs to make to win this tournament. I mean, he should rather look into how he can turn on Turkey at some point. But when is the right time? It's so hard to time this right already in a game where you know when it's going to end. But if you have this insecurity, like, are we still playing 2 years? Are we 3, 4, 5? What is the time frame? That is very hard to decide when is the right time and, when you are jumping too early or too late.
Well, tell us if they're making the right orders in the fall.
So they are moving out of Galicia again. Everything is copacetic there. Range bounds in Romania. AT keeps pushing forward. This can is being kicked down the road even more. Nome is indeed getting his build. He's keeping Warsaw open for a potential build, I suppose. Let's see if he actually uses it for a build. At the same time, Peter is still growing by 1, even though he's losing Denmark, because he's taking Paris and Portugal. So he really has done a good job of pushing France towards the east and taking all the centers from behind.
And he has adeptly opened up home center for a build. So
yes.
This is, I mean, the big problem with whatever plans Stephen and Katie are making is Peter McNamara.
Oh, yes.
They're going to have to pass him. And, at least Nome has made clear that it's not going to be through his dots. It's well done. Well done, Nome.
Yep.
Is Stephen feeling the benefit of Peter at this point? He knows that if Katie stabs, that Peter runs away with this, right? So what's Katie's frustration level at this point, Brandon?
Given that she just won the North American Championship a couple months ago, my guess is probably not that high. But she just may not have that same hunger at this point. I don't know.
All right, let me rephrase that question. If you're in that spot in the same position, what is your frustration level at this point?
Have I just won DipCon?
Yes, you've just won DipCon.
I would be pretty frustrated that there doesn't seem to be a clear path, and I would be wondering whether there is enough of a path at some point to take a chance. And I think if you're Stephen Hogue, I think you do. I have to say, I think you get Russia on board, and maybe with Russia you attack Turkey together. Because if you're Stephen Hogue now, we asked this about Turkey. Does Turkey need Austria for anything? The answer is yes. Was yes when we asked that question. Does Stephen need Turkey for anything right now? I don't see what, actually.
No fleet build. That would have been fun. That would have been a giveaway, but certainly not going to happen.
Fleet North Coast from Nome is a big signpost.
Yep. All right. Spring 1906, I will say that the first kind of gave away that it is the first draw vote. The first one fails, of course.
All right. So Nome does pull some units back here. Prussia to Warsaw, Silesia to Galicia. So that's really good news for Peter McNamara, who follows into Silesia. Should be noted without support, which is kind of interesting. So question of whether he expected or wanted to get in. And in the south, we have fleets advancing, Austro-Turk fleets advancing, which I don't know who that benefits. Now it's starting to get harder to make the calculations, right? Like who... I think Katie just needs to make sure that Stephen doesn't pass her by too much, but then Katie also may need points to actually win the thing. I think if I'm Stephen, I think this is not great for Stephen this turn, unless those Russian units are coming to fight Turkey with him.
Yeah, I think Peter is the only real winner, and maybe Noam out of this turn, because Katie's also getting, spaced out quite a bit.
Yep.
She's not in that much of a position where she could stab Austria, even if she thinks that is the right play right now. Okay, she could still walk into Greece, but apart from that, nothing in Bulgaria. The Gulf of Lyon is not the best place to stab Austria. So she has to make sure that she still has the ability of taking dots towards the end of the game, even though she's making the calculus that she cannot attack Austria right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they're both... Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Okay, so she convoys to Greece, which I think only can be read as a stab, but Austria is just walking into Naples from behind, pulling armies back. Russia is going back west, piffing that German army in Bohemia, which could have retreated to Prussia, but chooses not to. Russia lines up to defend Denmark. France is turning around again, so lots of reversals right here. What do you make of it, Brandon?
I'm going to say no on a stab. And I think it's because Rome is following up to Naples here. And it's not just that they're staying one-on-one, it's one-to-one. It's that it just feels arranged to me. Trieste isn't going to Serbia. It feels like this may be a reaction from Stephen to Nome's troop movements.
Yeah, okay, that's true, but it's so hard to see how you agree to an army in Greece as Austria, right? Yes, okay, if you said like, okay, it's more disentangled if all of Italy is Austrian, sure, you need to get it away somehow, but how about you convoy into Tunis? What do you really need Italy for? Austria could even support that with Tyrrhenian and guarantee it or something. Greece seems such a stabby position to, even if this is not a stab right now.
Yeah, what I would want if I were them was a clear tactical strategy going forward. If they're moving fleets west, get all your fleets west. Ionian should go to Tunis here. You don't need it. You can replace Italy immediately. Right. And so it's sort of like the mixed tactical strategy here that I'm not quite sure I understand. Now, on top of that, there's the mixed sort of strategy, which is what is Nome? Like, what is Nome in the AT equation? Doesn't seem to be either one is using him for their purposes. So this feels like stasis kind of, in a weird way, even though there's movement.
They're both lurking. They both know that they need to make the move at some point, but they both either don't have the courage or don't think it's the right time to do it yet. But they are sort of they always have that on the back of their mind right now.
It's got to be they got to be running out of time though.
Yeah. And that's of course a pressure as well, because as I said, you don't know if you think like, should I not? How much time do I have? How much do I gamble?
Yep.
Well, spring orders are in the box. There was a draw vote. Failed again.
Yeah, you don't take this draw vote as Katie at all.
Yeah, no
Probably
way.
not as Austria neither. Depending on how the other games go, but I don't think so.
They probably know that Tanya's game is ending around here,
Mm-hmm.
so there'd be a question of exactly when. But then it takes a little time for the news to filter over, and there's no reason for either. Steven hasn't won a tournament before, as far as I know. So, he's got to be hungry. He's flown all the way out there from Kentucky, right? Like.
Mm-hmm.
Steven has an opportunity here. Oh, so Steven's ahead of Katie. Sorry, I think I had it backwards. Or has moved ahead now with the current score.
With what we've seen at this point, they are ahead, but still trailing by a significant sum.
Yeah, what was the amount there? Do you mind putting it back up?
30-ish points. Button.
So Steven needs 40 points, 36 points to pass, and Katie's 18 points behind. Okay, great. So you can go back to the screen now. So, all right. So what happens here? We have Austria getting forward into Silesia, but from Galicia, not from Bohemia. So not setting up for an attack on Russia, even though Russia clearly is worried about it. We have Ian Rudnick being pushed forward into Mid-Atlantic. Ionian going to Tyrrhenian Sea, which again, weird place to be unless you want to be able to fight Austria or return quickly. I think Tunis, you probably want to go through there if your goal is to get Iberian dots. Anyway, Peter gets Spain here, blowing up one of the French dots, who is in Marseille thanks to Turkey. And Henry Flowerman gets a unit off of the island for the first time
talking about him
in 4 years, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well done, Henry, in the North Sea. All right.
Holy cow.
Okay, so this is a bit hard to read. There's a nice convoy, Naples to Spain, which actually works.
Whoa.
Germany gets into Marseille instead, but this is a good thing for probably both of A and T. I mean, it's really opening up the boot towards Turkey, but you need to push Germany back here. At the same time, Turkey is setting up to put an army into Sevastopol. Austria is getting into Galicia to fight Russia. And actually burying the lead, I was thinking, what am I missing? And there's a convoy into Belgium, so Henry gets a build. Nice.
I mean, my head is actually literally spinning inside of my brain, or whatever. My mind is spinning inside of my brain, because Denmark also gets into Kiel, just walks in.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, this is awful for Peter.
This is awful for Peter. So he only goes down one, but the positioning is just miserable, right?
And Portugal is very hard to hold with nothing next to it.
He tried to open up Kiel for a build. Didn't work.
Yeah.
Gnome
wow.
took advantage of it. And one of his units is a fleet in Marseille that's completely surrounded. So I'm assuming that'll be the disband. But Helgoland was doing what? Supporting York into Denmark here? Is that?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Which is
tragic.
Or London to Denmark, yeah. Which is tragic because it would have had a retreat into Kiel. Maybe he was hoping it wouldn't go. Fascinating turn. Fascinating turn. Advantage Stephen Hogue, right? Because now Stephen's getting a build.
Yep.
The stab on on Turkey is not really there, but he might be able to get dots off of Russia, might be able to get Portugal and Marseille. If Katie's willing to help him win, he's got a real good shot.
But that's a 20 some odd point turnaround, being Soul Bowler Topper picks up the center as well. I think plus 28 on that one alone.
Oh,
so.
I mean, he needed 36, I think was what we said.
Pretty
yeah,
close.
It's getting closer.
Spring 1908. Man. This is the third draw vote.
Oh, no way.
And this one
no way
fails as well.
Yeah, no way. If Stephen had taken a draw vote here, I would he would need an intervention. So Wow. All right, so I got to do
Wow.
this. So yeah, this is so. Okay, so Peter did disband Fleet Marseille, which just opens the door wide for Stephen to get lots of dots, lots and lots of dots. Katie, I think, has clearly decided that she is okay helping Stephen win, not trying to win herself. So we've got Marseille. Portugal will come next. Yeah, Warsaw. He gets into Ukraine. He gets into Munich, as Munich goes to Kiel, punishing Nome for that perfidy. Oof! What a turn! What a turn of events.
And just think of what Turkey could have done to Austria right here, right? If you go to Serbia, you support Sevastopol to Romania, piff that army, Tyrrhenian to Rome, Lyon to Tyrrhenian, you could potentially have taken 4 off of Austria if this has gone right. But as you said, I also read this as Katie is not really playing for the win right here. And I think she might be happy to help Stephen if she can win this. And she can do quite a bit. She can put him into Moscow, which is a great start. Stephen stays in Munich, which was not guaranteed. So actually also Peter has turned around and doesn't mind Austria being there for now. Okay, Turkey walks into Spain behind, but Austria is taking Portugal, classical Austrian position. Turkey at least takes Tunis, but this is looking very good for Stephen Hogue, actually. He's taking what? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Plus 3, can only build 2, but still, this will definitely put him ahead of Tanya for now.
Monster score.
Yeah. This is great for him.
Does he build a fleet? Builds the fleet. Spring 1909 is.
Oh, so he did. Sorry, he didn't open Budapest. Maybe he didn't expect to get 3.
He tried to open it up, but
you got open it up to Serbia. There's no reason to cover Romania if you're trusting Katie there.
Yeah. Well, all right. Anyway, spring 1909 sees the 4th draw vote. This one, because it's the 4th one, is a public draw vote.
Interesting.
And it passes.
Okay. If you're Stephen Hogue, I think you do take this draw because you just you can't be sure that you can get more dots. You probably should be able to, but that means trusting that Katie will let you, because you do need Katie's. I think yes, because of Rome and Naples, you do actually need Katie's agreement. Yeah, and if you have any doubt about that at all, you take this. You take the draw where it is.
I do agree. I mean, also Germany with Munich and so on, Italy and Turkey might start working in Iberia together. If Katie wants to hurt you, or if Peter wants to hurt you, there are definitely possibilities for them. So, and this is such a big score that there is definitely a legitimate shot that he will take it away with that, right?
Yeah.
Ben, let's bring Ben back on here. So we've got 11 boards down, 1 to go. The standings as they show as of now have Stephen Hogue in the lead with 30 points.
Damn.
That was a great game. I was literally eating my popcorn watching that. A great AT on both sides.
David Graff, Chris Brand, Craig Mayer. Craig would have to get about 14 would be 140 and another 30 bases, so it'll be 170.
And then it might come down to like how many people were eliminated or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even 2 would split there. Yeah, Craig needs 14. Chris would need 12 probably, and David only needs probably 10 or 11, I think. So
Can we go back to the game for a second and just because we're gonna, we won't remember the details if this ends up being the winning game. What was the key here? How did Stephen do this?
I think he played in a way that Katie liked. Katie has been very vocal about top boards, that she wants to play top boards in her own style and not just play cutthroat, because that's how you are supposed to play top boards. And I think she might have a similar philosophy on last rounds. I think she might also be somebody who says, like, I don't want to just attack somebody because from the standing point of view, that makes sense because they are close to me. I want to work with who I think I have a good chemistry with. And I think Steven's willingness of taking that big leap of faith in the beginning might very well have been something that impressed her and something that won her loyalty over to him. And as we said before, it definitely plays probably a role that she has just won DipCon, and that she's more willing to give a win to somebody else. But I could definitely see this decisive move in the beginning, saying like, yeah, let's do an AT. I'm gonna go for this, even though it might not be the most logical thing to do from a standings point of view. That's my read.
I'm in my head. I agree with all of that, and it seems really adept to me. In my head, I'm trying to. Was it Gnome taking Keel? Like, did that unlock the West for? Like, just I'm trying to think of how Steven was able to get that big. Like, clearly managing the alliance with Katie was a huge part of putting him in position. But yeah, if Peter doesn't sort of fall, I don't think he gets that big, right? Or is it just a matter of like them getting getting the fleets into position and taking advantage of it?
When he needs the top too, right? Not a shared top, and he only gets that once Peter loses a couple.
Yeah, he pulls away. He starts building one a year through 05, settles in, gets nothing in 06 because that's when Gnome pulls back. But then, so what I want to know here, this is what I would notice as well, is spring 1906, we've got no fleet, and then all of a sudden we have a German fleet in Baltic. I noticed this when we were live, and I'm like, how did we get a German fleet? So did the German fleet that just randomly appeared here?
Go back to spring. He must have built Fleet Berlin.
A fleet in Berlin,
yep.
Instead of there. So the fleet in Berlin maybe upsets Gnome, which leads to coming down, defending, coming here, and then there. So that might be something that changed.
Gnome was kind of the linchpin. Like, he was, whichever way he was going to fall was going to have a huge determination on how this board would go. So I guess, going back over this, I think I would pick out two things that Steven did in addition to managing the alliance with Katie very, very well. One was turning on Italy and getting the jump. That was the risk that Robert was talking about, but then tactically they managed to figure it out. And then getting Gnome on side. We talked about that several times during the game, but getting Gnome on side and keeping him on side. Yeah. This is an excellent game of diplomacy and a really great win for Steven Hogue.
Wonderful to see such a strong Austria after seeing Austria being, completely annihilated many times in this tournament.
And by win, you mean board top, because we still have a third board to cover in this third round.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay using the word win for a board top, by the way.
Yeah, just want to make sure that we still have a board to go. Don't count out.
Yeah, none of us know what happens in the other board, so we.
Right.
Yeah,
that's my point. Here we go. All right, Robert. It is now magical hour of 1 a.m. Central European time. So as much as you might want to stay for the end, I'm going to kick you off because I, as a responsible parent, must make sure that all of my young children here on the analyst side are here. So final thoughts on what you've seen so far and what you hope to wake up to tomorrow morning to see.
I've seen a very fun tournament with a mix of experienced players and newer players, and I would love to see Steven Hogue take this home. He's been a very active player, I think, a great addition to the community, and gotten better and better, and I think it's overdue that he wins something. So I would love to see him as a winner. And yeah, fun covering those games with you guys. Thanks for bearing with my getting more and more tired, and have fun with that last one.
Excellent. Well, again, thanks for joining, and take a rest. I think this is the last Game Day Live for about 2 months, so enjoy some peace and quiet, and we'll see you back in the summertime.
Gute Nacht, Robert.
Gute Nacht. I'm gonna sleep in Ruhe now. Bye.
Cheers.
Right. So it's the three amigos here down this stretch. Let me figure out what I did. I didn't do that. We did that.
Just the last one until DixieCon, I guess.
Yes, that is correct. We've got.
Sorry.
Oops. What are you doing?
Oh,
there we go. I got it. You're good. just move things around here. All right, so we'll get to this upcoming schedule in a moment. Last, we know who the players are on this board. We've got Siobhan's favorite, who's not on this board, sadly. Austria's Jason Massbaum. England, Craig Mayer, who was fighting for the title last year, still has a chance to fight for this year. France, Chris Brand. Germany, Peter Cook. Italy, Saren Kwok. Russia is the contending David Graf. And Turkey, Karthik Konov.
Delightful board. What a delightful board.
These all have been really, doing it out of order here. These all have been really good boards. Cheers to the locals for joining. A lot of good locals. We've seen a lot of good play. Hopefully they've learned a lot, and let's see what we can learn from this one. Ben, start us off.
Well, we see Saren go right into Trieste, like you were talking about, Brandon. That gives the option to go into Aegean without the chance of getting bounced out. Peter gets into Ruhr on the first turn, which we haven't seen that much from Germany today. Other than that, nothing too interesting. Paris to Burgundy, Marseille holds.
I have to wonder what Chris wrote for Marseille. I would suspect it was not a hold. I suspect it was something more interesting that just is not a valid order in Backstabber. Yeah, nothing much here. My eyes will be on Aegean to see if Saren actually follows through and goes there or not.
All right, tell us.
She does not, and in fact takes the opportunity to ensure that Jason does not get Greece. And because he picked up Serbia, he will not have to disband one, but he will not be building one. So, I was wondering. I think Saren and Jason might have a history of not working that well together, and so Saren has clearly taken the chance to put a dagger in him. Elsewhere,
I think Jason, but I think Jason anticipated this and supported De Greece the opposite way, right? To make sure that Saren didn't get in.
Yeah, yes, I should have added it's with Karthik's help that they deny Jason the build. Bulgaria supports Apulia to Greece. If that hadn't happened, then Jason would have at least gotten Greece. But and then Saren would have followed into Serbia, so he would have gotten a build there. So elsewhere, we've got Craig getting into Belgium with support from Peter, who risks Munich, risks that Burgundy might go to Munich and gets away with it. So.
All right, click the right button, and we get a whole lot of +2s in the west, +1s in the east. Fights for the north. Fleet Army, Fleet Army, Fleet Army, Army Khan.
Yeah, it's IT. This is big old IT.
Big old IT moves, Ben.
So, yeah, we get Turkey going into Serbia with support from Romania. Italy is going into Aegean, and we will see if that's anti-Turkish or anti-Austrian. Italy is kicked right out of Trieste, although things aren't looking good for Austria overall. England's making a big move north, looking sort of like they think maybe it's a triple, and it sort of doesn't quite look like France is doing that because they're in mid-Atlantic and they're sitting in Portugal and they're making a sort of a surrounding move on Belgium.
I forgot to mention Green Day here. That does not surprise me, Chris Kelly.
Yeah, this looks to me like a Western triple where Chris either wants Belgium or wants to make it clear that Belgium will be his at some point. I'm fascinated by Saren's moves here. However, moving to Aegean, not moving Apulia up. Maybe she, sold this as wanting to convoy into Greece, but it's very inefficient for an IT to have a fleet in the Aegean and not in the Adriatic here. So I'd be very concerned about this if I were Karthik. Saren's capable of very creative play, though, so it doesn't mean an IT is definitely not happening, but sure looks like a Western triple to me.
And does it continue?
Take that back. Potentially, we'll see. We'll see. Chris is the sort of player who could pivot this into a Western triple. And I think if you're Craig Mayer and you're not going to make progress against France or Germany quickly, then I think making the deal. I'm sorry, I'm going way into analysis. I apologize. This is a deal I could see Kragmere making. Bottom line, there is a fleet from Barents in St. Petersburg. Peter Cook takes Sweden, and in the south, Saren manages to take both Greece and Tunis, which was not guaranteed. Greece being, had more than one unit against it. So Saren will get a build here. Galicia, Silesia slips into Galicia. So Peter Cook is quite a bit forward now.
Yeah, it's not looking the best for David Graf, who's one of our contenders here. Although they did lose St. Petersburg to a fleet, not an army, when it could have been the other way. So there's some diplomatic situations that aren't clear here. England might not be as anti-Russian as they could be, and it's possible that France and Italy have Italy have some sort of a lack of aggression as well.
Yeah, I think if Bothnia comes off the board here, then I think that'll be a clear sign that that there was an arrangement between Graf and Mayer.
There it is, and that's the 1.2 is it's the three along the borders. I can't really do this. Graf, Greg, and Chris are the ones fighting for the championship at this point. So Craig, I think, did his job sealing off the north from David. So if David's going to compete for it, he's got to do it in the south. Now we'll see how ENF play that out. Oops, that was it. Sorry, that was really fast. Ben, to the spring.
Yeah, so let's see. Russia is moving Romania to Ukraine, which means they're not trying to attack south, more they're trying to defend Warsaw, which is important because Berlin is going to Prussia. Turkey continues to make moves west, but is blocked from getting into Albania. It does get into Aegean, though. Saren tries to go to Tyrolia, but is blocked, which limits a lot of her army movement. Greece to Ionian, Tunis to Tyrrhenian, and then in the north, England rotates the army around to St. Petersburg, and Germany goes to Norway. Germany also goes to North Sea. It looks like it's turned into a FG now rather than a triple.
Yeah, FG where Germany doesn't have a whole lot to do because they've put so many units east. So Germany wants to attack Russia. The big thing here, though, from my perspective, is Karthik has clearly turned on Saren. And this is all a consequence of poor unit positioning in 1902. Saren, I think, needed to get units to attack Austria. So that meant going to Adriatic and getting up into Venice and Tyrolia. So Karthik, I think, has gotten tired of this and is now sort of taking what he can get. I would be surprised if that bounce in Albania wasn't arranged.
Into fall 1903, Brandon.
Take it back. I am left incorrect yet again because Karthik has bypassed the opportunity to take Greece here and has put the Russian fleet into Romania, which can you show me that orders? Looks like Black was supporting something else. Septarum. Oh, so Galicia was supporting Black Tarum. Oh, interesting. Chris advances in the north. Peter Cook in Germany gets into the North Sea, which is fascinating. Otherwise, this is a very strange situation, especially for players in the East who have a chance to win.
Chris is going to Ruhr, looking like he's attacking Germany, even though he's also attacking England. Germany takes North Sea. That's big, but I don't know who they get to cooperate with now. So we'll see here.
So no adjustments. Everyone's straight across the line. People
need to make moves here, and you have to start figuring out who is useful for you and who's not. And Russia is not useful for Karthik, which makes sense. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just still looking at the north, and it turns out Germany and France are not fighting at this moment, at least. And Germany, Peter has enough confidence in Chris to convoy to Edinburgh. Although Chris expected something different for the Irish Sea, I'm not sure, or maybe was trying to move Wales on a self bounce.
Yeah, I think so.
But then English Channel tried to convoy something. Maybe that's, I don't know. Do you mind showing that?
Oops, wrong one. It is
Wales to Belgium. It's very strange.
You offered them both.
Very, very unclear what's happening there. But Germany is a little concerned. So they're moving back to Munich. At the same time, everyone else is moving west as well. Saren's moving west. Karthik is moving the fleet west, taking Romania with Bulgaria, and looks like tried to support Saren into Trieste, but she didn't take it. She tried to go to Tyrolia again. The Warsaw is no longer under threat. So I don't think it's the worst situation. Well, it's not a very good situation for David still, but it'll be interesting to see if this pressure off him changes anything for him.
I wonder, so he pulled the fleet rather than retreating it. I wonder if this was an agreement actually, and if Karthik will leave Romania. Problem is, I think Karthik needs to grow somewhere. Saren moving so hard to the line. She's got Marseille guaranteed, and actually Spain. Mid-Atlantic's going to have to bounce Spain here. I mean, suddenly Chris's position is miserable. But Karthik needs to grow. I think he'll keep Romania here. But then, what happens to Jason? They don't need Jason. So I'll be surprised if Jason.
Karthik seems to have already decided that.
Yeah. Rum could walk through here. Yep, into Budapest, and Trieste goes as well. Fleets move forward. Tyrrhenian Sea gets into west. This is a devastating fleet position for IT. They should be able to make progress fairly quickly. And sorry, I jump into analysis so quickly because I just love it. In the north, we have London falling to Germany, I believe, with French help, and elsewhere, David opens up Moscow for a build. So we have IRT in effect here, and see how long that lasts.
Yeah, and they're making tons of progress. Germany walks out of Edinburgh while taking London. So that's a little bit, that's interesting there.
It was to tap York to ensure London, I believe.
Oh, right. Thank you. But no, you had a good point about the fleets too. It looks like we're getting a lot of progress here. I'll be continuing to watch David, given his good standing at the beginning of the game. Yeah. If you're him, you think you're trying to work your way back into this, but you don't have that much time.
Winter, we have Fleet Army for Italy. Army Con. Army Moscow, nothing terribly surprising. Leave that there.
Yeah, I'm just looking at between Karthik and Saren. Saren has a chance too, right? I don't remember what position she was in.
See where we were at. So as of the current moment, Saren is an 8th. Karthik is not to be seen. So
okay, Saren is the one who had the shot. Okay, but otherwise it's David and Chris and Craig. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we can go back to the map. So then, we keep asking, coming to this question, what are the players' units good for? I think the question that Russia and Italy should be asking is, what are Karthik's units good for?
Right, especially that army he just built in Constantinople. It's going after one of them.
Yep.
And it's going into Romania, while he's also taking Vienna and pushing his fleet forward into Western Med. Saren takes Spain, but loses Marseille to Chris, who also gets into North Africa. Chris takes London because Germany goes to North Sea. Germany also takes Sweden, and David takes St. Petersburg. Brandon?
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. I think the move that confuses me is Mid-Atlantic to North Africa, not Mid-Atlantic to Portugal. I think that is a sort of more natural place to go for defensive purposes. But Chris can rebound here. I would have liked it better if he was in Portugal. But, picking up Marseille and London, and Tyrolia going down to Piedmont is actually quite a big deal tactically, and really fun because it blows up that army. David's got a path back in here unless Karthik keeps the dot, which he probably should. Then you got to start asking, like, what does Karthik want? You know, does Karthik want a big score? Because he's got the possibility for it.
It's a very important negotiation because it gets a little tricky for Karthik if Galicia tries to go to Budapest or, you know, disrupt things in some way. But if David doesn't think he's being stabbed here, Karthik can walk right into 7, Romania, and keep Vienna.
Yeah, Albania can, Serbia can go. Yeah, there's just lots of great options here. And the answer is...
David thinks that he's been betrayed, but he hasn't.
Why? So Serbia doesn't cover Budapest. And so this is actually netting, in the south, it's netting David 1. So he's actually going to get a build here, even though he doesn't hang on to St. Petersburg. So he doesn't hang on to St. Petersburg. Craig retakes it. Craig retakes London. Chris even walks out. In the south, we have simply a swap here, Marseille for Spain. Piedmont even supports Marseille. Yeah, I guess that was necessary. But Jason's eliminated, and that's kind of all that happens here. There's quite a lot happened here. It just doesn't seem like it ended up doing much.
Peter supports England into a German center up in the north, kicking out a French unit, and then Peter supports a French unit in an Italian center in the south. So Peter is very helpful. And the
whole net here is Jason's eliminated and David's +1, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and Saren and those are both rebuilds, I think.
No, Saren actually. Yes. What did Saren?
From the spring.
Germany picked up Sweden.
Yeah. No,
but Piff.
Oh no, but he lost Yorkshire, and then
yeah. So these are just the others are just rebuilds.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no reason. If you're Karthik Khaneth, there's no reason for David Graf to be getting a bill here.
Oof. Yeah, that was probably unplanned.
Yeah, I thought David got spooked and went to Budapest. I don't know why Karthik would have given him one.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out.
Well,
kind of anything could happen from here, right?
Yeah, so Budapest to Vienna, Serbia to Budapest. Maybe they're basically just handing that back. Sevastopol goes to Ukraine. Things are moving forward. Albania also moves into Trieste. So in this position, Karthik's picking up a couple. Western Med supports Tunis to... they're basically... Chris is pulling back and, like you said, going to Portugal, basically making a line in the Med. But at the same time, Germany convoys England to Belgium. We'll see what that means. It seems like the West has generally decided to pull back into a line, except for that move to Belgium. But maybe England needs another unit for some reason. This is very everyone to the line.
Craig's back in play too. If Craig wants to make some mischief, he could. He's still got a chance to win. But go to show the positions next. I think Karthik is the one with the real devil's choice here. I guess the question for me is, like, why would this game lock up? You've got so many people with a chance to win who need to make something happen. Like, why would they want this game to lock up here?
Right, and Karthik's sitting in dot, and he could...
Who says it? Yeah, who says it locks up? There were no draw proposals that failed in this one, so I will tell you when the first one comes.
So Karthik, if he wants, right? He takes... So he does take Romania, holds on to Budapest, retakes Vienna. So this probably is a stab against Russia. He had another stab also against Italy if he wanted to, but it's sensible not to do both at once. Belgium does walk through. England does walk through Belgium here, and Germany gets into place. Maybe for to have a home center open. What did he think he might be able to rebuild or something? That's about it.
He had to know where he thought he was picking something up, and maybe he didn't want. I don't know. Anyway, Belgium was just walking through. It turns out, It does look like they're just trying to create a line over there.
Yeah, the question is why. Craig's in a tough spot, though. He needs, not being in North, he doesn't really have the chance to grow. But if he holds on to Belgium, builds Fleet Eddy, then he can make something happen. But Karthik's made a move, and David's pulling too. That's the net result here.
2 armies replacing 2 armies.
All right. How big does Karthik want to get?
Well,
Oh, but Saren comes into Serbia, goes to Trieste, and pulls things back from the west, so that may be limiting for Karthik here. He does go to Armenia, tries to convoy to Sevastopol, but is blocked by Galicia tapping Romania, and Karthik gets into Galicia. Silesia is dislodged and goes to Prussia, while Germany comes towards the east. London convoys somewhere other than where it was supposed to convoy. I guess it was supposed to go to Norway and instead tried to go to Denmark, but the German unit didn't want that, so that didn't happen. Oh, and France takes Spain from Saren.
This is what should be happening in this game right now. Saren going for it makes total sense. This doesn't necessarily, getting a dot off of Turkey doesn't have to be a stab, but moving all of the units back is clearly a stab. So she's saying, look, this is my chance to go for it. And to be fair, there's a lot of opportunity there. Yeah. It opens up the chance for Chris Brand to make a move somewhere. And that opens up the chance for Craig Mayer to make a move somewhere. If Craig gets built here, he can still do a lot of damage. So this is what should be happening in this game right now, is that everybody is doing things that increase everyone's chances.
Can Italy and Germany decide who gets Vienna here? I don't know if they're together in some way. Interesting.
Kind of.
The answer is they don't need to, because they can both go for something self-interested. What's interesting here, though, is that so Serbia supports Ukraine into Romania rather than Trieste into Budapest. That'll be one to remember, because it's, by helping David, she may actually be slowing herself down too much. So let's remember that one. So Saren moves into the Aegean, is clearly getting a position just to gut Karthik for as much as she can. Peter Cook in Germany gets Vienna, which is not insignificant. If Germany's building, that makes it harder for Craig, except Craig gets into Sweden. Yep. So Craig is building despite not keeping Marseille. He's actually going to be putting, he would have 3 units to put down because he's gained 2 and has a rebuild, but London is occupied, so he can't do it.
Yeah, France is building one too, and they're not really near any dots but the German dots, so I'm kind of curious as to whether that attack happens. There's not that much time left.
Makes perfect sense for Craig and Chris Brand to work together here.
Well, the other game we saw Drew in spring 1909, so we know we've got at least one full year, and if they're taking draw votes in 1909, maybe it's possible we get through the end. Let's find out. Oops, wrong button. Now we'll find out.
So we do see Paris to Burgundy, and we see England moving to Norwegian Sea. England and France don't agree who should be in English Channel. In the east, Germany gets into Budapest. Italy fails to get into Bulgaria, but does get to Greece, which should give them more say on that. Next turn, although Armenia, it doesn't make a difference. Armenia comes to Smyrna, but it can't affect Bulgaria. England goes Moscow to Livonia. Karthik doesn't have any friends at the moment. I'm not sure why Moscow went to Livonia, but it's not the most important thing to break down in detail, I guess.
Maybe he wants it to go to Prussia, or maybe, I don't know. Maybe he was worried about Baltic. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but he can't hold Moscow anyway. It's all about tactics right now. Can Saren's the one, right? Can Saren get enough out of this mess to make a run at the title? She picks up Vienna. She picks up Bulgaria. I think the only thing you don't like there is that it's a fleet in Bulgaria, but maybe it's not a big deal because the centers she's going after are the Turkish ones. This is all about Saren right now. Oh, and France gets into Holland, and I spoke way too soon. Gets into Holland and Munich. Huge. We get Edinburgh convoying to Norway. So Chris isn't out of this yet.
This is a mindset people can have at the end of one of these games. I think sometimes, there's no point in making moves that won't give me a chance to win. Germany here, I think, goes for Romania, even though they're unlikely to get it. Doesn't support Vienna, doesn't protect Munich or Holland, and it comes back to bite them. They probably weren't going to top. They certainly weren't going to win the tournament without, by playing defensively, but they left themselves very open.
All right, we need to do a score check and see how so the scores are updated here. Saren is up, Chris is one behind her. So how many points do each of them need?
We'll do that. We'll get through the builds first, just so I know the thing. Sometimes it falls back. Fleet Breast, because it has to. Army Paris. Another fleet, and Saren with 2 armies that maybe can get to Munich. We will see. All right, so we're heading into Spring 09, and that is no orders. That is why we didn't need to see the scores. It does end in Spring 09, so the draw vote in the previous game was just for posterity, because it is March Madness, and it is a Cinderella story. And Stephen Hogue, who finished
congrats.
60th in the DBNI standings last year, and was not on our top board coming in, pulls off a big win and an automatic guaranteed finish into the big dance next February.
Awesome to see that for Steven. He's a really good-natured guy. People get along with him. He's also willing to take risks, which he did in this tournament. And that doesn't always work, but it can work in big ways. And awesome to see it pay off for him here. That alliance with Katie was awesome in the last game.
Wow. I have to say, wow. So this game that we just finished ended by draw vote, not by time?
No, this one ended by time. That's what I'm saying. The last one that made it to Spring 1909. Now, I don't know if this was central clock, so maybe some turns move faster on other boards than others, but this one ended by time.
Well, the other one had to end by time as well then, no?
No, again, not central clock. Maybe they pushed forward. Maybe they read early.
I see.
So you
or maybe it's what we said, which is that Steven didn't think he could do better, or it wasn't worth taking the risk and thought this, might be good enough. And it was. Wow. Should we put the button on the last game or just move on?
Let's go. No, this one deserves its due too. Let's go back to the map. Ben, give me let's see, actually, is this the end? Yeah, that's the end result. So Ben, who could have done better? There's a lot of zigzags on this board. Where did the 3 top contenders, David, Craig, and Chris, where did each of them or any of them miss their
There were just too many zigzags, right? On both sides of the board. In the end, they all started going for it, but it was too late. The game was just a mess in the middle, which made it a very interesting game. But especially given that there was a time limit on it, somebody had to they had to be a little more trusting or alliance focused in order to get a little bit bigger, a little bit earlier, I think.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that happened here was that Saren and Chris started fighting, and it looked like Saren was the instigator there. So I think whatever failure of diplomacy happened, Chris, convincing Saren not to do it, or Saren thinking that she could get the advantage over there, that kind of changed the whole complexion of the game. And then it became a question of Karthik having a big opportunity and not taking it. And when he didn't, that let Saren have the opportunity. And if this game goes on, I think Saren tops with a nice score. But in a time-limited game, you can't wait too long for your opportunities.
Brandon, anything else other than the toppers, or we'll wrap that up there?
No, that's good enough.
Excellent. All right, so back to the final.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will say one thing though. I just want to say, congrats to Saren for topping the board. She did a good job. Within the context of this game. She played this game very well. It's only in the context of the tournament that it looks like a missed opportunity. But from the context of this game, Saren played very well and I think deserved the board top here.
It would have had to have been a big score too. I don't know if she came into the game expecting to have a chance to win the tournament. Yeah. Although, she may always feel that way since she's won a ton of things before. David, I don't think he came in the highest on the board, but I don't think the diplomatic situation ever gave him much flexibility to do that much in this game, unfortunately.
Well, so there was a moment where the IRT was successful and destroyed Austria. What David needed to do at that moment was to be in the 2 against 1.
Right.
and he didn't make it. So, that's a moment where if David, David, I think was higher up than the other two. If David, say, convinces Saren to work with him against Karthik, and then, maybe he can get the jump on Saren if there's conflict with Chris Brown, that was an opportunity. But he had Craig Mayer coming over the top. So David's
right. And I think he's
options
only
were
on 3 or
limited.
4 at that point also. So
Yeah.
he could have, if he'd have pulled that off, it would have been a really impressive feat of diplomacy wizardry.
Yeah, very impressed with David Graff's tournament overall. Like, if I'm not sure if David's a beginning player or not, but this is a really nice tournament from David.
All right. Now we will go back. I've got a couple of special awards. As we see, we've got our top 10 here. The best countries. This explains why Steven's on top. He had the best Austria with 12 centers and also the best Russia with 11 centers. Matt Krill was 11 with England. Jason Massbaum took best France with 9. Katie Gray took best Germany with 11. Eddie Bersan took best Italy with 11, and Tanya took best Turkey with 12. So 12 was the highest center getter.
Can you show the
Trotter?
Can you show the power stats real quick? Sorry, while we're on countries, because I just want to see Turkey have a dominant tournament somewhere.
Yeah, and that was interesting seeing France have the lowest top.
Italy had the highest score. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, Eddie was pretty good.
But so Turkey had the most tops.
The highest score, best score was Krill's England because there were less people in the draw.
Yeah. So Turkey had the second highest score and but the most tops. So Turkey and Italy being the top 2 countries at this tournament, that's awesome. Well done.
Really
don't see that very often. Yeah.
Really rough on Austria, 5 elims and 0.3 tops. Tough.
5 out of 12. France with no tops though. Hey.
Yeah. The meta is working.
Good.
The Mayor Bear, the Craig Mayer, he finished 7th place to David Graff 6th in honor of his close finish last year. So Craig is usually on the lower side of the close finishes. The Whip Award, David Graff in round 3 was in a 3-way RIT alliance discussing plans. Then he was asked to leave the discussion.
He put that in the comments too. Yeah. That's that's never a good sign.
Yeah. Adam wrote that.
You at least all walk away from each other, and then the 2 can come back together. Like, right, instead of being like.
The Pirate Award, Ariel had a round 2 as Russia, had an army in Moscow and a fleet that wandered around the British Isles. Mike Moore lasted for 8 years at 5. He went 6, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. And Ian Rudnick managed 1 center at the end of the game after never reaching higher than 4 during the game. That was fun in round 3. The Acquire statistic, which is also republished by Renegade Games, which is fantastic. So cheers to Renegade for this. Katie Gray went to 4 from 4 to 7 as Germany, and Tanya 6 to 9 to 12 in a 2-year span.
Yeah,
so
that was great.
That was an unbelievable growth. Player's choice. We had a tie for player's choice, or maybe it was first and second. April and Tom both had it.
So these are for just players with that were fun to play with, basically, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Can you put the top 10 up here again?
I can.
I think we have some praises to sing right now of Stephen Hogue, who, you get this sometimes. You get players who play the game, clearly love it, don't get great results for a while, but stick with it. And then all of a sudden it clicks and everything works and they start doing really, really well. Jason Massbaum is probably the best example of that. Jason Massbaum got average results or worse for a long time on the face-to-face circuit. And then all of a sudden it clicked and he was winning tournaments left and right and won the Invitational. So, has Stephen Hogue, has it clicked for him? Did he just have a good tournament? I don't know, but this was an excellent, excellent tournament. Really, really great. That last game was just fantastic.
Yeah, and it, always go, if you can make it, get out to this stuff, try, go play. I mean, no one picked Steven at the beginning. Not that we don't think he's a good player, but, he probably didn't go into the tournament thinking he was going to win it, but put himself out there, tried it, and now he's the whipping champion.
Got some administrative stuff to do. VDL is next week. Let's we'll put on this one. Nope, I don't like that one either. Whatever. We'll go back to this one. That way we can get some banners and some brands. VDL is next week. Above Brandon's head is the Virtual World Diplomacy Community server. Yep, there you go. I always get that. Oh, other way, Ben.
Oh, well, on my screen,
Yeah,
it's
there you go. Yep.
on my screen, it's over there.
YMC, is it right? Oh yeah, maybe you're in the wrong one. There you go. Thank you. House games, league games, Virtual Diplomacy League. This is the kickoff of the season. We're brand new here. Every month from March through December, 10 regular season weeks you could play. You could play in 2 per month. You could play in 3 per month. We've had some people play 3. Get your fill of diplomacy if you don't live anyone. If you're sick and don't want to leave, play Virtual Diplomacy at that site. There's also some links in the description below. If I pasted it correctly, I'll find out after the broadcast ends. Nexus leagues, they do gunboat, they do speedboat, they do extended deadline. What else do they do? I'm sure there's a few other leagues they might have. You can find out on the Nexus leagues Discord site, again linked in the description below. Next face-to-face tournament is another Australian tournament. Am I hearing rumors of maybe another Australian tournament this year?
Yeah, this one coming up in a couple weeks.
So
it's called.
We will have that on our diplobn.com calendar. I don't know the details of that, and I did not prepare for that beforehand.
Well, if Jamal's still on the chat, drop some information in there. But it's called the Hung Parliament Handicap, I believe, and it's taking place in Australia's national capital, Canberra, and it's going to have a handicap apparently to make so that newer players have more of a chance to win against sharks like Andrew Goff and Peter McNamara
and Jamal, unless he's not playing.
He's the tournament director. So we will be providing coverage. It won't be live. We're not quite set up to do that yet for Australian events, just from the time zone differences. But we'll do it after the fact and broadcast it as a premiere, like we did for the Melbourne Open.
Yeah, which has had good ratings and reviews I've seen so far. So thanks to you guys for doing that one. The next American tournament is DixieCon, which is that the same weekend. World WDC in Italy is right around that same time too,
it's the
right?
week before, isn't it? DixieCon's always over Memorial Day weekend,
right.
Which is the 25th is the Saturday. And I'm not sure when is the World Championship the next week, or is it the same week?
No, it's the next weekend.
That's what I thought. Okay,
it's the first weekend in June. Yeah, so I thought Dixie first, Memorial Day weekend here in the States, the last weekend, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Friday, right? Friday night, Saturday morning, and Sunday morning in the States.
Good thing about DixieCon is that the Monday is off work in America, so you can play a game on Friday night, a game on Saturday, and a game on Sunday. And the Saturday night you have, unless your game goes forever, which did happen to me once, but you just have it to hang out, play other games, hang out with people. And, it's a really good social tournament for that reason.
Yep. Other gaming as well. So you don't have to be a diplomacy fanatic like we are. Come play Iron Man. You can play all night long, certain games. Barbecue, come out for the Saturday night barbecue. DixieCon.com is the web address, and you can find David Hood here quite often. So watch the most recent edition of Deadline, which I believe dropped yesterday or 2 days ago. So that one is in. If you're watching us still on not live and pre-recorded, it's going to show up on the pop-up in about 30 seconds when we disconnect here. Worlds is the weekend after that, and join your local leagues. Go to the World face-to-face get together. Colorado's doing local games. Chicago's doing local games. New York's doing local games. Who's that?
New York is, just gonna.
Yeah, I went up to one of those. I'm in Philly right now. I went up to New York a couple weeks ago. Had a great game up there. So if you're in New York and you're watching this, or if you're in Philly or anywhere around New York, get to those.
Yep, Philly's got a local club. The West Coast, I believe, is doing some too. The Europeans, they've got they're getting together. I know Germany, I think, played a game. We were just talking about the French hobby before the game. If you are looking to play this game, there are certainly 7 people in driving distance or train distance that are willing to get together and play. And if not, come back to DBN and VDL and we'll get you hooked up. So congrats, Stephen Hogue. Definitely an upset here. I say that just by ranking and seed alone. You just have to play the best over the course of a weekend. So cheers to a great championship. We will see you hopefully next weekend on VDL. And with that, Brandon, you want to give us the Adam Silverman, Siobhan, and a few others. Thank you so much for hosting. I have not been to the Bay Area for 14 years now, since DipCon was there in 2010. I am looking forward to being there next spring for WDC. We did one live broadcast. I think we're going to do another one. I'm certainly not going to try and play because that would be embarrassing. So we will have some fun stuff next year. Book your plans. We'll be hosting and recruiting all year long.
And with that, I think it's time to sign off with our own DBN's own Siobhan Nolan's classic sign off. Stay safe and stab well, everyone.